Ah, get me out of here. Here we go. Hello! Oh, how's it going? Happy Friday, surprise stream. I wasn't paying attention to what dates were happening. Oh, look, it's Friday the 13th. The perfect excuse to do something scary. How are you all doing? I don't know what's going on with the Discord thing. I bet I'll look into that later. Welcome out of ads. I hope you guys are doing great. Briefcase, chess piece, everyone else who's here. Deadfoot. I'm super excited for today's horror story, or game. Hollow Void, hey! I hope you're doing well. Hello, you summoned Hollow Void chess piece with that. Today's horror game is one that I got. It's like one of the very first ones that I got forever and ever and ever ago when I was but a teenager on a laptop. So I remember basically nothing of this game. It's just been in my Steam, like collecting dust on the back shelf. So I'm really excited to pull it back out and give it another playthrough today. Oh my gosh, social interactions, gasp! You're right though, you're right. You bought your dream car, Deadfoot? It's okay, you can brag about that. You have 3 minutes. Tell me about your car. What kind of car is it? What color is it? I don't know engines though, so you might have to explain the mechanics to me, but if you just tell me like the type of car and the color. We're about to experience my dark twisted mind. What do you mean, my dark twisted mind? I mean, I feel like you got to experience that when I beat Sans. That whole fight, it was like 3 hours. That whole fight, I was just in what, dark mode this whole time? Yeah. And I'm probably gonna be doing that again today. Ah, that's a car, I'm sure. Pearl White sounds lovely though. Let me Google that real quick. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, that's a nice car. Nice job. Well, I'm happy for you. That's awesome. Sometimes I do scare myself. I have clips of me scaring myself. Oh yeah, I am my own worst enemy sometimes. Poggers in the chat for Deadfoot. Congratulations, big plays. Well, I got this game opened earlier. And then I had to close it again because there's no menu. This is an old game. It just kind of starts throwing you right into it. So I actually have to launch the game before I'm ready. And then quickly get it into OBS so you don't miss anything. Hold on. Where'd it go? Ooh, hold on, don't leave. It says, here's audio for you. I open my eyes and the first thing I want to do is scream. Oh, it's not leaving. Okay. Well, let me out. Let me put it on the screen. On the screen. Okay, there. I just needed a second to load. Up here? There we go. Okay. Everyone buckled in. I need to turn the volume up in my ears. Hold on. Oh yeah. 100% volume. Let's get spooky up in here. Maybe I'll turn that up a little bit for you guys too. Okay, so before I read what's on the screen, I just want to say, the description for this game is, Buried is a playable interactive story told through stunning photos, a haunting soundscape, and gripping text. You play the role of Roger Hastings, a logger who awakens to find his friends missing, uncovering something that should have stayed hidden. So, we're about to uncover some spooky, scary secrets. That is a little loud. There we go. That's probably better. Okay. Open the little map and now the screaming comes out. Mood, briefcase, mood. I don't have a dream car. I stopped dreaming. My very first car was a Volkswagen Beetle. I had to learn how to drive a stick shift. It was very cute. It was very much me. But it got crushed by a hay bale. But I've already told that story. This looks like the book version of the Blair Witch movie. It is. It's not like a, you know, you run around. It's an interactive, like, visual novel. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a visual novel. Cause it's only Friday the 13th. I don't want to pull out the big spooky scary games just yet, you know? I'll save those for October. Let me read through this. Let's get immersed into the story here. I open my eyes and the first thing I want to do is scream. I'm flat on my back and everything seems to hurt. The trees overhead look familiar. It's a clear night sky, almost beautiful. except for the fact that this means I've been out cold for at least 6 hours. But there's something wrong. I don't remember what, but something happened and... my head. My God, my head hurts. And a ringing in my ears. Was there an accident? An explosion, I think. I remember Dennis screaming, but after that, I can't remember. As I sit up, I notice that my hard hat has been thrown off. I look around the area, but it's not here. It feels strange to go anywhere without my hard hat, but I've got to find the other members of the crew. They could be in danger. Well, do we search for the hard hat? I feel like a little bit of armor may come in handy, given the perils to come. Some sort of explosion while they're out on a logging trip. Ah, hugs and head pats for Briefcase. Yeah, we persevere. Ah, Fleshell, I feel you. At least I can help you, distract you from the pain, Briefcase. We can have emotional pain together playing a horror game. I think if this were me, I think I feel like okay, if this were me, I would probably like glance around really quickly for the hard hat, and if it wasn't in like my immediate surroundings, I would probably start going for my crewmates. But I'll take a minute to search for the hard hat. Yeah, I agree. Okay. I get up on shaky legs and look around for a moment. A few nearby trees look to have been splintered and broken at the base recently. They certainly weren't like this earlier. Searching for the hard hat feels normal. It makes me feel like maybe there isn't something wrong here. I see it behind a fallen log, about 10 feet away from me. How it was thrown so far is beyond me. Driven by nothing more than habit, I walk over to it, pick it up, and place it on my head. Next, I walk over to the center of the logging site and don't like what I see. Let's continue. Hard hat for the dense one, oh no. Interesting. So a bridge blew up a truck, maybe? The logging site looks like a bomb was detonated right in the center. I don't know where to start. The one load we had managed to stack on a truck for the day is overturned. The trailer bent and the logs hanging off the back. Where the hell is everyone? My head is killing me and this ringing in my ears. I can't hear anything. Not birds, not my footsteps, nothing. It makes me wonder if I hit my head after my hard hat flew off. I run through a quick mental checklist to make sure my brain is still working. My name is Roger Hastings. I'm 41 years old. The year is 2017. I own a small logging company, and we've been logging in this strip of Kentucky woodland for almost a month now. Okay, so my brain works. That's a relief, but it also makes me feel fearful, because something is certainly not right here. I look around the logging site, my mind trying to figure out what has happened. Just about every piece of equipment has been overturned or tilted. Do we look at the truck or do we look at the debris? I think we should look at the debris because if I have any dead crewmates, they would probably be mangled in the piles of debris. But there could also be something useful in the truck, like maybe a tool or a weapon. Loggers don't die, they log off! Touche. Touche. I am team look at debris, but also, because if this were me, I would be concerned for my crew. But also, if we look at the truck, there might be something useful in there. What are we thinking? I'm excited to see what happened here. And when we get buried... drive away? Well, I mean, if you see the truck in the background there, it's kind of impossible to drive away, it looks like. Always up for good debris. Ancient debris. Minecraft reference. Hell yeah. Okay, so we've got 2 for the truck. Oh, a chess piece, you changed your mind. I should learn how to do polls. Start eating people for... It's a little soon for that, I think, Briefcase, maybe. Let's just back it up now. Okay. I think... well, we're gonna start looking through the debris to see if there's people we can eat for survival. There are bits of debris everywhere. There are fragments of the 5-gallon bucket I keep our work rags in, a loose chainsaw, and an overturned gas canister. Had there been an explosion, all of the fuel on site would have started a fire, but there's no charring, no burning, nothing. I walked through the area where Dennis had been working. From the looks of it, he had been moving slowly. He had only taken down 4 trees today. His metal lunchbox is open, an indicator that he had been taking an early break. But he's not here. No one is. No one is here. Where the hell is everyone? I could try to make a call on my cell phone, but its battery is already running really low. Not that it matters. The reception is crap out here. Yell out or call someone on cell. I think we're gonna yell out. I'm already leaning towards that because if the reception is bad, I mean, I at least want to check for people before reaching out to, you know, the outside. La Pumpkin, thank you for paying your taxes. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Wrecker. Freddy Fazbear Day. Yeah, that would suck. Yell. Yeah, I'm Team Yell too, Dwarfy D. If I already know that the reception is bad, why would I make a phone call when there very well could be people dying right around the corner? Who knows? Thank you for paying your taxes, Wrecker. Okay, we're yelling out. Hey guys, where is everyone? Tony, Dennis, Frank, Joe. But their names fall flat among the wreckage. I get nothing back other than scaring a few birds overhead. Might as well start walking to try and find some answers. The highway is almost a mile back through the woods, down the gravel road we used to reach the site. Maybe the crew ran that way for help. But why would they have left me? Were they scared? Out of sorts? Maybe I can catch up to them, but with my truck turned over on its side, it looks like I'll be walking. My God, I can't even remember what I was doing before waking up on my back. Wait, what's that underneath the bulldozer? My God, it's a leg. It has to be either Tony or Dennis. The dozer looks unstable, like it might roll some more. Might not be safe to get close, but at the same time, I can't just leave them there. Oh. If this were me, I would probably... It's tough, because what are you gonna do if your friend's been crushed by a bulldozer? It's not like you can go lift the bulldozer. Go look. Stretch, hydrate, thank you. Hi. Hold on. I get like for food, oh no. Thank you. And a sip of my water. Oh my God, TTV Paranoia, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're gonna go look at the leg for possible sustenance since we're surviving in the wilderness now. Clearly starving. Oh, not the push-ups. Okay. And what game this is? This, my dear Paranoia, is Buried. Buried. An interactive story. It's a visual novel because it's Friday the 13th, so we're doing a little something spooky. After I do some push-ups. Oh man, I just ate food too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Back to the scares. So, for new people that have just joined, this, well, let me pull up the description. Oh, it's gone. We are a man named Roger Hastings, and we own a logging company. And we were out here logging when suddenly, it seems like, a giant explosion just went off out of the middle of nowhere. I've just awoken on my back to find everything blown up and apart, possibly some of my crewmates dead, and I'm trying to figure out what happened. That's basically all that we know so far. Let me catch my breath. This game was it yesterday. Are you trying to make me use my brain? Because I see that you're capitalizing letters. I don't know if you're trying to talk to me in code or something. Okay. Let's go look at the leg. Hey, I yell, are you okay? Are you alive? Holding onto my hat, I skip over to the wrecked equipment and stray logs to get closer. I can see a bit more of the leg. The jeans are soaked in blood. I recognize the work boots. It's clearly Tony. His leg is bent at an impossible angle, nearly crushed flat. The closer I get, the more apparent it becomes that Tony didn't survive. Okay. leave the body alone or pull the body out. If it's clear that he's dead, we can't pull him out because we just said it looks unstable. It wouldn't be smart to touch him. There's no point because he's already dead, and I don't think we're starving enough to eat the body just yet. My stupid autocorrect. Oh, no worries. Okay, pull it out now. No, the bulldozer's gonna fall on us. Oh my gosh, that one anti-social kids. I'm glad that my stream notification worked, because I usually don't stream on Fridays. So you shouldn't rely on that for me. Yes, but think of all the meals now. Okay, so I've got two for pull it out, one for leave it. What's life without risks? Life. Because if you risk your life, you are unalive. That is what happens. I'm team pull the body out. You're only looking for them so they don't see you. Smart tactic, yes, thank you. You see. 2, you leave, honestly. Okay, pull, leave. Dwarfy D says leave. Boiling briefcase is leave your final answer. Chess piece, you didn't answer. Do you want to leave the body or pull it out? Safer food sources later. Okay, I think we're team leave. I'm getting more leaves than pulls. Lost a bet and a streamer chose my Twitch name and they didn't change it too much. Aww. Well, you know, I'm sure if it's been a while, you can change it back. No one will ever notice. The worst that can happen is I die and it sets me back. Oh, when I launched this the first time, it gave me a warning that there is no pausing, there is no saving, there is no going back. So if I die, we're starting over. So there is risk here. Also, I'm getting ads in about 3 minutes. Pull, leave, pull. Okay. Pull it. Aww. You too, chess bees. Oh, sorry. I'm one antisocial kids. Okay. Okay, we're getting more pulls than leaves. I see you guys changing your minds. Okay, I'm going to pull it. Big Happy, thank you for paying your taxes. Welcome in. Okay, we're pulling the body. All right, pull the body out. I tried to pull him out, but he's just not budging. That's when I see the blood coating the ground under him. It's thick and fresh, so dark on the dirt that it looks black. As I'm tugging, I hear something crunch, but I somehow manage to pull him out. Ew. His legs are absolutely crushed, and his stomach looks deflated. Blood is covering everything from the navel down. His face was turned to the right when he was crushed. It looks like a broken plastic mask, seeping with blood and bits of shattered skull. My God, I can't believe this. I have to turn away. That's when I hear a deafening creaking noise, and I'm bashed in the head from behind as the bulldozer shifts lower to the ground. I told you guys! I told you! I roll clear and end up on my back, my eyes struggling to focus. I'm a little shaken up, but I'm fine. Thank God I was wearing my hard hat. Ha-ha! Good thing we had that. I quickly get up and dust myself off. I can't stay here. I have to find Dennis, Frank, and Joe. I have to find out what happened here. And we continue. It's the ghost face. Hell yeah! Thick and fresh and delicious. When did I have a chat of cannibals? Goodness. It was only fine because I had my hard hat paranoia. This is why we come prepared in my kingdom. True briefcase. Here we are. As I walk through the stacks of logs from the last week or so of work, everything feels frozen. This high-pitched sound in my ears, it's terrible. It keeps happening every few seconds and sounds like it's coming from far away. I can't help but wonder, is it my ears or is it something else? The silence out here is creepy, and there's a smell like the atmosphere after a bad summer storm. I might as well admit it, I'm a little scared. Everyone is missing and it's dead quiet out here. I would be a little bit more than just a little scared if I just saw my teammate crushed like that. There doesn't even seem to be a breeze to rustle the leaves and branches. My right knee hurts like hell. My head was hurting so bad before that I never even noticed the pain in my knee. I must have heard it during the what? Accident or? Wait, is that Dennis? I see him sitting on the ground, motionless, about 30 feet away. Yell out or walk up? I think we should walk up. If he's motionless and we see him and we can just clearly walk up to him, let's go to him. Instead of yelling out and giving away our location, because clearly something went wrong here, and yelling out might pose a risk. Hi, Record Ron. Nice and tender, just peace no. I'm well, I hope you're well. Happy Friday the 13th. Meat and boning. Jesus Christ. Dennis the lazy ass man. You're right. Yell, it could be a trap. Well, that's a good point, Dorothy D. Okay, so we've got one yell. Like bait. You right. It very well could be. Maybe yelling out is the right call. You also vote yell? Okay, okay. Dennis very well could just be having his nap and didn't even notice the explosion. Holler. All right, I'll holler. Rip ads, rip ad gel. We're gonna yell out. Maybe get up. Maybe he gets up and hits you or something. Maybe. Who knows? We shall find out. Yell out. Dennis, I yell. Dennis, can you hear me? Dennis lets out a shout, like someone waking up from a nightmare. He then looks back at me from the ground. Yeah, Roger, I hear you, he hollers back as I head over to him. Dennis is built like a wrestler and has the tough personality to match. But in this moment, he looks disoriented and even a little anxious. Though I'm glad to see him, the fear on his usually confident face is alarming. What the hell happened? What's going on? He asks. So we can either say, don't know, the crew is missing, or an explosion, I think. I would say, don't know, the crew is missing. It looks like an explosion, but we have admitted to ourselves that we have no idea what's happening. Therefore, I think we're just going to be honest and say we don't know for sure, but what the only thing that we do know is that the crew is missing and dead. I think I'm going to go with that. Chess piece of me. Thanks for paying your taxes. Rip ad jail. Oh, Ash! Welcome in. Thank you for paying your taxes. I hope you're free of work. Has it been 12 hours? I hope you're free. Explosion? Chess piece votes explosion then. Aha, okay. Alright, we'll go with an explosion, I think. Fuck the missing crew. He could be pretending. He could be. Y'all are very cannibalistic and untrustworthy today. Something about Friday the 13th just has you guys feral or something. Alright, Dennis. An explosion, I think. Oh, good. Well, shit. Good. Silver lining? At least you got an hour early, but I'm sorry you have to go in for 6 hours tomorrow. But hugs and head pats. You're out early, so enjoy your evening. Alright, an explosion, I think. An explosion, Dennis says? Yeah, I believe that. Why do you say that? I ask. Did you see something? He doesn't respond. Still sitting on the ground, he looks around the woods as if he is just now understanding the severity of the situation. The equipment was overturned. The dozers, too, I say, shifting my hard hat and wiping my forehead. You okay? I ask him. Yeah, just shaken up. Me too. This might be the most intimate conversation Dennis and I have ever had. While he and I have always been on good terms, we've never been particularly close. I've always respected him, though. Sure, he's come to work a few times, looking like he'd been in a bar fight the night before, but I've also seen him do an enthusiastic impression of a dinosaur as he played with Tony's kids while they waited for their dad to finish up his shift. That's so sweet! And Tony's dead! It's then that it hits me. Dennis and Tony were good friends. Ah. I'm not sure I want to rattle him with news of Tony's death right now. Not before we know what's going on, but he has a right to know. I think we should mention Tony. Because his body is still sprawled out anyway. We made sure to pull it out from underneath the dozer on display, deflated and crushed in everything. So he's gonna see him regardless and see that he's been fucked with. So I think it's good to be honest and just let him know that we know that Tony is dead. We didn't need him so he can say goodbye. Briefcase. Oh no. Yeah, that loan did have a terrible interest rate. Hugs for Ash. And he ate Tony. I don't think that's how it worked, Ron. You want to tell him? Yeah. Our restraint should be praised. Yeah, okay, we're gonna mention Tony. We're gonna mention Tony. And you're right, Briefcase. Dennis, I'm sorry, but Tony is dead. You were upfront with Dennis about Tony. Ooh, he'll remember that. Dennis's eyes fixate on me, startled. He was crushed under the dozer, I say. Dennis pauses for a moment, like he's trying to understand what I said. His eyes narrow and his bottom lip quivers. Shit, he says. And I can tell that he's fighting back tears. He and Tony had been tight, almost like brothers. Hey, he adds quickly, as if trying to escape the reality of Tony's death. Did you see that light? No, I say. What did you see? I don't even know, Roger, he says. It was like this flare of white light. It came right up out of the ground, like an explosion. So there was an explosion, I say. Maybe it was some equipment or... This was no equipment, Dennis interrupts, agitated. This huge ball of light came right out of the damn ground. So what did it look like, or where did it go? Well, he already told us what it looked like, so we should say where did it go? Understandable, Ash. It's just 6 hours, so it's like a half shift almost. A little bit more than a normal half shift. A half compared to what you did today, but I'm glad that you got the opportunity to make that deal. Top shots, I don't know. Directions? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We already know what it looks like, a random weird ball of light. I want to know where it went. Where did it go? It just shot up into the sky until it was out of sight. When? I'm not sure, he answers, but I'd finished about 10 trees for the day and was about to top one. That's when it happened. You were almost done with 10 trees, I ask? Yeah, he says, looking at the ground. You know, I wouldn't want to take a lunch break until I was done. And that's when that light blew up? Why? You don't believe me? Oh, the text here, they need to give a little extra context to who's talking, because it looks like a conversation. So do I believe him, or do I think he's exaggerating? I mean, there's no point in being a nitpicky boss right now. There's a bit more serious matters on our hands, and if he says he chopped down 10 trees, or if he actually chopped down 4 trees, at this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. Let's just say that we believe him and move on. Dennis, you don't need to lie. This is true. Even if he is lying, it's irrelevant. There are dead people and missing people, and we need to get on top of that. So let's just, let's believe him to keep the peace and get what we need to get done. Priorities. You believe Dennis's story. He saw what he saw, I think to myself. He has no reason to lie about this. My God, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, he says. But if I'm being honest, it scared me pretty bad. And if it's all the same to you, I'd like to get the hell out of here. We both stand up and start heading towards the road. It isn't until we start moving that I see Dennis is wounded. His right side is coated in blood, the red seeping... Ooh, hello? Aw, Buggy! Buggy, thank you for the raid! Welcome in! How is it going? Did you beat the game? It looks a little scary. We're doing some scary stuff over here, too. Good morning to you! Good evening to me! Good morning to you! Thank you for the raid. He's a body snatcher for sure, no. I mean, I don't know. Well, today... since it's Friday the 13th, I stepped out of my little cozy bubble and I'm doing a horror game. It was kind of disappointing. I could tell, honestly, when I was playing, I only watched you for about a half an hour there or so, and it looked very cliche and like everything you'd ever seen before. But you know, that's why you play demos, to understand and see if it's something that you would like and see if it's worth it. Intruders, raise the gate! Despies, thank you. Nah, they're not intruders, they're welcome here. We love Boogie and all of his little his wraithy raids. I am playing a story, an interactive, what's the word I'm looking for? A visual novel, a horror visual novel that I bought like way back in 2017 or something. Ready the pitch buckets? No. Yeah. That's the thing, it was also a demo, so it has the potential to be something awesome. Hopefully it does turn into something awesome if it, has a chance to sit in the oven for a few more months or however long. We feast tonight, briefcase. Listen, we've only found one body and it wasn't even edible. It was too crushed. We're not there yet. But the story for this one, Boogie and Raiders, is that we are a man named Roger who owns a logging company. We were just out logging one day when suddenly what happens appears to be a giant explosion. We wake up after the sun has set. We find a dead crewmate, everything blown up. We just found our other crewmate, and we're trying to figure out what happened and how to get out of here. We kind of just started, so I'm already getting hooked into the story. It's pretty great, actually. I like this a lot. I like a visual novel. I don't play these enough. Oh, what's the ballista? You did say it was fresh, briefcase. We found Dennis, yeah. No more deaths. We had no deaths, not yet. Okay, so I didn't read this. Okay, we believed Dennis's story. Also, Boogie, go make yourself some tea or something. I know you did your stream, so go do whatever after stream care you gotta do for yourself. Hi, Coquette. Welcome in. Welcome to more scary times, because it's Friday the 13th. Visual novel. Let's see what happens. He saw what he saw, I think to myself. He has no reason to lie about this. My God, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, he says. But if I'm being honest, it scared me pretty bad. And if it's all the same to you, I'd like to get the hell out of here. We both stand up and start heading towards the road. It isn't until we start moving that I see Dennis is wounded. His right side is coated in blood, the red seeping through his blue work shirt. There are splatters of it here and there, but also a very large red splotch that makes me worry. Excuse me. Aw, thanks, Boogie. Time for tea and a snack. Lovely! Question how he got it? Yeah. How do you get the injury, or are you in a lot of pain? Yeah, I feel like I would ask how, because we can assume the explosion. Ooh, sorry, I lagged. We can assume it was the explosion, but I'd like to hear what happened from his own words. Oh my God, Mucosa! Welcome in, I love you! How you doing? How's the move? Left is always right. I don't know. I kind of want to question how he got it. Yeah, injury questions. Why would you steal all of Coquette's fun things? Okay. Dennis, how'd you get that injury? Are you an alien? Yeah, obviously he's in a lot of pain, yeah. I'm not sure, Dennis replies. I must have gotten thrown or hurt somehow from that light. It's then that I noticed that the strange ringing noise is still filling the air. Hey, I say, stopping. Do you hear that high-pitched ringing noise every once in a while? Dennis looks scared when I ask him this question, and he just nods. I thought it was just me, he says. He looks out of sorts and uncertain. I've never seen him like this before. It's obvious that he's looking for some reassurance. Even though I'm his boss, there's something very unnerving about this. Well, it's okay, it's probably nothing, or it's freaking me out. I would be honest and say it's freaking me the fuck out. Clearly, something fishy is going on. Buggy! Cute! I don't want enemies made in the chat. No, Coquette. Chess is full of love, I promise. Chess is just feeling a little spicy tonight. It's because it's Friday the 13th. Move is going good. Desk soon, good. Oh no, Mucosa. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm freaking out. Y'all are goobers. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, especially after seeing my mangled, crushed crewmate, I'm gonna be freaking out a little bit. I'm sure I sound scared, but I don't really care. I look to Dennis and see that my confusion and fear have seeped into him, and it is that disappointment in his expression as well. I think so. It's as if he expects me to be stronger, to assure him that we're fine and that nothing out of the ordinary is happening. We both start moving forward and don't say another word. Did you try to call Frank? Dennis asks. I know he had his cell on him today. Not yet. Luckily, I still have some battery left. I pull out my cell and call Frank. Happy I didn't make that call to Dennis earlier. Ooh, it's a good thing we made that choice. It rings, but he doesn't pick up. But then I hear his phone go off, behind the stack of logs. Dennis and I give each other a look. As the phone goes to voicemail, I hang up, and we walk behind the logs to find Frank's phone on the ground, abandoned. We look around for Frank, but find nothing, not a single trace. It's then that I notice something really odd. A 10-foot wide hole in the ground, right near where the phone was. But there's no stray piles of removed dirt or rocks. It's clean, smoothly dug, cutting into the earth, wide but only a few feet deep. It looks unnatural, like the ground was just deleted, no shovels or diggers used. Dennis walks over to it. This looks like the same kind of hole where I saw that light come from the ground, he muses to himself. I say nothing. My mind is spinning, but I don't care what to think, or I don't know what to think. We need to get out of here, Dennis mutters. At that moment, that ringing noise carries through the forest again, sending a shiver down my spine. Dennis is right. There is something strange going on, and we might not be safe here. But that ringing sound could be a clue to where the rest of the crew went. So should we check out that sound, or should we get away from here? M-Team, check out the sound. No, if this were me, IRL, I would get the heck out of there, because who knows what that ringing is? It could be very well another bomb about to go off, but me says, let's go check that out. I bet there's some story to uncover. Steampunk Festival tomorrow? Hell yeah, Mukosa. That's awesome. Do you have a cute outfit? You should drop pics if you do. I'll go try to eat. Go eat, I love you. Mwah, kisses, good night, tuck you in. Check the sound, hell yeah! Hell yeah, we check the sound. Thanks, Jessfees. Yeah, it's Herobrine. It's exactly what it is. Mukosa, wait. Nah, you guys can be plotting against me like this. Yeah, let's go to the obvious trap. Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same page. Obvious trap, let's go. Shut up, Mukosa. Just because you're right doesn't mean that you're right. Shut up. You decide to check out the sound. Something's not right, I say, and if there's a mechanical noise like that, you think someone is out here, he asks. Maybe. I think we should at least check it out. They might be able to help. Yeah, you go right ahead, he says with a grin. I'll be here waiting for you. Better hurry, though. What a dick. I mean, fair, though. Dennis doesn't look like he's in the best shape to be trouncing around the forest, but we need to get some answers right away, too. Leave him here or bring him with? Leave him here or bring him with? I think it would not be worth it to bring Dennis with us, because one, he is injured. He doesn't look like he's in the best shape to be trouncing around the forest, and two, he clearly doesn't even want to come, so I feel like if he does come, he's going to be a liability just because he's injured, and he's going to be a grump the whole time, and I don't want to be around a downer. You want to bring him with me? Okay, Dorothy D. Dennis dead. You can outrun if things go south. You're so right. You're right. If I encounter a bear in the woods, I can totally outrun Dennis. Oh, he does have that wrestler build. You're right. Maybe he would be useful. I think you're right. He might be useful. No, Ash. It's okay. You can stay here. It's okay. I'll uplift you one of these days. Bring him, he can be my shield. Okay, we're team bring Dennis with me. At the very least, to be a human meat shield or bait or a distraction. Got it. You decide to bring Dennis along. No, you're coming with me. I bend over and hoist him up against my shoulder. He resists just barely and then gives in. Aw. He's looking at me like he's terrified of me now, making a moan in his throat. Ooh. We start moving through the woods quickly with no idea where the rest of the crew is. I worry they could be in danger. Every tree out here looks exactly the same. I grew up in the country and can find my way around the forest without much of a problem, but I'm feeling a little dizzy. Same! I love the forest. I'm leaning against a tree when I see something that has no business being out here. Our logging crew has been out here for 3 weeks and I've never seen it before. Continue. Okay, Dennis, calm down. I mean, I'd be pretty upset too if my best friend was just murdered and I had a gash in my side and my boss said, hey, no, we're gonna look into this instead of escape to safety. I'd probably be planning my lawsuit at this point. Ooh. Hobbit Hole? I never watched Lord of the Rings, or read the books. It's a small building, sort of like a mixture of a shack and a bunker. It looks to be made of concrete, but moss, weeds, and plain old erosion also make it look sort of mystical. It looks like something out of a demented version of a medieval fantasy movie. What the hell is this? Dennis asks. I have no idea, or some old power station. I'm just gonna be honest and say I have no idea. Or some old power station. What are we thinking? The bunker! Oh my god, yes! How dare you say this is a witch hunt? Hell yeah! Okay, I want to say I have no idea, because I could make a guess, but I have no idea. Why would I make assumptions? Until I figure it out. Yeah, I'm leaning towards I have no idea. We could go inside and find out. Power station? I eat hot chip and lie? No! I know that reference. It's ringing in the back of my head somewhere. Oh my god, good morning! Or, happy, good wake up from nap. Good wake up from nap time. Welcome in. Thank you for paying your taxes. It's making a ringing sound. Oh my god, you're right, Dorothy D! It is! I can hear it. I love audio. Okay, some old power station, probably. Dennis shakes his head. Why would one be way out here? He's right. I can't come up with a legitimate reason for something like this being here. Do you think the others maybe went in here? He asks nervously. Why would they do that? I ask. I don't know, but they aren't out here, and if they aren't inside, they're probably dead, like Tony. He looks at the ground as he says this. I want to go inside, not just to find my crew, but also to appease my curiosity. That ringing noise is coming from inside. But something about this place seems incredibly strange, especially located, all by itself out here. It simply does not belong. I wonder, do we knock or just go in? Dennis asks. I can tell that he's trying to make a joke, but it falls flat. I'm starting to think his humor is a defense mechanism for his fear. We both look ahead, take a moment to realize what we are about to do, and start forward. We get no more than 3 feet closer when Dennis wobbles. Oh, Giggin, it's almost 5 p.m. for you? Yeah, good. It's almost 7 p.m. for me. Oh, thank you, Boogie. For the new peeps inside, here, we are a logger, and we were just out logging, and an explosion happened, and now I'm trying to figure out what happened, and people are dead, and all the equipment is everywhere, and so I'm just exploring, trying to figure out what happened. I have no answers for lore just yet. So, Dennis, are you okay, or do I reach out and steady him? I would reach out and steady the man. Then again, I probably could hurt him worse if I touch his wound spot. Steady him if he's obviously not okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna reach out and steady him. Hope this is the color out of space scenario. I don't know what that is. But I'm gonna steady the man. Clearly, he's about to fall over. I reach out quickly, straining my injured knee. Oh, I strained my injured knee! That's gonna come back to bite me. I barely make it in time, grabbing him under his arm and keeping him from hitting the ground. I'm okay, he says. Just, can you help me walk for a little while? Just help me inside, please? I can't deny him his request. I've never seen him this week, and it's a little uncomfortable to see. It makes me glad I decided to keep him with me. Oh, okay. I help Dennis into the weird little building. The front door opens easily, even though there's clearly a lock on it. Maybe the lock was supposed to keep someone in? It's hard to tell. I still hear that ringing noise. It's definitely coming from in here. Stretching out in front of me is a small interior to match the outside. The building is totally empty. There's a concrete floor and a dingy, featureless walls. There are no windows, giving the place an even more isolated feel. Still, we hear the ringing noise coming from somewhere in here. It's louder now, more prominent. The interior seems confined at first, but a small set of concrete steps leads about 5 feet down, revealing a corridor. We continue. I must sip my water. I'm gonna need to use my knee later, and my knee is gonna give out because I just used it to save Dennis. But maybe Dennis will come in handy later, who knows? Ooh. I don't like this one bit. It's a massive corridor, in fact, like I'm in some kind of building underground. It seems to go on forever. This corridor is mostly dark with emergency lights every 10 feet or so. I assume we're now underground because this corridor extends far beyond the walls of the building we entered. I realize that someone might not appreciate finding us here. Tiptoe quietly or walk quickly. Oh, do we choose speed or do we choose stealth? I am always team stealth. I vote tiptoe quickly, but also there is stuff on the line. We already have a dead crewmate. Everyone else is still missing, and Dennis might be on his way out, it seems. I don't know. So there could be, if you were leaning towards being quiet. Okay, I was too. I just want to make sure we get all of our options out of here. Let's tiptoe quietly. I feel like a ghost. I truly have no business being here. Dennis leans on me for support. We move slowly, our feet not making a sound. If anyone is in here, I want to make sure they don't hear us. We tiptoe forward as softly as we can. As I carry Dennis to the far end of this otherwise featureless place, I see a flight of concrete stairs leading down. I have to set Dennis down on the floor. His weight is killing me. Dennis, are you okay? Stop worrying, man, he says. I'll be okay. I just need a minute to rest. But looking at him, I'm not so sure. I can still hear the ringing noise every so often, coming from somewhere in here. I look ahead at the concrete stairs, pointing towards them so that Dennis sees them. Can you make it down those stairs, I ask? He stands up slowly and is visibly making an effort not to fall back down. Yeah, he says, and sounds a little irritated. He starts for the stairs without me, and I have no choice but to follow. We approach the stairs, and by just looking at them, I get the sense that we're crossing some sort of line here. There may very well be no going back. There was already no going back. Yeah, Team Stealth. Okay. No use hurting them anymore. You're right, Dwarfy D. I didn't even think about that. Oh my god, yeah, SCP or the backrooms. Yeah, I'm getting both of those vibes. Backrooms, you know, given the fact that we're in this weird featureless underground hallway, and SCP given the rest of the vibes of this. It's great. I'm loving it here. Let us continue. As I head down the stairs, I notice that they look aged. That damned ringing noise is somewhere below, louder than ever. I feel like I'm walking down into a cellar of a haunted house, the light becoming scarce as the stairs take up a slight turn. I can feel the temperature drop. Dennis makes it a few steps down before he's leaning on the wall. He's breathing like he just finished a marathon. Should we give him a break or should we keep up the pace? I think... I want to keep up the pace, but also, like, we shouldn't split up, and I can't leave him behind. I don't know. If this were me, I would probably just say, like, you sit on the stairs here, I'm gonna go poke up in the hallway ahead a little bit, you know, look around the corners. I'll come back and let you know what I see, or if we just gotta keep going. But that's not the option here. The option is stay and give a break with Dennis, or tell him to keep going. Leave him? So you're saying I should pick up the pace? I think we should keep up the pace. Splitting up always works for Scooby-Doo. You're right. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, do-do-do. What do you mean? OMG, she did it. What did she do? Also, hi Ari. I love you. Welcome in. We be doing Friday the 13th. Yeah, scary. It's scary times out here. Thank you for paying your taxes. Yeah, we be doing horror stuff. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. So we've only been doing this for about an hour, or like maybe, I don't know, 45 minutes. But what happened so far is, yeah, shout out to Ari. Yeah, it's fun. I like horror games, and this is a sort of a chill one. It's a visual novel, obviously. So I'm not really playing a game, but I'm really just kind of soaking up the story. Long story short, we are a man named Roger who owns a logging company. We were out logging in the woods when suddenly a giant explosion went off, apparently, it seems. Maybe some fancy light was involved, I don't know. We woke up in the middle of the night, found a dead crewmate, found an injured crewmate, walked around, looked around a little bit, saw some weird stuff, and now we're investigating what could possibly be the cause of that explosion in this bunker that we found in the woods that is out of place. And that's basically all I've got. We don't know where anyone else is, and I hope we don't die. So, we're gonna tell Dennis to keep up the pace. Keep up the pace, even though he's hurt. Oh my god, it's Saucy! Barking Ramsey's here! Welcome in! Happy to see you! We need to keep moving. I'd rather figure out what this place is sooner than rather than later. As we keep going, my mind seems to lock into the unknown fate of the rest of my crew. Frank is married, and I'd met his wife a few times. A nice woman with a huge laugh. My heart sags a bit when I realize I might never again get to hear him belting out a classic rock tunes during lunch break. Joe, well, I don't know too much about him. He's 22 years old and is considering community college. He's so young! His folks are deadbeats, so he has been providing for himself since the age of 16 or so. Out here in the woods, regardless of their backgrounds or ages, I'm responsible for them. And the frequent visits to local bars after a long day or away from families on this risky job, I'm responsible for them. Maybe we can still find them, and still get to hear Frank singing his deep baritone voice after a few too many drinks. I have to make Dennis stay behind me as I stick my foot out and search for the next step. I can't help feeling like a child as a very powerful fear seizes me. I'm expecting a monster to reach out of the darkness, slicing into my throat. After what feels like forever, we come to the bottom of the stairs. We're closer to that ringing noise now. A door sits securely on the wall and looks just out of place down here as I feel. A sliver of light seeps through, illuminating the area. Hold on. The door has what looks like a panel with lots of labels and lights. Small embossed print on the panel says Level 01 Entrance Gate, Transport Sector, and there's a button with no label. Do we push the unmarked button? I feel like we all need to push the unmarked button at some point, or we could inspect the panel a little bit further. Do we resist our, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? This isn't a horror game, it's an audiobook hosted by Queen Glowstone, thanks. Yeah, we're pushing the button. Hi, Akira, welcome in. Okay, we're pushing the unmarked button. I'm sure that's gonna end well for us. I give the button a push. One of the readings on the panel flickers to life. Outage. That's all it says, then it goes dark. The panel looks like a diagnostic or alert system of some kind, each label meant to communicate some status. Lockdown engaged, experiment in progress, shutdown engaged. Those all appear to be off, but one of the phrases has a slowly blinking red light next to it. The only powered light in this whole thing. Abnormal entity breach. What the hell? Oh my god, it is SCP! Why am I in jail? Thanks, Akira. Who said it was like SCP? Because you're right, I'm getting the vibes now. I slowly push the door open when Dennis suddenly steps in front of me, taking the lead. Let's go, he says. I want to find out what the hell this place is. As Dennis walks through, that ringing or beeping or whatever it is gets a little louder. The door closes behind us with a click. I can't help but notice the wobble in Dennis's step as he lets out a grunt. You sure you're healthy enough to keep going, I ask? It doesn't matter. I don't want to be in the woods right now. He seems scared. Something I've never seen before. Angry, yes. Upset, yes. But Dennis is never scared. What did he see? Or what's so dangerous? I want to know what he saw. Because either way, he's going to tell me what it was that was so dangerous, but I need a description. I need to know what I'm looking out for. Thanks for the bonk, Akira. Why am I being bonked and jailed? I didn't do nothing to you today. I haven't made any epic references yet. Wrong lever! Yep. Okay, so no survivors then, oh no. Oh, Saucy, thanks for paying your taxes. I'm gonna go with what did you see, right? Oh my god, Cheese Tupolev. Hey, oh, Cheese. Welcome in, I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for the mustache briefcase. Which mustache did you get? Dangerous? Oh, you wanna go with dangerous? That's true, I guess. Yeah, get straight to the threat. You know what I mean? Well, today, welcome in, Cheese. Today I'm doing a visual horror novel because it's Friday the 13th, and so we're doing a scary game. A scary horror novel. All right, Dennis. What did you see that's so dangerous? Can I choose? Can I choose what? Oh, which mustache? No, you can't choose which mustache. I have it set to randomly pick pink or black. That's why it's called mustache or mustache. You know what I mean? It's random. You're cursed. What do you mean? What'd I do, Mucosa? You should be sleeping. What's so dangerous, Dennis? I don't know, he says. I don't think there's anything there to hurt us, but that doesn't mean it's safe. There's just something wrong. It started with that flash of light. It's like it breathed life into the woods. And whatever life it breathed, I don't think it was anything good. I didn't say anything because it sounds crazy. I've been so preoccupied with my own fear that I nearly forgot about the ringing noise. It had become just background noise. Excuse me. We take a few more steps and now I can now see where we are. It makes no sense, yet another thing that simply seems out of place. The shapes and muted colors of metal are easy to identify, but it just doesn't belong here. End of chapter 1. This is 5 chapters, by the way. We just got through chapter 1. It only took like an hour. That's not bad. Oh yeah, I did. I cursed it. Aw, Mucosa, I'm so sorry. Oh no, you've probably just got some bad electrical wiring. It's okay, it's a new house. You just gotta get used to it. I recommend getting like a white noise machine or maybe a humidifier. I don't know what the humidity is like over in the UK, but maybe a little something, just like a background fan or something to give you a little fluff. Or turn on the TV and set the volume to low. I love having on the background. I love having those like 8-hour Minecraft long, like no commentary long play videos. So it's just the sound of peaceful Minecraft in the background. You should totally just put that up on your TV right now, or your computer or whatever. Oh, chess piece, that's a terrible idea. Muted metal that tends to be rolled homogeneous steel. I don't know anything about that. You seem knowledgeable in your building materials though, cheese. Hugs and head pats from Mucosa. Old school RuneScape YouTubers, that works too, that works too. All right, end of chapter 1. Yes. Respect the dead. You and 64% of players pulled Tony's body out from under the bulldozer. Secrets. You and 76% of players were upfront with Dennis about Tony's death. Trust. You and 55% of players told Dennis you believed his story. Curiosity. You and 75% of players went to investigate the ringing noise. Okay, good. Teamwork. You and 64% of players decided to bring Dennis with you. Begin chapter 2. No! Well, I hope you have good eeps, Kosa. I'll let you know if I die a horribly tragic death in this video game now that you've cursed me. Jeez. The best noise is 24 hours of silence randomly interrupted by falling metal pipe. That's funny. Chapter 2. Ooh. We're standing on the thin platform of what looks like a fancy subway. The rails look well used, but not old. There are small overhead lights that are very dim, as if they were running on emergency power. The dim overhead lights are a blessing, but the size of the place makes me feel vulnerable. Staring ahead, the tunnels seem to be endless. It's almost dizzying. But there's a small light further ahead, and then a space that breaks the monotony of the tunnel's curved surface. Another platform, maybe. That got extra loud in my ears. I need to turn that down. Hold on. Let's try that. That's better, I think, maybe. It's so loud. Why so loud in my ears? Okay, that's better. Okay, so why are we in the subway tunnel? Or Dennis, what do you think this is? Huh. Well, I mean, I feel like this is one of those decisions that doesn't matter too much. I would... Subway tunnel? Yeah, why are we in a subway tunnel? It's good to... It's... I don't know. I guess we're assuming a subway tunnel. But after seeing those signs earlier about experiments and whatnot, I feel like it's not a subway. Best question is, why are you there? This is true. Yeah, he's injured. He isn't gonna say, oh no! That's so mean, Dwarfy D. Okay, why are we in the subway tunnel? Dennis doesn't answer. The reality of what we are seeing is sinking in. Whatever this place is, it is buried way underground. That seems impossible to me, making anything that's on the other side of this tunnel dangerous as far as I'm concerned. But of course we are going to go on. Human curiosity is going to see to that. Also, the ringing noise is louder down here. It's much more solid now, and there's some other sound. Something like that's the faint hum of machinery. What's your take on this, boss? You think we're safe here? Dennis asks. Not at all. This is what I think to myself, but I don't want to let Dennis see that I'm rattled. While he seems to be limping along much better than when we first stumbled into this place, he's still in rough shape. I'm leading him here, and I should probably make him feel confident in that. I'm not sure this is creepy. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay. So do I want to be honest, or do I want to be the reassuring boss? I feel like at this point... Aw, well thank you, Izura Kamakura. Thank you for joining the Kingdom of Aloria. You're now a proud citizen of mine, and I promise to be a good queen for you. Welcome in. Hi. Will you fine? Lie to him? I guess. Yeah, he's already in a pretty rough shape, so any reassurance I can give him will probably make him last a little bit longer. I was thinking that, because there's no point in just shaking him up more. give accents or different tones of voices. I'm so bad at voices, chess piece. I tried to make Dennis's voice a little bit deeper than my own voice as I read for Roger, but I'll try. I'll try to be better. I don't know. Be honest, the weak run slower. The weak are scared telling the truth. You're right. It might not be a lie. I think I'll tell him that we'll be fine, because even if we're not fine, I'll probably be okay, and he can be my bait. You reassured Dennis. We're far too in to go back, I say, and besides, if we get caught for trespassing, I'm pretty sure we'd slide by. We're good. You're in pain, and we've got to find the rest of our crew. They could still be here somewhere. Dennis nods and looks reassured, albeit weak and miserable. From the looks of it, we can either go left or right. The left is slightly lit, the right not so much. This makes me uneasy because I get the sense that one wrong turn in a place like this would have us wandering for hours. Suddenly, I jerk my head to the right as I hear the unmistakable sound of someone walking. Did you hear something? I asked Dennis, my eyes restraining to see anything in the darkness. Not sure, he says. Maybe. It kind of sounded like footsteps. I wait a moment, but the sound doesn't come back. So those are our options. To the left are flickering lights and indicating that we'll at least be able to see. There's also a hum of machinery, a sign of life. To the right is just darkness, but we also heard footsteps in that direction. Left or right? Left or right? Darkness and footsteps, or slight light and machinery? You don't need to outrun the danger, you just need to outrun Dennis. This is true, this is true. Left? But the right seems so interesting. I would probably also go left. If I was trespassing, I wouldn't want to be caught. I've risen. Oh my god, Azzy, good morning, good evening, happy time zone. Welcome in. Happy Friday the 13th. To the machines, praise the deck. Right, possibly more traffic. You're right, I want to avoid traffic. Use the machine to make a weapon. Yes, Ash? Yes, Ash? Are you trying to say left with the L? Oh, okay, okay. With Glow's knee, Dennis might be faster. Oh shit, you right? My knee is fucked up. You went and got pizza? Okay. Well, I'll go left because I want to avoid the traffic on the right and I'll be able to see a little bit more. So we'll go left towards the light and machinery, and we'll ignore the creepy footsteps in the darkness to the right. What kind of pizza you got, Ash? I hope it's something yummy. You decided to go into the lights. Seems smart to stay in the light. Left it is. And we continue. That's true, Cheese, but I'm already here. As we head left, the lights ahead are like a beacon in the dark, luring us forward. Someone left the lights on for us, Dennis says, trying to be funny but creeping me out instead. I wonder if that's a good or a bad thing, I say. As we near the lights, I hear the hum of machinery grow louder, but it doesn't sound like any machine I've heard before. As the lights increases, I use it to take inventory of Dennis and his condition. While the bleeding seems to have stopped, the amount that is soaked into his pants and shirt is beyond alarming. How much further can you walk, I ask him. Can you keep going? Yes, Dennis says. Let's walk into the deep tunnel that has no business being here. Now, fully stepping into the light, I notice that the sound of machinery is coming from an area on the left side that is protected by a guardrail. Wisps of bright blue light dance on the walls as they leak out from whatever it is below. I also notice a posted sign that says, "Danger, severe radiation poisoning threat." Well, we don't have a radiation suit, so we probably shouldn't go in there. Little Caesar's cheese. We could pull these. That's a lot, though. If you want to help pull these, Ash, no pressure, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of different choices that could be, there's just so many different choices that the pulls might take up a lot of time. I don't know. I trust your judgment. I think it's just fun to read chat for a moment, just because there are so many different, you know, you read a little bit and then it gives you left or right option, and then you read a little bit more and then it's left or right. I don't know. I'm just here to have fun. MTA, look, you want to look? Radiation, a severe radiation poisoning threat. That's a terrible idea, Dorothy D. I've got one look though. Okay, let me say that again. I noticed the sound of machinery is coming from an area on the left side that is protected by a guardrail. Wisps of bright blue light dance on the walls as they leak out from whatever it is below. I also noticed a sign that says danger radiation. Oh, thanks for the blinky. Thanks. Ash, you don't gotta do that. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal. Were we looking? By comparison, wait, what? Radiation builds character? No, I don't think that's how that works. Okay, oh. I wish that I didn't lose the game audio when I clicked out of the game. Looks like Away is winning. Away is winning by 2. Sacrifice Dennis! Where's the glows acuity option? That's not an option. Clearly, it says I can't move myself out of the way here. Stay back and move or step closer and look. Ooh. 1/3 wants to get closer. We should be able to send Dennis, and I feel like that's a terrible thing to say. Okay, Away 1. Stay back and move on. No radiation for us today. Ash said, adjust glasses. Actually though. Dennis, I don't think we should get near whatever is down there, I say. Dennis studies the blue light a bit longer than nods. He's hurting enough as it is. I don't think we need to add radiation poisoning to his list of ailments. Or mine, for that matter. We step away and take off down the tunnel again. As I start walking, I notice another structure coming into view up ahead, and let us continue. I don't think that's how that works, Cheese. Shove Tony's corpse in there? No! That's terrible. Oh, we are in a subway now. Look at this. As we head further into the tunnel, we reach another platform. There's light coming from the platform, but like the overhead lights, they are dim red emergency lights. I start to wonder if the explosion at the logging site caused a power outage in this place, whatever this place is. The ringing noise that I originally thought was in my head is getting louder. I'm starting to think it's some sort of alarm. When we come to the large open area ahead in the tunnel, it further resembles a subway station. As much as I try to ignore the reality, it's undeniable. We have stumbled into some sort of high-tech transportation system that is buried beneath the forests of Kentucky. It makes absolutely no sense and creates an entirely new sort of fear as to what the hell we have walked into. I notice that Dennis seems confident, though. When we reach the large opening, we have to climb over the rails and up onto the platform. I have to help Dennis over the rails and then up the small utility ladder that is bolted into the opposite side of the travelway. My mouth stopped working. Hold on, I need water. When he reaches the large open area, when he reaches the large open area resembling a subway waiting area, he collapses on the floor and lets out a heaving breath. You know what? Dennis says, exasperated. This is ridiculous. I quit. I'm not going any further. On top of worrying about my crew and the madness of wherever we are, I'm not in the mood for Dennis to act like a baby. Get up, pull it together, Dennis, or it's okay, take it easy, you can do this. Are we nice or are we mean? I'm a nice person. I would cheer him on. I wouldn't yell at him more. His best friend just got murdered or died in front of him, and he's super messed up also. No, not mean. Yeah, there might be more monsters. Yeah, briefcase, exactly. I don't want to be mean. No, not my character. I don't want to build my character in a mean way. Remember the weak, run slow, be mean. Oh my god, you guys are so awful. Okay, listen, he's lost so much blood and his best friend. Okay, all right, fine, Dennis, pull it together. I'm ashamed that I'm getting irritated with him. I'm ashamed in all of you. Oh, you think I'm just relaxing here? He asks sarcastically. Sorry if I'm slowing your progress. Great plan you got here, by the way. His response makes my blood boil. I don't need this shit from him right now, that's for sure. Yank him by his collar. That's hot. That's kind of hot. Just saying. Um, okay, yank him up by his collar or help him up slowly. So do we want to keep being a dick though entering her evil? No, I am not making these decisions. I am simply following the wills of my citizens. If it were up to me, I would have said it's okay, take it easy, you got this. However, chat be full of people who want to throw hands today, so ask him who his daddy is. Oh no! He has nothing left to lose. I feel. Goddamn. Damn. Okay. Could have been the radioactive Spider-Man, but all right, fine. I guess we hate Dennis now. I'm gonna yank him up by his collar, slam him against the wall, Capadon style. I grab him by his collar and pull him up, not caring to be gentle. If you think I'm enjoying this little trek, you're as crazy as you look, I yell at him. Get your hands off me, he says, and despite the pain and the haze in his eyes, I clearly see the anger flaring up. I almost let go, hoping that he'll drop back to the floor, but of course I don't. I give him a tiny shove against the wall, Capadon style, and instantly feeling bad for doing it when he winces in pain. Yeah, we're dicks! You're all terrible, mean people! But damn it, I have to do something to show him that I'm the one in control here. Damn, that's such a man thing to say. The hell of it is that he looks at me with something like surprise and respect when he recovers. That is also such a man thing to say. Right in front of us, there's an entrance to a long hallway, exiting up the platform area. Oh, wait. I reach down, help him to his feet, and then we get ourselves up onto the platform. Right in front of us, there's an entrance to a long hallway, exiting the platform area. It's at this point that I realize those red emergency lights might be on for someone else who was actually supposed to be here. Yell out or stay quiet. I think we've been stealthy this whole time. We should continue to be stealthy. Now kiss him! Kisses for Dennis. It's a love-hate relationship. It's very toxic. Slap him around a little bit, give him a kiss. Survival of the fittest, and Dennis lost his privileges, his leg privileges. Oh no. Stop it, no! Yeah, let's stay quiet. Let's stay quiet. Okay. Why is this world not an option? Listen, I mean, I feel like his world has already been rocked with the explosion that happened. Have him lick the third rail? Ew, gross. No, we're gonna stay quiet is what we're gonna do. I'm still not sure if I want to alert anyone to the fact that there are strangers in this secret place. And the thought of hearing a scream, even my own scream, in this empty place is too much to bear. The emergency lights continue to flicker overhead, casting a sick sort of pinkish light on everything. My mind is racing with what sort of place this might be. It's obvious that it's meant to be a secret. And if it is supposed to be a secret, and there was a power outage recently, maybe most everyone has been evacuated. This thought does nothing to make me feel any better as we walk towards the platform exit. We step inside, and it seems just as empty as every other place we've come through, weakly illuminated by more overhead emergency lights. We're standing inside a hallway that looks surreal for a moment, and we continue. Why Dennis looking kind of cute now that he's in... Listen, I didn't know you were turned on by buckets of blood, Ash. Twirl's hard hat. Twirl's hard hat. That's great. This is how you become a subway ghost. Yeah. Okay. Ah, thank you, Cheese. You got the science up in here. I'm turned on by pathetic men. Oh no. The hallway reminds me of a hospital wing, but there's something not quite right about it. It's the first clean and tidy area I've seen since coming into the woods. It looks like it was recently in use, despite the dim emergency lights overhead. There are chairs against the wall, and the floor looks well cleaned, as do the walls. The ringing noise is definitely coming from here, and a small flashing red light along the ceiling seems to flash along with it. That ringing noise is an alarm, I say, if only to confirm my own thought. But for what? Dennis asks. And then he asks the question that has been on my mind since I found the little building in the woods. What the hell is this place? We exchange a look that speaks volumes. We reach the end of the hallway and hear a sound like a large metallic grinding. This is followed by a clicking noise and then the unmistakable noise of a generator kicking on. Oh, so we're definitely not alone anymore. I mean, I know we heard those footsteps before, but now there's more life. It could be the same person or it could be someone else. Who knows? Sometimes we wade through blood to get to the goal. That is so deep and so true. There. So true. Particle accelerator! Why? And I hear I have a wife. Oh no. Let us continue. Without warning, the facility jolts to life. The red glow of the emergency lights is suddenly replaced by bright white fluorescent ones. And that mechanical hum is oddly comforting. Somehow, the power being back on urges us on. It's then that I notice that the ringing noise has stopped. So it had to be an alarm, but for what? Just the power failure? We head down the hallway, the electric hum of the lights sounded, We head down the hallway, the electric hum of the lights sounding eerie overhead. Other than that, the place is dead quiet. The hall is about 100 feet long, with 2 main doors. The doors open onto a large room that looks like a conference room with a whiteboard and papers strewn about. Across the hallway, another door looks like a laboratory of some sort. Dennis slumps against the wall in defeat and lets out a scary-sounding chuckle. Something funny? I ask as a dark and brooding panic starts to grip me. Dennis just keeps chuckling as he slides down to the floor. "I'm just gonna sit here a while you look around," he says. There's a look in his eyes that reminds me far too much of a dead animal on the side of the road. Ooh, I wonder if he's giving up. Well, he's gonna give us a moment to look around, which is what I wanted to do before, so we can either look at the conference room or the lab. I, for one, have no idea how to read laboratory equipment, but if there are papers in the conference room, I can read that and maybe we'll be able to get a little bit more information out of whatever the heck is going on here. Kill him, hit him with the chair, he's a monster. I don't know, he hasn't done anything bad just yet. We had a little makeout sesh earlier. I feel like that makes him trustworthy. Lab, says Dwarfy D. Okay. And Wreck-It Ron, like a torch. I mean, maybe if we want to cauterize the wounds. Oh, but snacks though. You're right, Ivy. Listen, the lab might have some useful stuff, but the conference room might have snacks. What if there's a vending machine in there? I could really go for like a Snickers right now, you know what I mean? We need to know how to turn the particle accelerator so we can hit Dennis with it. Okay, everyone wants to go to the lab. Imagine being literate and being able to read couldn't be me. I mean, you're doing it right now, Ash. What do you mean? Did I read something wrong? Are you making fun of me? I'll be sad if you are. Oh, chess piece making a good point though. If we go into a sanitized lab, it'll be more obvious that we were there because I'll get my germs everywhere. No one wants my cooties. Chemicals though. I did get more votes. Wait, no. D for lab, Ron for lab, Ivy for conference room, chess for conference room. Oh, and cheese for lab. Okay, we got more lab than conference rooms. We're going this way. To the lab. Walking inside, I see small vials and glass containers held in a clear glass case. Everything is either glass or silver, and I instantly feel like I'm dirtying the place up. I notice several test tubes in glass cases, as well as some sort of tube system that seems to have a clear fluid trapped inside of it. In the back corner, I find a laptop in screensaver mode. Oh my god, let's look at the laptop. We could look at the test tubes. There could be interesting weird things in there, but I feel like words would really explain this a lot more. Papers, computers, something that has information that I can read. You know what I mean? For science, yes. Thanks, Ash, maybe. No tasty WD-40. I am team vote laptop. I want to read about what they're doing in here. I don't want to look for myself, because if I look, that doesn't mean I'm going to understand. But if I read, I might be able to understand. Know what I mean? Chemicals? Testes? Okay, no, wait, no, don't make me say that word out loud, god damn it. All right, we're gonna look at the test tubes. can't help but check out the test tubes. They're all filled with varying green and light blue fluids. One of them looks to have some sort of glowing dirt resting in the bottom of it. Another holds what looks like a grasshopper submerged in liquid, only it's the strangest grasshopper I've ever seen. At first it looks like it's expanding and contracting like a blowfish, then it contracts so much that it vanishes completely. As I look closer, it springs back into existence in a completely different test tube, and I'm embarrassed when I actually jump back. I see a laptop sitting on one of the workstations and wonder if it's worth checking out. Yes! Yes! Check out the laptop! Please! Let's check out the laptop! Ash! God damn it! Thanks for the clip! I want to look at the laptop. Scroll, you guys. I hit the enter key and a plain gray background pops up. There are several icons and folders to choose from. I click a folder labeled Test 1.5 Ethos. A few documents are filled with formulas and names I mostly don't understand, but there are some things that were easy to understand, things that make my blood go cold. Subject number 6, cause of death, emolism or aneurysm or both? Ideas for new delivery mode, spherical liquid, induced comatose state first, terracore, equals possible plutonium supplier. Oh, I take another look around the lab, trying to piece together what might have been taking place here. I smell some sort of chemical in the air, and it makes me think that someone has used this lab recently. Outside in the hallway, I hear Dennis grunting. I head out of the room to see him still seated on the floor, but I don't get very far because as I exit, a man comes rushing around the corner with an automatic rifle in his hand. Oh shit! Maybe I should have left the lab. I probably would have gotten to Dennis sooner and helped him get out of the way of the guy with the rifle. Heck, oh no! They are testing dematerialization of objects, or teleportation, I think, maybe? Teleporting grasshoppers, yeah! Our crops are in true danger now. Oh my god, it's chemical warfare. Genetically modified grasshoppers to take the crops of the enemy countries so that you can wipe out their civilizations more. I don't know. I'm a queen, I know how to do war, okay? I don't play TF2. Titanfall? Is that what that is? I don't know. That's why the hole was in the ground. The beam probably got sent into the wrong direction. Oh no! Is that a TF2 reference? I don't know that game. Anyway, I hope we're not about to lose Dennis to this man with the automatic rifle. Team Fortress 2. Thank you! I don't know my video games, Boogie! It's hard to look beyond his rifle, but the man carrying it is young, with messy dark hair. His skin is so pale that I wonder if maybe he lives down here. He has the look of a guy who's been cooped up for a little too long. He doesn't seem like the kind of person I'd trust with a gun in a stressful situation. As he sees us in the doorway, he screams and brings the gun up. It's aimed directly at my head. Hands in the air or try to attack? I say put hands up in the air, because I think he just went around the corner and I'm like halfway down the hallway. There's no way I'm gonna get to him before he starts firing that gun, and I don't want to die, because if we die, we're starting over and that would suck a lot. It was nice to know you, Dennis, anyway. Attack? That's it. I feel like that's not a very smart thing, Dwarfy D. I don't know my video games. Oh my god, Awesome Legend! Hello! What, glowstone? That's because the boogeyman is coming? What do you mean? You confused me? Sorry. Catch these hands! Okay, so we're fighting. Ah. Thank you for educating everyone on video game terminology, everybody. Good thing I'm not that smart. Oh no, Dwarfy D. I think Dennis is hungry for lead. Shame you can back into the lab. Oh no. Okay, fine. If I try to attack this man and he shoots me dead and I have to start all the way over, I'm gonna be very sad. Right away, I go for the man. It isn't a fully committed action though, so my movements are slow. Our would-be captor clearly isn't expecting this. He jumps, surprised, causing me to nearly fall into the floor. In that same instant, the armed man pulls the trigger as an afterthought. There is only a dry click. The safety is on. This tells me right away that this is not the man who is accustomed to using a gun. I feel a little better about the situation. But when he thumbs the safety off, that relief is gone. In fact, he now seems even more dangerous. He looks from Dennis to me and then angles the gun closer to my head. Who are you, and how did you get here? The man asks harshly. Before we can answer, he continues speaking. I don't recognize you. If you're here, you would have had to sneak by the security mics in the entrance hall. What? I ask, unable to think of anything else to say. Who are you? The man asks. Did you do this? The man eyes us both, and I see something in his eyes that unsettles me. He is scared, but there's something else. My name is Nobody. Nobody. Epic reference, anybody? Loggers or nobody? I want to say, I don't want to give away my position. I want to say, oh, you want to go for loggers? Okay. I was thinking we're nobody, don't shoot us, because now I'm thinking of Odysseus. I don't know. Personally, I'm leaning towards nobody. The less information you can give out about yourself in a stressful, unknown situation like this, the better. We're not Odysseus, says you. I very well could be. You don't know. Sing him the Lumberjack song from Monty Python. No. Okay, Briefcase, I'll take that. You're voting, we're just loggers. And then Ron, I think we're getting more loggers than nobodies. I think I'm gonna go with nobodies. I mean loggers. We're loggers. Don't worry about it. His eyes look distant for a minute, and then he says, bullshit. But for some reason, I am pretty sure he knows I'm telling the truth. Someone knocked the power out, the man says. It's back on now, but if it was out for long enough, well, we're in a heap of trouble. Wait, was it you? Who sent you? Look, we don't know what you're talking about, Dennis says. Something happened out in the woods. Are you alone? Are there others with you? The armed man asks, thrusting the gun in my face. How the hell did we get in this situation, I think to myself. If only I had left that damn ringing noise alone, we wouldn't be here. True, we would have just gone to roll credits. I'm not really sure if we want to give this guy information yet. That's what I'm saying! If we don't know anything about him, then again, he might have answers. Oh, do we want to let him know that I had a crew that is missing? They very well could be down here, or they could have gotten lost up on the surface and out of there. Who knows? It worked for Odie, go nobody. Ah, too late. Gets up against the axis. Okay, I think I'm gonna tell him that we came down here looking for the crew and investigating that ringing noise. Blech. I feel like honesty is a good policy, even though I'm not ready to give myself away just yet. But then again, he is like young and naive and scared and stuff, so obviously he's fine, I think. Just a man, don't worry about it. Yeah, he's just a man. We're just looking for our crew, don't worry about it. I am. We have other crew members that we can't find, I say. Your crew? He asks, seeming confused. If this man thinks that we're nuts, there's no telling what he might do. The fact that he looks a little crazy himself makes the situation even hairier. But how'd you get in here? The man asks. I point down the hall towards the subway. We came in that way. The doors weren't locked. His expression calms a bit, but I'm still very aware of the gun that is leveled less than a foot away from my face. Please put the gun down. Do I take his gun for myself, or do I ask him nicely to put the gun down? I feel like this could go either way. Oh, vloggers, yeah. Ruthlessness is mercy. Take the gun. I would ask him to put the gun down, because what if we run into more people who actually like are supposed to be here and they have more guns? You know, eventually I'm gonna get overpowered. I would rather try to be on his side than try to take his gun. Yeah, I'll just ask him to put it down. No, Briefcase, I feel like that's not smart. What if... Then again, you're no John Wick. That's true, and my knee hurts. We can't forget about my injured knee. Okay. Pretty please put the gun down. the teleporting grasshoppers. Yeah, I think I'm like a 41-year-old logger man is what I am, with an injured knee. Yes, Legend, go play some Fortnite. Please put the gun down. The only way I'm putting this rifle down is after I've blown your brains out, the man says. What a dick! With that, he uses the muzzle of the gun to flip my hard hat onto the floor. It's a childish move, a playground tactic at best, but it's sufficient to show me that he knows he's in control now. Well, fuck! I'm mad now. I should have taken his gun and punched him in the face. He then levels the rifle at Dennis, and I can only assume it's because his wounds make him appear to be the weaker of us. The man takes a shaky step forward. Dennis looks back and forth between the barrel of the gun and me, his eyes pleading for help. Step between Dennis and the gun, or stay back. I would step between Dennis and the gun, but everyone else seems to hate Dennis so much, so I might as well just fucking stay back, I guess. Should have shot him. I didn't have a gun to shoot with. So we wanna just let him shoot Dennis? Poor Dennis. Yeah, I'm team help. I've got two people that want Dennis to die, and then you and me, Dwarfy D, you and me that say we should help him out. Anyone else got anything to say about it? I guess we can help him. Oh. Okay, so that's two. Two for helping Dennis, one for not helping Dennis. Save him. All right, we're gonna save Dennis. That's 3. Before I'm fully aware of what I'm doing, I step out in front of Dennis. The barrel of the rifle is nearly touching my chest now. Both Dennis and the man seem a little confused at my action, and I do my best to swallow down my fear. I don't know what's going on here, I say, but we are here by mistake. Well, you have no business here, the man says. But now that the power is on, I think you might be too late anyway. For what? I ask. But he doesn't answer. He doesn't answer me. Instead, he steps forward and actually pushes me backwards with the end of his rifle. The man then repeats a question he asked before, one that makes no sense and, honestly, makes me think he might be a little crazy. Who sent you? He asks. You assholes from the Pentagon? Oh shit. I'm not quite sure how to take this question. Is this guy joking? Yeah, I'm the president. Or no, what the hell are you talking about? Do I want to be sarcastic in a situation like this? I feel like sarcasm is not a good thing to do right now, right here. I think I should just tell him that he's stupid. Left? I agree. Dennis may live yet. He does live. You're rooting for the guard. No, Cheese. You just really... I don't think you're rooting for the guard, Cheese. I think you're just rooting against Dennis. That's what's happening. Okay. Yeah, no. What the hell are you talking about? No, I say. We're just loggers. Something blew up and my friend got hurt. We're looking for the rest of our crew. Likely story, says the man, but I see a flicker of recognition in his face that makes me think he might believe us. Still, his grip on the gun is as tight as ever. The look on his face makes me think he'll shoot at any moment. You both just stand still, he says. Sooner or later, someone will come along and I'll turn us over. He again thrusts the gun forward as if it has an invisible bayonet on it. There's no need for that, I tell him. I have no guarantee that he won't pull the trigger. Look, Dennis says. We don't want any trouble. We're just as confused as you are. Then, in a movement so fast that I just about miss it, Dennis lunges forward. I have no idea how he's moving so fast. Just 30 seconds ago, I was worried about how close to death he looked. But now he's moving lightning fast, his left arm coming down on the barrel of the gun like a club. In the commotion, the man does pull the trigger. The booming noise is deafening, and there is a moment where I think I've been hit. It takes the clanging noise of the sound tearing into the floor at my feet to help me realize that I have not been shot. I look to the floor and see where the shot missed my right leg by less than 3 inches. I'm paralyzed in shock for a moment as Dennis and the man fight over the possession of the rifle. There's a fire extinguisher on the wall I could use as a bludgeon, but I might not have enough time to grab it before Dennis is overpowered. Do I punch him? Do I rush in and punch him, or do I grab the fire extinguisher and come back? I think we should just go punch him. Ash, you tell Dennis isn't a good boy. He's a broody wrestler, man. He's not gonna listen to you. Just be a good little boy, it'll be fine. Oh no. Yeah, do we like Dennis now? Do we like or do we not like Dennis? Oh no, come back. Sound, thank you. Okay, fire extinguisher. I probably don't have enough strength in my arms to throw a punch that can knock a young man in his 20s on the ground. it might be a good idea to get the fire extinguisher and come back, because then, best of both worlds, I'll have something to defend myself with, and it gives Dennis a chance to die, which half the chat seems to want. Did we establish that he had a bulletproof vest and a helmet and face protection? I don't remember. I remember he said he had hair, like dark, messy hair, but I don't remember how protected he said he was. We'll get the fire extinguisher. Let's go do that. I take the chance, dashing for the extinguisher, but my absence gives the man enough time to pop Dennis on the side of the head with the rifle. As I hear Dennis wail with pain, I rip the extinguisher from the wall and instantly lift it over my head. The man realizes what I'm doing as I come barreling across the room, but he's too late. I bring the extinguisher down quick. He doesn't have time to adjust the rifle for a clear shot. All he can do is partially block the blow, which he does poorly. I hit him between the neck and shoulder along his right side. He hollers out and falls awkwardly to the ground. That's a rough spot between the neck and the shoulder. Ouch. There's a dazed look on his face, and I wonder if I maybe knocked him out for a moment. He still holds the gun, but his hands are limp. I feel the extinguisher heavy in my grip. I could hit him again to make sure he won't be a threat. Oh. See. I feel... if... It's kind of vague, because I am team knock the man out. But I don't want to kill him. I don't want to kill him, Boogie. I'm team knock him out, but like I don't want to kill him. No. Okay. Get extinguished, idiot. Nice briefcase. Man has no training with his gun. You're right. Yeah, I wonder what kind of guard for some sort of secret, either government or like rich person facility, whatever they're doing down here. You'd think they'd hire better, more tougher, experienced guards. Kill his ass. Okay, I'm gonna keep hitting him, even though I don't wanna. That's mean. You kept hitting the man after he was down. I'm not a violent person by nature, so drawing the extinguisher back a second time feels almost sickening. This only increases when I strike him along the side of his face. Roger, Dennis yells. What are you doing? He's defenseless now. I pull back at the last moment, taking some of the force out of it, but there's still a degree of damage done. The right side of his face is split open, the skin peeling back and letting out a steady flow of blood. Dennis grabs the rifle and instantly hands it over to me. I take it with a shaking hands. He's still wincing from where Marcus knocked him out while I headed for the fire extinguisher. Did we get his name? How did we know his name is Marcus? Did we ever learn that his name was Marcus? Or maybe that's just something that happens in the infinite choices that you can make. I probably would have learned his name somewhere else and it just forgot to merge it back together. Who knows? I can't believe you stepped between me and that gun, Dennis says. He could have killed you. I was pretty sure he wouldn't, I say, although I had known no such thing. Still, thanks, man. That was some heroic stuff. You would have done the same, right? Dennis says nothing. His eyes look to the floor. Damn! I don't think you needed to keep hitting him like that, Dennis says, some trembling in his voice. I agree, but you know, I have a few devils on my shoulder that want me to do some bad things. I don't say anything. He's probably right, but it was too much of a risk. What do we do now, boss? Dennis asks. We've come this far, and I want answers. I sense that Dennis does too. I walk over and pick up my hard hat off the floor. After placing it on my head, I turn towards the man. We get answers from this guy. No answers. The man manages to whisper, his eyes fluttering. Blood is all over his head and neck from where I let loose on him. Damn. Okay, let's move, I say, pointing the gun further down the hallway. We've come this far, and I'm not going to let this guy stop us. We walk down the hallway until we come to the end. A single elevator waits for us, its steel sliding doors larger than a normal elevator. Continue. If you keep hitting, you get a gun. That's true. I got the gun. I did. It's pathetic but brave. Drink the blood. Goddamn, briefcase. Y'all are bloodthirsty today. Jesus. Don't kill him here, Evan. Yeah. I mean, I took his gun. I could knock him out and not kill him. Run. Okay, we continue. I'm liking this. This is fun. Before I get into the elevator with this guy, I think it's wise to learn a bit more about him. I can tell it's making him uncomfortable for me to have the gun. What's your name? I ask. Marcus. See, now we know his name's Marcus. And you work here? It's clear he doesn't want to answer, but he gives a little nod. We're looking for the rest of our crew. Any idea where they might be? I ask. No, he says curtly, not bothering to elaborate. There's gotta be some useful info we can get out of this guy. I just need to know how to dig for it. I need a first aid kit for my friend here, I say. Where might I find one? Down on the second floor, he says, but we can't go down there. Ooh, what's down there? What's on level 2? Or we're going down there, okay? I would like to be informed and know what's down there before I go down there. You think we should have shot him? I mean, yeah, he most guard types are sort of bullies, I guess, especially when they're freaking out on their own. You know, you don't want that kind of guy to have a gun. Well, I wouldn't just leave, Dennis. I think I'm gonna ask what's on level 2. Because we're probably gonna go down there anyway, but if I ask what's down there, I might be a bit more prepared. Yeah, that's exactly, Briefcase. Dennis needs to survive so that we can go have a little relaxation after this. We're gonna need a spa day, you know? What's on level 2? He looks at me like I'm an idiot. You must be aware you're inside of a classified government facility, he says. I could have guessed. It makes sense, but I want to doubt it. Well, I'm sure our government would want you to help save my friend, so take me the first aid kit. I can't, he says. You don't have clearance. Hell, I barely have clearance. Then seemingly to himself, he mutters, I make this place run. Damn. And not even a thank you, just a bunch of restricted access rooms that I'm only allowed to go in with a friggin' chaperone. I think he's upset about his job. I interrupt his monologue. We're going to that first aid kit. I could lose my job, he says, squinting through the blood where I'd bashed him over and over. Over and over! I wonder for a moment what sort of trouble I could get in for hitting a government employee, especially as hard as I did. Then again, he had come at us with a rifle. It makes me think that things have gone terribly wrong in this place. And the explosion in the woods, or whatever the hell had happened, might be linked to it all. Probably, most likely. I need to convince him to take us to the second floor, but I'm not sure if it would be more productive or, but I'm not sure if it would be more productive to threaten him or ask for sympathy. I can't read. I need my water. Hold on. Of course, I am team ask for help. However, something tells me that the rest of you want me to threaten him. Dennis needs to survive so we can top while we're taking a long needed break after this. I don't know, I feel like Dennis is gonna be the bottom for a while. He's kind of beat up a little bit. If it's restricted to him, it's probably not that important. This is true. He's probably not that important. He seems to just be like some kid guard. I'm team sympathy. Violence is never the answer, but it's always an option. This is true. Threaten to kiss him so Dennis gets jealous. Oh no. Oh no. Threaten to throw him down the elevator shaft. Okay, we're gonna threaten him. He still defied you when as he was bleeding. He won't talk. You right. Ah, see. Well, Ash, I appreciate that, but as much as I appreciate that, the 3 people before you also said to threaten him. So I collectively, chat's bloodthirsty today. I think we're gonna threaten him because that's what the people want. Dennis seems more like a bottom. I agree. Yeah, the whole wrestling like dude bro persona, it's all just a big front because he can't accept the fact that deep within his soul he knows he's a bottom. Point the gun and ask nicely. That's good. That's a good one. No. Oh my god, Briefcase. Aw, well that's very sweet of you, Elijah. Thank you. Welcome to the Kingdom of Eloria. You're now proud citizen of mine. Okay, fine. I want to ask for help. However, everyone wants me to threaten the man. Besides, he was a bit of a dick to me, so I'll continue being a dick to him, I guess, because that's, you know, an eye for an eye makes the world go blind or whatever. Thanks for the boop pudding. I place the rifle to his head. While I know I don't have it in me to pull the trigger, I have no problem holding it there. Your job or your life, I say harshly, hoping those extra hits earlier will make him think I'm serious. He looks at me sternly, weighing his options. This is a felony, he says, but I can tell he's not going to fight me anymore. Good. Now take us to the second level. This is kind of hot. With an untrusting stare, Marcus walks to the elevator door, approaching a small keypad by the doors. He punches in a numerical code on the keypad and we can hear a slight mechanical hum behind the steel doors. After a few seconds of angry glances and frightened sneers from Marcus, the elevator arrives. The steel doors slide open with a whisper revealing the interior. Let us continue. What? What do you mean? What do you mean, Glow? What? What do you mean? Learning things. What? Nah. The password was 11101. Nice. It's exceptionally well lit and looks to be made of stainless steel. I half expected the thing to take off at the speed of light. There's another small keypad on the front right panel by the door with the options for 3 sub-level floors. Looks like this elevator doesn't go to the surface. So after we get a first aid kit for Dennis, how do we get out of here, I ask. We can't leave, Marcus says. Once the power came back on, the whole place was put on lockdown. What? I shout. Can't you override it? No, it's to prevent anything from getting out. I can't. Marcus looks as deflated as Dennis. We can't get out. We're stuck here. Not ever, never? Never, ever, not ever? We can't get out? Dennis leans into the corner and almost falls into the floor. The struggle for the rifle took a lot out of him. I can see that as much as in his face. Slowly, we start to move down. The hum and grind of the cart's motors fill the space. So, what can you do? Or, so are we stuck here forever? That's the question I asked. Are we stuck here forever, ever? Incoming! We didn't put the power back on, briefcase. Marcus did. Dennis and I had just walked into this hallway that looked like that hospital with the laboratory and everything, and we heard footsteps and the sound of a generator clicking on, and then we met Marcus. So it was him. The power is back on, yeah, and the ringing has stopped. That is by far my favorite Meet the Team videos. Nice. So are we stuck in here forever? That seems to be our only option. Well, except for the way that we came. Marcus scowls at me. I think it's a fair question. It doesn't seem unreasonable to assume he won't be able to get us out. We'll find somebody with the access codes, and they'll be begging me to figure out how to lift the lockdown. These people think they're so brilliant, but some of them can barely turn their computers without help. Turn their computers on without help. The top coder in my class at MIT, and I'm stuck living underground, helping idiots who don't even trust me with the keys. Goddamn! This guy is such a downer. Thanks for the booba pudding again. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Well, thank you, I guess. I welcome your twin. How big is this place, or what's going on here? I want to know what's going on here, because clearly there's some secret government lab secrets going on down in this, underneath the woods of Kentucky, and I need to know what this is. If this is how IT support feels, oh no. Marcus shakes his head. You may as well shoot me. I can't tell you. Why not? It's beyond classified, and the things I don't know even cover the start of it. The things I know don't even cover the start of it. What does that mean? I ask, starting to get irritated. It means that even if I wanted to tell you what sort of work is done here, I don't know enough about it. How big is this place, or what's your job? Interrogation. Elevator interrogation time. Clearly his job is lowly security guard, so how big is this place? Top secret bourbon facility? I doubt it. It's a government facility of the highest secrecy, Marcus says. A research facility. It goes 4 stories underground, and quite frankly, it scares the piss out of me that you two got in here so easily. Well, someone done left a building out in the middle of the woods. They didn't even bother to board up the door. Why is that? I ask. This is a Black Ops graveyard, he replies. Even the CIA doesn't know this place exists. God damn. What knocked the lights out? Seems like some sort of power outage, Marcus says. That's all I know. There was an outage and then... Then what? Dennis asks weakly. Then things got weird. Things got bad. Bad how? I ask. The whole place seems to shake when the lights went off. The whole place seemed to shake when the lights went off. I was checking the monitors when it happened and everything went dead. It took no more than a minute or so before I started hearing the screams. People were being killed by something. I tried getting the security cameras going again, but they only lasted for a little bit on my backup systems. But what I saw... What? I asked, feeling a sharp fear worm its way into my guts. Well, what I saw on the screens for that little bit of time made no sense. It made me get the gun from the emergency vault. I think whatever it is, it's still down here. Hold on, I say. There's an emergency vault with a rifle in the same room as the security cameras in this place? Marcus gives me a grin that looks nearly insane. There are guns locked away in every room in this place, just in case, you know? Just in case of what? As he opens his mouth to answer, the elevator comes to a stop and the doors slide open. Marcus is out right away without a word. He makes his exit and then heads directly for a glassed-in room that's filled with computer monitors and high-end equipment. Dennis and I file out behind him, trying to keep up. As we do, one very alarming question runs through my head. What the hell kind of government facility keeps loaded guns and emergency vaults in every single room? End of chapter 2. All right, we're 2/5 of the way through here. I'm enjoying this. This is a nice story. I really hope I don't die. Thanks, Elijah. They're experimenting teleporting bread. No, they're experimenting teleporting grasshoppers, remember? The Resident Evil Rev, nice. The bread with tumors, oh no. Oh yeah, he got the gun from the emergency safe. So it still sounds like he's a security guard because he said he was watching the monitors, Freddy Fazbear style. But maybe he's not trained with an automatic rifle. We haven't died and we still have the boy toy. Good job, everyone. Yeah, up top. End of chapter 2. Hell yeah. Where to next? Curiosity. You and 39% of players obeyed the warning sign and stayed away from the glow. Selflessness. You and 64% of players stepped in front of Dennis to protect him from Marcus. Mercy. You and 35% of players kept hitting Marcus after he surrendered. I'm not proud of that decision. I blame all of you for that. Yeah. And he did mention he studied IT. You're right. Maybe he is just the IT. Maybe he's not security. I don't know. I should have asked him about his job, but I feel like the other information we got is a bit more useful. Begin chapter 3. Ooh. Just knocking the snark out of him. Exactly! We follow Marcus into what I can only describe as a control room of sorts. There are countless computer screens, some of which are obviously coming back from having been shut off. Everything looks extremely complicated, from screens filled with code and data to what is obviously a security system. It reminds me of a miniaturized version of the Operations Center in just about every space travel movie I've ever seen. Marcus is running from one screen to another, apparently looking for some pertinent bit of information. Where's the first aid kit? I snap at him. Marcus stops in his tracks as if he had forgotten the whole reason for bringing us down here. Oh yeah, he says, rushing to the left side of the room. There, he hunkers down by an open panel in the wall, what I assume is the emergency vault from where we got the rifle. Look at the computer monitors or peer into the open vault. I'm team look at the computer monitors, because I already have a gun, and any bit of information I can glean from looking at screens and papers is good to me. Where are the guards? Who knows? I mean, this guy says they all died. Vault? But computer monitors. There could be useful information. Okay, we're gonna peer into the open vault. I peer over Marcus's shoulder into the vault he's opened. It's much larger than it looks from the outside. It's partially filled with file folders marked classified, a few rounds of ammo for the rifle, a peculiar plastic kit filled with syringes, and a locked black box. As Marcus digs around, one of the folders slips open. For a split second, it's open. I see a scanned document and a color photo. The photo shows a male corpse with its guts on the outside of its body, as if it has been turned inside out. There's also a massive swelling on his head, almost like his skull is about to explode. Marcus slaps the folder closed, and then I turn attention to one of the syringes. It's filled with a violet-colored fluid that, while rather pretty in color, looks deadly. Marcus finally pulls out the first aid kit and turns around. When I look back to motion Dennis over, he's paler than ever. Come on, I tell him, but he's not moving from the place on the floor where he sits against the wall. I slide the first aid kit over to him and go scrambling to his side. But why would you slide it across the floor when you're just gonna go there anyway? Now it's all dirty. I struggle to lift his shirt up and then over his shoulders as the dried blood holds it in place. The mere act causes him to grimace. This might hurt a little, I tell Dennis. He only nods. He doesn't seem to care. Yeah? Oh. Ooh. Are we gonna rip the shirt off quickly or pull it off gently? I feel... no, Dennis isn't dead. He's not dead yet. Grape juice. Oh no. Yeah, we did. You're right, Ash. You're right. It's a good thing we went for the vault. I am team pull the shirt off gently. Because... But what if it's stuck to his body with dried dead blood? What if I rip his wounds open more or something? God damn it, cheese. The thing is, if his skin is like just barely attached to his body and I rip the shirt off, I could just rip all of the skin off of his body and then make it so much worse. Ooh, hold on, my neck hurts. A little stretch. Slowly would induce pain over a longer time. We can see his actually muscle at least. Okay. Fuck. God damn it. You know, Ash has a good point. You decide to pull off Dennis's shirt gently. I lift the shirt off gently and it makes a sucking sound. There's so much blood that the moisture tries to keep the shirt pulled to him. Dennis lets out a little moan. Oh my god, the sucking, the moaning, I can't. But seems to relax in spite of his injuries. With the shirt fully removed, the extent of his injuries becomes more clear. His wound is more visible now, although it's partially hidden by the blood that has started to clot around it. My medical knowledge is slim, basically just a bunch of basics I learned in Boy Scouts. I look over to Marcus, hopefully, and ask, you have any training? 0, he says, sorry. It's just as well, I guess. He's far too concerned with what's happening on the monitors to be much of help anyway. I start by taking out the several rolls of gauze within the kit and wipe as much blood as I can away from the wound on his side. It's even worse than I had figured from the start. The gash is deep and dark. I'm pretty sure it's infected too. Already? Damn. I guess it has been like half a day, probably, maybe. He's going to need stitches, that's for sure, but I have no idea how to even start that. I mean, it's not that hard. I've never done it before, but I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. When I splash rubbing alcohol over the wound, he responds with a hoarse yelp of surprise, but nothing more, yeah. His eyes are locked on me and he looks appreciative, but he's also scared. Ah, be honest, Dennis says hopefully. How bad does it look? You think I'll live? I think it'll be fine. Is this Muscle Marcus or is this Muscle Marcus? What? Oh, I hope not. I hope not, Cheese. I think he's too busy looking at the monitors and also knows that he's no match for two, logger men like us, even with one of us half dead. No, I know that that's a thing that some people do. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna be honest. It looks, I mean, no, it doesn't say what is a lie. In my opinion, the being honest is he'll be fine, no problem. Because, one, you need bedside manners when you have someone dying in front of you. And two, if we make it out alive, he probably will be fine. We just have to make it out alive first. It was invented for wounds? I didn't know that. You're gonna die. Nah, he'll be fine. Oh, Ron. Well, if you ever find yourself in this exact situation, make sure you use gloves first. You'll be fine, Dennis. Don't worry. We'll have our honeymoon. Don't you worry about it. He chose to comfort Dennis. Good to know, he says, because I sure don't feel like that. You've been through hell, I say. I think it feels worse than it actually looks. Thanks. That's a relief. I won't lie. You're going to have a scar, I say, trying to be funny. He chuckles a bit, but there's no humor in it. He rests his head against the wall and closes his eyes as I finish up. I place one layer of gauze against the wound and bind it with medical tape. I then reinforce it with a second layer. I know it's meager, but it's all I can do. Thanks, Roger, he says, actually managing to force out a smile. I feel a lot better. I think I'll be fine. Good. I'm not so sure about that, but I'm glad that I was able to encourage him. I look back to Marcus, and he is looking back at us, deep in thought. Are these first aid kits all you have in this facility? I ask him. If there's something better, I don't know about it, he says. I notice then that his defensive posture is no longer there. Something is different now, just a slight change to his demeanor. He's probably, the adrenaline is probably worn off. He's probably chilling out now. As much as you can chill out. He's seen something on the monitors that has him frightened. Oh, shit, no, never mind. More than he's already was before. What is it? I ask. What's wrong? His eyes travel around the room, and it's obvious that he's trying to decide whether or not to tell me the truth. I'm gonna get up and look at those fucking monitors. I've been wanting to look at those monitors this whole time. No one's gonna stop me now. We're gonna go see what he's looking at. Rather than wait for him, I get up and scan the screens behind him, seeing if I can find any clues I had missed moments ago. After a few moments, I see a few things that even I can comprehend hidden in the complex information on most of the screens. On one screen, I see what looks like a power meter that is slowly climbing upwards. A single message is flashing beneath it. It reads, "Unexpected power failure, foreign entity." Another message trickling down the bottom of the black screen says, "Safety locks on level 3 containment doors engaged. Override?" I see scenes on a few other screens that I assume are security cameras showing hallways and passages from elsewhere in the facility. One of them shows the first level hallway we were on just a few minutes ago. Water. Another shows a hallway I don't recognize. The floor is covered in blood. Just off screen, I see what I think might be a human body, but it's bent in an impossible way. It looks like the body's legs and torso have somehow been merged or melted into the floor. I would say, what happened to that person there? Because the systems, we don't know if anything's wrong with the systems. They're probably reporting exactly 5 minutes until detonation. No! They're probably reporting exactly what we need to know. I want to know what happened to that person there. Maybe they got teleported into the floor because we saw those weird vials before. Do not override that level 3 door lock. Probably not. Yeah, let's keep that door locked. That's a good idea. Yeah, we're gonna go with the right option. What happened to that person there? I have no idea. I didn't see it, he says. Whatever happened to that guy must have happened in the last minute or so. The last minute or so? What the hell? I ask. There's something still happening? Are we still in danger? He turns away, clearly fearing he has already said too much. And as bad as that is, there's a scene on another monitor that makes my blood go cold, and my fear spike to levels somehow near terror. The scene is very familiar. It's the logging site. That's why he believed us when we said we were loggers! The equipment is unmistakably mine. I can even see my truck. Something like fury starts to rise up in my guts, momentarily pushing aside the fear. For a moment, I consider just tearing into him, a few punches and a good shove against the wall, nothing more. I want answers, and I want them now. But I'm not sure which would provide more answers, asking calmly or kicking his ass. Question him aggressively or question him calmly? I think calmly is the way to go. This bitch, it's on site. Oh no! They just slipped on some gotcha fluid. Nice. Okay. You guys are right. He's not talking. So I'm leaning towards aggressive, but also calm, because now he's not calmly, I guess. Okay. Yeah, because he said I actually agree with calmly. Okay, yeah, he has like chilled out. He's still like on edge and terrified and whatnot, But he has calmed down a little bit. He's not pointing a gun at her head anymore. So be the calm before the storm. Thanks, Aj. He is a kid. You're right. Okay, we're not gonna beat him up any more than I already have. I've already beat him up too much. Let's question calmly. Storm. Could you please explain to me why you've been spying on my crew? My anger is prodding at me and I have to hold it back again. It's near the surface, demanding a release. It was part of my job. Mine, a few others. Your crew has been watched ever since you set up your equipment. Why? Because you're working with heavy equipment, some of which digs into the ground less than a mile from a secret government facility. That's fair. I had no idea of that, I say. How could I have known? Marcus gives me that same crooked, trembling smile that is beginning to creep me out. Because those things would draw attention to this place, he says. You have no idea how secretive this facility is. Besides, I know that the higher-ups looked into it. Your site isn't on government land, it's just shy by about 300 yards. Okay. Every piece of your equipment is on private property. The timber tract you purchased from Mr. Gladstone 2 months ago? Oh, that's a little creepy. So even if we wanted to intervene and keep your crew away, we wouldn't have without stirring up a fuss, that's true. The fact that someone with such a low-level clearance knows this much about my logging crew is unnerving. If you've been watching us, why didn't you recognize us when you met us in the hallway, I ask. That's right. He shakes his head and exhales. It's like it's obvious. The cameras have a bird's eye view. I can't see faces. We just track bodies and names. So where the hell is my crew? Where the hell's my crew? I need to know where my crew is. Or do I ask calmly? I want to snap. I want to say, where the hell is my crew? Just show him you're serious. You should turn around and slap Dennis. Just to show him I'm serious. Just picturing that in my head. I'm just yelling at this guy who's in front of me. I turn to my friend, I slap him on the face, I turn back, and I keep yelling. That's so funny. Okay, they're teleporting bread while the bread was teleporting. It grew tumors and turned into a monster. No, it's not bread, it's a grasshopper. Marcus is sus, eject him. Uh-huh. I kind of want to know. I need to know more. He's not giving me enough, and I feel like I need to beat it out of him. And then kiss Dennis. Beat up Dennis to prove you mean business. Oh, that's good. No, okay, I think I'm gonna beat him up is what I'm gonna do. Not beat him up, I'm gonna snap a little bit. Where the hell is my crew? If you know so much, Mr. been spying on me for weeks. Where the hell is my crew? Poor Dennis. Look, Marcus says, all of you were on site as usual before the incident. It had been a few hours since I had checked, though. I can tell he's starting to get rattled by this interrogation. He continues with his eyes fixed on the keyboard. They might have come near the facility or maybe not. I don't know. I'd tell you if I did, okay? Well, are they inside the facility? I shout. You have cameras everywhere, right? Look for them. Marcus puts his hands up defensively. I've been looking all over. I haven't seen your crew. But, he adds, the lower levels don't have any cameras, classified. I'm not sure how they would have gotten there, but it's a possibility. I guess. I'm still shocked that we were being watched. Do they know everything about us? I'm telling you, Marcus says. The depth of the influence in this facility goes deep. There are 36 employees down here. Outside of those employees, only 5 other people know this place exists. That's pretty interesting. A huge facility with only 36 employees. No wonder it's so empty. I think I want to go back to being calm now. So what the hell is going on here? But I'm gonna ask it calmly. I feel like we let our anger out a little bit. We can lower our levels now. It's good. Gotta keep him on edge, you know what I mean? Yeah, briefcase. What do all these people do here? I ask, keeping my voice level. He doesn't even pause to consider if he should go any further. He actually laughs when he gives me the answer. I honestly don't know everything, probably very little, but what I do know is that it is more than Black Ops. Damn. What does that mean, I ask? There are scientists here who have been disowned by their own governments because of the nature of their work. You get it now? I don't, not at all, but I don't want him to know about that. You said there are 36 employees, I say. Where are they now? He shakes his head. As far as I know, everyone else is gone. Gone where? He points to the screen that still informs us I need my water, hold on. This place is Elon Run, clearly it is. It is! He points to the screen that still informs us of the unexpected power failure and cringes. If this power failure was not corrected in time, there's no telling. But they're here in the facility somewhere, right? I ask, hoping someone will be able to help Dennis better than I can. I just don't know, Marcus says. They could be anywhere. Look, I say, furious with the way he's talking in riddles. I don't... Ah, God, Dennis says. I look over to him and he looks as pale as a ghost. He stood up and his eyes are locked on the monitor closest to him. What? I ask. He simply points to the monitor and then looks away. I look to the monitor and see the logging site, but more specifically, I see the overturned dozer and Tony's crushed body several feet away from it where I'd pulled it out. I knew I shouldn't have pulled out the dozer! If I had left Tony's body underneath the dozer, Dennis wouldn't have seen it. The fact that his death seems abstract, almost like it happened in some other world or a very long time ago. I know that you already told me he was gone, Dennis whispers, but it's different, actually seeing him. My God. Suddenly, something blazes by the open door outside. The shape of it is fast and in shadow, but I'm pretty sure it's a person. Someone else is here, Marcus says, wheeling around. He sounds very happy to discover this, so I try to follow his lead. If something bad happened at this facility, then surely the sight of another survivor is a good thing, right? We should check it out, he says. I realize this isn't the best moment to leave Dennis after revisiting Tony's death all over again. Someone just ran by the door, I tell him. Hopefully it's someone who can help us. We'll be right back, or are you gonna be okay? We'll have to comfort Dennis later, you say? They're researching how yeast turns into tumors. God damn it. Stem cell research? I don't know. Well, I mean, clearly it was also like teleporting, right? Because that grasshopper teleported in those test tubes. Okay. Dennis, I'm gonna give you a minute to reprocess everything that just happened with Tony and whatnot. We'll be right back, hopefully with someone who knows how to patch you up better than I can. It's fine. Go see who it is, he says, giving me a mock thumbs up. I turn to Marcus and motion for us to head out to investigate. Let's be careful, Marcus says. Depending on who it is, they might not be as hesitant to shoot a stranger as I was. I nod at him as I head for the door. I'm still holding the rifle in my hand, and I don't know if I have the guts to actually use it if needed. With a final look back to Dennis, I run out into the second level hallway. We continue. Let's go grab the body of Tony so Dennis has a friend. Oh my God, jeez. Goodness. Dennis, don't be a bitch. You don't need a night-night. Oh my God, Ash. His best friend was just murdered horrifically well, not right in front of him, but like he saw. Marcus follows. There's still fear in his eyes, but also the slightest glimmer of hope. That hope is contagious. We take off after the figure that just ran past the command center. Ahead of us, the facility presents yet another long hallway. Right away, I notice that this level of the facility seems darker, even though the lights are all on now. The hallway is adorned with numbered yellow doorways and large white panels along the walls. It's clean and well-maintained, but there's something ominous about it. Up ahead, I see the fleeting motion of something dark cutting quickly to the left, down a corridor. There, I say quietly, pointing ahead. Marcus gives a nod and we continue chasing after the person we saw blaze by the command center just moments ago. It then occurs to me that this person could be like Marcus was at first, armed and scared. Shout at them or move towards them slowly? I vote move towards them slowly. And now we can be his new best friend. Oh no! I don't know if he wants that. I know we're great and amazing and wonderful and all, but I don't know. I don't know. If he could hear the thoughts in my head, the thoughts being you, I don't know. Hunt them? So move towards them slowly, stalk them like a cat stalking a mouse. I like how you think. Shout, it could be an enemy. If it's an enemy, I would rather figure that out than just yelling out at them. It's like, you know, in the middle of the night when you think someone's breaking into your home and you're like, is anyone there? And the killer's just like, yeah, I'm making a sandwich. You want one? Like, no, it's not how it works. Stealth. Stealth is the key. We've been stealthy this whole time. And we gotta keep being stealthy. Lovers then, yeah? Take them silent and quickly. Yeah, like a fart. When we reach the intersection in the hall where I'd seen the shadow moving, I ease around the corner just in case. Sure, I have the rifle in my hands, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. I quickly dart around the corner and take the same shooting stance I've seen countless times on TV. There's a woman standing there about 10 feet away. She has reddish blonde hair and a small mousy build. She looks terrified and is visibly shaking. She's probably in her late 30s, wearing a lab coat with dark jeans and green Converse low tops. I have a strange sense that her fear is not just about our sudden appearance. She looks like a woman who's been running scared for a while now. Her hands are raised in surrender. She's not holding a weapon. Marcus slowly approaches, taking a few steps ahead of me. "It's Amy, right?" he asks. She blinks, seemingly surprised that he knows her name. "Yes," she says, "and you're Mark?" "Marcus." She nods absently, and then looks to my rifle. I want to say I'm not going to use it, because I'm just making sure, because clearly there's danger here, but I'm not gonna start shooting and pointing at everyone I see and say, "Give me answers," because clearly some people are also like freaking the fuck out. "We found a waifu, oh my god." I'm not going to use it. Yeah, we're not going to use the gun. We need a team. We need to trust each other. "Now, how do I know that?" she asks. "You're trespassing on government property in the midst of a huge catastrophic event, and you have a rifle. How am I supposed to believe you?" "Well, I have a friend back in the command center who needs medical attention," I say, "and we're looking for the rest of our crew." "I'm really sorry, but I don't know where they are," she says. "Do you know what happened?" Marcus asks, "from the power outage?" "I don't know what caused it," she says, "but there was an experiment taking place when the outage occurred. Something happened and..." She trails off here, giving me a look of distrust. "I saw things in the security monitors," Marcus says. "The experiment failed, didn't it?" "I don't know the specifics," Amy says. "I barely escaped the 3rd floor. I was going to go to the command center to see if the security footage showed anything, but then I saw you and the gun." Listening to their conversation, I'm feeling totally in the dark. What experiments? Or what has you so scared? I feel like the answer to either one of these questions is gonna be the same thing, so it doesn't matter how we ask it. "Easy, I have a gun." That's true, it's true. "Dennis has competition now, or does he?" "I don't know. I feel like Dennis is our main man. I wouldn't want to cheat on Dennis. After everything that Dennis and I have been through together, it's him and I against the world, you know what I mean?" He proved himself. He was slacking at first, but teleporting grasshoppers. What has you so scared then? Amy looks to me, her eyes wide and terrified. "Who are you anyway?" she asks. I quickly give her my story, a logger stranded in the woods following a peculiar explosion at the logging site. As I tell her, recognition blooms in her eyes. "You're one of the loggers?" "Yes." She then looks to Marcus and says, "I thought they were being watched." "Well, duh, they were," Marcus says. "This was a freak accident, and there's no proof that they were responsible. I see." I feel myself wanting to submit to all of the questions that are piling up in my head, but Dennis is waiting for me. Ask about medical help for Dennis, or ask for more details. Oh, this is the part where I need to know. I have to ask myself, do I love Dennis more, or am I more curious? Which feeling is stronger, my love for Dennis or my curiosity for what's going on here? I don't know, man. It made me has the dairy moment. I'm coming for sure. Thank you for the hydrate, Dorby D. I take a sip now. Water. Yeah, we care about our boy Dennis. We need to get him some medical help. He's kind of not doing great. We need to survive Dennis come second. Oh, no details? You're switching that up on me, Dorpy D. So I've got 2 for asking for more details and 1 help for Dennis. Dennis already, oh my god. I hope not, Ash. Okay, fine, I'll ask for more details. I am very curious. I want to know what's happening here. What kind of experiments and whatnot. Why were we being watched, I ask. Well, we already know this question. You were on privately owned land less than half a mile away from a secret government facility, she answers. We had to make sure no one on your crew went wandering. How did you know we were cutting there, I ask. The people that work here know quite a lot, she says. If we needed to, we could know everything about your life within 10 minutes. Damn. That makes me mad too. This infuriates me to no end and makes me feel violated in some very odd way. but I have to push that aside for now. Right now, getting Dennis medical help and finding our crew is my top priority. Once he is taken care of, I can maybe get some answers. Look, is there any medical help to be had here or not, I ask. Probably, Amy says, but you'd have to find Colonel Barksdale. He knows where all of those sorts of supplies are. I like that name, Colonel Barksdale. And where is he? Where is everyone else? I ask. At this, Amy starts to weep. She falls to her knees as if someone had struck her from behind. Gone, she says. Some were killed and some were just... I don't know. They disappeared right in front of me. Disappeared like the grasshopper? Ooh. He's gonna get in the shower. He should be fine. But what if he slipped? Ooh. So what, were they experimenting with teleportation or maybe alternate dimensions, and they, sort of like the ancient builders in Minecraft, they made a portal but then something came through from the other side? What do you mean, disappeared? Yes, she answers. They were here 1 second and the next just... She snaps her fingers together for effect. Gone. Something's here with us, Amy says. We were conducting an experiment and it all went horribly wrong. Something came through. Came through what? Marcus asks. I don't even know what that much. An entity. But whatever it is, it's still here somewhere, Amy responds. But how could you not know? Don't you have full security access, I ask? No, I have access to almost everything, but there are 2 levels of security beyond my clearance. So what do you suggest we do now? I ask. I'm not sure, she says, wiping her tears away. But if you want to find your crew, we need to find Barksdale. He's in charge. Where is he? I ask. Down on the 3rd level, in the hangar. Then let's go, I say. It's not that easy, Amy says, again looking to the rifle in my hands. Why not? Like I said, something came through when the power went out. There's several of them, all roaming the 3rd level. Oh, what came through? What came through? Not the teleporting bread. The Philadelphia experiment? Oh, you're ringing a bell in my head, but I can't remember exactly what you're talking about. Is it another creepypasta? They went poof chat and never returned. Oh no. Yeah, what came through? Tell me. You're speaking so vaguely. I need answers. All I know is that the others referred to them as entities. Amy shudders as she recalls the horrors she's seen. I don't even know how to describe them. I didn't get a good look, she says. All I did was run for my life. Behind me, I just heard screams. All I hear are screams. I know it's not very scientific of me, but I didn't feel like sticking around to learn more. She's right, Marcus says, stopping my train of thought. The things I saw on the monitors, it was crazy. This is insane, I bark. I bark, oh no, saucy. I'm going to the 3rd level to find this Barksdale guy. Thanks for your help. But she just said all those things are roaming the 3rd level. Wait, Marcus said, I'm sticking with you. If we want to get out of here, we have to find Barksdale, right? Oh my god! The crewmates coming together, we have a party! Yes, Amy says, but Barksdale's on the 3rd floor, and it's too dangerous to go back there. If Barksdale's on the 3rd floor with all those things, he's probably also dead, maybe. I figure I'll let them make their own decisions. In the meantime, I start heading back to the command center to get Dennis. Before I get there, I hear their footfalls behind me, getting closer. I give Amy a questioning look, and she quickly looks away, clearly torn. Neither one of you know your way around here, she says. Looking for Barksdale on your own would be suicide. Like it or not, she has a point. Fine, I say, then let's get Dennis from the command center and head down together. Let the dogs out, no. No, no dogs here, only cats. Only cats, Ash. Snow leopards, to be specific. Engineer, put teleporter here. Wait, what do you mean, you gotta unlock the 3rd level door? What's the You're losing me. What do you mean? Just need Dennis to die? You're so bloodthirsty, Cheese. Nah, we're gonna go back and get Dennis. It's gonna be okay, let's continue. We enter the command center, and I'm happy to see that Dennis has regained some of his color. We're going to get you some help, I tell him, and then we're going to find our crew and get the hell out of here. More help would be great, he says. With the way you took an hour to get my shirt off earlier, I'm not letting you touch me again. See? Well, no, I was the one that wanted gentle. Everyone else wanted it fast. That's my bad. I mean, I tried to be gentle. What a dick. Wait, Amy says. Maybe one of us should stay here with him. I'll be okay, says Dennis. He stands to his feet with a grunt. You don't know what's out there, Amy says. I saw them. I saw what they can do. This facility is not safe. What can they do? Dennis likes it fast, I don't know. I mean, noted for later, I guess. Nah, tell me what can they do? Never mind, she says. Come on, we just need to be careful. You bitch! We're clearly all survivors together. You better share your information with me. Marcus looks a little hesitant, but he nods in agreement, and the four of us exit the command center. Heading back into the hallway, I look back to the monitors. I take a final look at the screen that shows my wrecked logging site, and I feel a pang of sorrow. Then I look to the other monitors, showing live feeds of the facility's security cameras. I try to tell myself that I'm not looking for any sign of Amy's creatures, but I can't. That's exactly what I'm doing, and there's no need to pretend otherwise. We head back through the hall and towards the elevator. The tension exists between us. The tension exists between us is like a physical presence. You can cut it with a knife. Oh man, did Dennis feel violated? Oh no! God damn it. Let's continue. Back into the elevator. We step inside the elevator and those pristine doors close. Inside the elevator, Amy seems to become more guarded and distant from us. I want to assure her that I mean her no harm, but I'm also not going to put the rifle down. So you have a pretty high clearance in this place, right? I ask her. That's right. So what kind of experiment are we talking about? What went wrong? She starts to answer my question. I can tell that it is something of a relief for her to get some of it off of her chest. There's been a lot of work on a project taking place here over the last 3 years or so. The purpose is to find out if there's any real viable science behind point-to-point instantaneation? Like teleporting? I knew it was teleporting! Oh my god, Marcus says. I had no idea. I knew there was some weird stuff here, but nothing like this insane. It's really not all that insane, Amy says. We found our first major breakthrough about 9 months ago. We were able to transport a live rat from its cage on level 3 to a small lab in New Mexico. The trip took the rat 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? Dennis says. Are you kidding me? Dennis says. I can tell that he wants to sound as if he's mocking the idea, but fails. He is scared. Not at all, Amy says. The problem was that when the rat arrived, its retinas were detached and its intestines were on the outside of its body. Yeah, seems like a bit of a problem. So what does this have to do with us now, or did you ever perfect it? Well, I mean, I feel like the first question is a nothing burger, because it has nothing to do with us. We're just logging and we just got here. I would want to know if we ever perfected it. Thanks for the stretch. Thank you. Did you ever perfect it? Yeah, Dorothy D. We're on the same wavelength. Well, about 6 months ago, we successfully made that same experiment. The rat arrived in great health, and this time in just 3 seconds. Still, one of the things that we needed to tweak in order to make the process completely safe was how to figure out how to keep the subjects on a straight course. When the matter is being transported, not only are its atoms being unknit and then put back together upon arrival. Unknit? Yes, deconstructed and then translated through space. It's the only way we know how to do it right now. But the issue, as I said, comes in keeping the deconstructed subjects on a straight course to its destination. When the process occurs, we are deforming space-time. We are creating a shortcut through space, and that has risks. Why exactly? Dennis asks. Because there are many more dimensions in space than the 3 we exist on, she explains. There's some evidence that there are as many as 10. I knew it! I knew it! They were experimenting with teleportation, and then they opened a portal, and something came through from the other side that they weren't ready to face. So when you send the rat to New Mexico, it's traveling through another dimension to get there, I ask. Basically, and because of that, we are trying to get a better understanding of what those other dimensions are capable of. Things that a great deal of the population would be scared of if they ever knew what we were doing, hence all the privacy. Then today, the power went out as we were right in the middle of an experiment. Something happened. I don't know. What I don't know. She's speaking with the authority of someone who knows what she's talking about. I like her, I like her. Oh, thanks for the Blinky D. What? I mean, have a good doctor on each end and the surgery is still quicker than trip would be. Oh no. Ooh, that's a good thought, Ash. I don't know. I imagine you'd have to have like the blueprint pre-made. You have to know how to reorganize the matter to make it whole again. But that's a question for Amy here, and I don't think she can hear you right now. So, is that why those creatures are here, or what have you seen in those dimensions? What have you seen? Because obviously that's why those creatures are here. Yeah, what have you seen in the dimensions? Other worlds, other Tegmark universes, where our laws of nature don't apply, she says, not bothering to explain what that means. I'm not cleared for such things, but I do get the reports. What reports? Marcus asks. I'm given access to the results of the tests. In other words, Marcus replies, clearly upset, you guys have been peeking into other dimensions and taking notes on what you see. I can't believe I've wasted my life for this, he murmurs to himself. He looks like he's starting to freak out. What do you mean, wasted your life for this? He's such a pessimistic man. Amy is quiet. Her expression indicates that she's waiting to see how I react to all this. It is, I feel both of these things, because that is incredible, but also they are insane. It's like that saying, just because you think you can doesn't mean that you should. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should go poking around in other dimensions. You never know what might come poking back. But which one am I leaning towards more, though? I kind of want to lean towards that's incredible. But, like, in a sense of that's incredibly dangerous, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's incredible. I was impressed. So this is like interdimensional stuff, I ask. In a way, Amy answers. Marcus, on the other hand, is incredulous. I don't want anything to do with this, he says. All this time I've been working for... He laughs cruelly, and the sound of it makes my blood go cold for a moment. Just a single level beneath my feet, you assholes have been tearing apart space and time, Marcus continues. I think he's having a crisis. When the elevator doors open, I can't get out fast enough. The tension is growing way too thick for my liking. Outside of the elevators, we step into what appears to be a massive industrial area. The carnage waiting for us is unlike anything I'd seen in the upper levels. Continue. Ooh, this does not look good. The area looks industrial, like everything was built for a utility only. But more noticeable than that is all of the blood. My God, I have never seen so much blood. Those creatures must have had a field day. Holy shit, Marcus says, looking like a man that just awoke from a very bad dream. There were more personnel in this area when the experiment went haywire, Amy says, as if the explanation makes it all better. The research you all do down here had better be worth it, I say. We have to get moving, or we're going to lose our nerve. Amy, let's focus. Barksdale is in the hangar, I ask. If he's still alive, yes, that's where he'll be. Then let's hurry, I say. As far as I can tell, Dennis is doing much better, but I am beginning to grow tired of trying to keep my fear at bay. Between the blood on the floor, the silence on level 3, and Amy's talk of the lab rats, I'm getting freaked out. Either Amy takes the lead, or I'll go first. Listen, he said that Amy... Listen, I have the gun. And Amy was probably not built to be the leader in the situation. I feel like as the protag, I need to go first. Unless I want to give Amy the gun. You want to send Amy first? Listen, I don't know if we're gonna get there very fast if she's leading. Get that driver ready for Dennis. Oh my God, wait. So I either need to continue shitting my pants and take the lead, or stop shitting my pants and take a moment to breathe while Amy leads us to Barksdale. I think I'm going to surrender a little bit of the control to Amy, maybe. She can't die first. Send her in. What do you mean? You're right. Okay, you're right. Yeah, she's a strawberry blonde, like mousy petite lady. That's right. All right, Amy, you take the lead. The four of us start walking ahead, Amy taking the lead. We stop walking when we come to the remains of what looks to be 3 different people. It is hard to tell how many bodies there were because they have been torn to shreds and are distorted. 2 of the bodies look as if they've been fused together. Another man looks to have had his leg welded through the floor. I can see this man's face. He died in an abject state of horror, his mouth pried open in an eternal scream. Investigate the bodies or keep moving? I kind of want to keep moving. I feel like there wouldn't be a point to investigating the bodies when clearly there is a threat present, many threats present. We need to get to the hangar as soon as possible. Typical horror trope, she should be fine. You're right. You're right. Hold on, I gotta like pop my back or something. I am all tensed up. Okay. Whew. I'm team keep moving. I'm putting my hair back. Okay. Let's keep moving. There's no point in staring at the bodies. They're just gonna make us more afraid, and they're not gonna provide us with a Barksdale, so let's go. It's simply too much. Worse than that is the fact that we have just started our journey through level 3. Oh my god, Helio, hi, how you doing? Welcome in, thank you for paying your taxes. I hope you're having a good day. If there's worse waiting up ahead, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Dennis steps up beside me, and when he speaks, his voice is soft and flat. What in the hell could do that to someone, he asks. The things I saw, Amy answers, they could do it pretty easily, I think. She looks pale, and I think that she may pass out at any moment. Tears spill from her eyes, and she is visibly shaking. But she soldiers on, looking back to me and stepping out onto the side of the gruesome carnage. Her eyes again go to my rifle, and she doesn't look away. She doesn't look very hopeful. You good to go? She asks me. We need to move on, but for some reason I can't take my eyes off the scene. My mind is reeling, trying to process it all. It's giving us a second chance to look around more. I feel like we should take it. Usually, when a game gives you 2 chances to do something, it means it's sort of important and you might learn something, so I'm gonna do that. Also, hi Helio, I'm playing, it's Friday the 13th, so I'm playing a scary game. Look, yeah, I think I'm Team Look too. Aw, Ron, oh, thank you for being here. I hope you have a good dinner. Aw, I'm sorry things have been rough, but I'm really glad that we had to have a laugh together. I hope that you have a good dinner, and if you ever want to come back to have some good laughs, you're always welcome. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I hope you enjoy your Friday the 13th. Nah, fuck it, take off? Take off? I don't know, Ash. It's telling us twice to take a look around. I don't know. That's my curiosity getting the better of me, though. The more I'm curious, the less I get to my destination. And we need to get the fuck out of here. But I also want to look around. Let's go. I don't need to process anymore. I understand the basics, we just need to get out, we're in danger. We leave the grisly site behind, moving into another equally destroyed area. From what I can tell, the next room was once an open area for experimentation. The place hasn't just been destroyed, it's been physically altered in a way that makes no sense. The girders look to have been warped, their very materials distorted and twisted. To my right, a machine has been catapulted and looks to have somehow merged with the wall rather than crashing into it. Beyond these phenomena, there is a standard of violence I was expecting to see. It got so loud in my ears. Why does it feel like it's so loud? Chill out yourself. Okay, that's better. There is a limp arm sticking out from underneath the wreckage and more blood. I see no signs of an explosion, which makes me wonder just how this happened. Seeing the aftermath is sickening enough, but it makes me wonder if Amy saw it while it was happening. So, did you see what happened to those girders, or did you see how these people died? Well? Calling my shot, you stay, someone dies. Well, we moved on. Yeah, we fucked off. We out of here. Well, I mean, either way, the cause is going to be these entities that she's talked about. Did we see what happened to the girders, or did we see how the people died? I kind of want to ask about the girders, because obviously people can get crushed by flying debris. But what warped the girders, though? I only caught a glimpse of it, she says. It was like trying to focus your eyes on something that was too close. They just started twisting, but not creaking or breaking. It's like these creatures are able to deform matter. She pauses here, and that's when we hear something echo from the facility. It comes from behind us and slightly to the right. I'm not sure what it is, but it makes my blood feel like ice. It sounds almost like static from an AM radio, but there's also a high-pitched noise beneath it that I can't even start to fathom. What in the hell is that, I ask, instantly clapping my hands to my ears. One of them, Amy says, her voice a whisper. One of the creatures. That's what they sound like? Dennis asks. I can see that he's leaning against the wall again, wincing at the noise. I suddenly realize that I have a death grip on the rifle, ready to shoot at the next thing I see. How far away do you think they are, or anything between us and them? I guess it doesn't matter how far away we think they are, because I think they have the ability to teleport. Which also avoids the other question, anything between us and them, because it sounds like they can also just warp matter around to get to me. How far away do you think they are? Gonna call it a knife briefcase? Oh, thanks for hanging out! Oh, no! I should have started playing this earlier, because I'm only on, like, chapter 3, and there's 5 chapters. I'm probably gonna have a late stream tonight. Oh, golly. I will have to go and close up the chickens soon, though. About 100 meters, she answers. Not far. Everyone seems to take this as the cue to start moving again. We make our way around the office wreckage, now with new purpose in our step. We barely make it to the other side of the room, approaching a dark hallway, when another high-pitched noise sounds out. This one is louder, closer. We all share a terrified look, and I can tell that Amy is on the verge of losing it. I grip the rifle tightly as we head towards the hallway in front of us. How much further to the hangar? Can you kill these things? Can you kill these things? Can you? I want to get to the hangar, but also, like, if I need to know if I can shoot. In between? What do you mean in between? In between what, Dwarfy D? Did I miss something? Oh, anything in between? Sorry, I'm moving a little fast. I like to stop and pause and talk about the important decisions, but these ones where it's just kind of conversation, I kind of like to move through it a little bit faster. Walk around ads and get up for a few minutes. That's a good idea, Ash. Yeah, ads are happening in about a minute and a half. I'll probably go close up the chickens and stretch my legs while that's happening. Thank you. Can I kill these things? I don't know, Amy says. Dennis speaks up, his voice like ice. Then let us haul ass. Huh? No one says anything after that, but I can feel the presence of terror around us, pressing in on us like some new violent gravity. Continue. More blood, more hallways. The small utility hallway is well lit. It looks as if it was designed to only be used by select maintenance workers. What goes on in this area, I ask. I'm looking at Marcus as I ask the question, but he only shrugs in response. She might know, he replies, pointing to Amy. I've never been down here before. It's just a utility hallway, Amy says. But at the end, there is a maintenance room. There should be a gun or two in there. Nice. It's also the most direct path to the hangar entrance. As we walk quickly and quietly down the hall, I take a glimpse ahead and feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. The lights become more sparsely spaced, and it is impossible to see just how far the hall extends into the darkness. This hallway has the occasional trace of bloodshed, but nothing like the main area we've come from. Oh, hold on. Ah, Chess piece of me. Thank you for subscribing. That's so sweet of you. You're so sweet. Thank you for being such a kind citizen. Yeah, chess piece is committing to the alt. It happens. I don't know. I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you so much. Woohoo! This hallway has the occasional trace of bloodshed, but nothing like the main area we've come from. We continue further down, and just as I begin to see what looks like a large metal door further ahead, I hear another shrill sound. This one sounds further away, but no less demonic. How many of these things did you see? Dennis asks Amy. 3, but that's just what I saw. There could be more. What did they look like? Dennis asks. And we will have the answer to that when I come back from ads. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go tuck in my chickens and stretch my legs for a little bit. BRB, continue the story. chess piece, I would recommend some cheese with your macaroni and beans. I wish I didn't get rid of the the game audio every time I clicked out of it. This is an old game now, so it makes sense. I have returned from putting the babies to bed. I got a little scratched up, but it's okay. They're very nice. Ooh, late stream today. I also returned with this, I've been getting these things at the store. They're called like, well, this one's called like an immunity shot or whatever, but I try to get stuff for gut health because my insides be upset very often. It is an interesting choice. I would recommend at least adding some cheese to that. But, you know, yeah, exactly. This thing I have, though, it's gonna be very spicy. It's ginger and turmeric and, like, cayenne pepper and... What else is in here? Oh my god, it's got habanero juice? Ugh. Why are spicy things good for the guts? It tastes great. I've had them before, but man, is it spicy. And I meant to have one of those like 2 hours ago, but I'm having it now, so you're all gonna have to sit with me while I chug this and suffer. Yeah, what kind of beans? My first thought was pinto beans. Peas? Ew, I've never been a pea fan. Peas and corn. I mean, I like corn on the cob, but I don't like corn off the cob. I have to work to eat my corn or else it doesn't taste good to me. Bottoms up. Oh, that's awful. Ugh. 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 Okay, we're fine. Oh my god, it's so spicy. The back of my throat is on fire. My ears are tingling. Ah! Ash, I was on a cow farm. I mostly raised cows with my grandpa. My mom did have a garden with some corn among other vegetables, but I grew up on a ranch, like herding cattle. I didn't grow up making vegetables. And I like corn on the cob. I can't eat like canned corn though. I can only like munch on it if it's you know what I mean. I don't know what my brain thinks is different about that, but that's just how I eat corn, and I don't have it very often. Whew. Steamed corn, ew. Steamed most anything is kind of icky unless you season it right. But since I discovered the air fryer years ago, I only air fry my veggies. Or I'll saute them into like a stir fry or something, but air fry is the way to go in my opinion. All right, where did we leave off? As we walk quickly and quietly down the hallway, I take a glimpse ahead and feel the air on the back of my neck and stand on end. The lights become more sparsely spaced, and it's impossible to see just how far the hall extends into the darkness. This hallway has the occasional trace of bloodshed, but nothing like the main area we've come from. We continue farther down, and just as I begin to see what looks like a large metal door further ahead, I hear yet another shrill sound. This one sounds farther away, but no less demonic. How many of these things did you see? Dennis asks Amy. 3, but that's just what I saw. There could be more. What did they look like? Dennis asks. So, can we talk about something else? Or, yeah, what are we dealing with? Yeah, what are we dealing with? Why would we want to talk about anything else other than what we're dealing with right now? Duh. I don't even know how to explain them, she says. Monsters. That's the only word I can think of. My mind seems to struggle just trying to understand what I was seeing. They're big, and they seem to jerk around every few feet or so. They look like they're made of light. That's about all I know for sure. You know, my ex-husband always said I'd let my work kill me, she continues, seemingly unable to stop herself. I mean, I doubt he imagined this exact scenario, but still. As we make our way to the hangar doors, another high-pitched noise rings out, angrier now. Amy stops walking, causing all of us to stop and turn to her. We have to do something to slow those things down, she says. No, Marcus snaps. There's no time. We need to distance ourselves to get to the hangar, fast. Amy ignores him, deep in thought. There's an old hydraulic door set into the wall right here, she says. It hasn't been used for years, though. A hydraulic door sounds useful. She looks to me, pleading with her. Together we might be able to pull it closed behind us to keep those things back. Those old hydraulic doors weigh a ton, Marcus says. There's no way it'll work. Roger, Amy says. What do you think? They'll have a harder time getting to us if these doors are locked. Look, Marcus shouts, turning to me. We need to get to the hangar door now. I trust Amy. Marcus is acting on fear, whereas Amy is acting on knowledge of what she knows. She got access to the reports from the experiments. She didn't get to be in the experiments themselves, but she saw the reports of them, so she knows what we need to do in this situation. I think we need to stop and close the doors first. Do it? Yeah, Dorothy D, you know what's up. Let's try and close the doors. Damn it, Marcus says. We don't have time for this. Amy ignores him and starts feeling along the hallway wall for a groove. Dennis and I start looking as well. A minute passes, then I see a small metal frame that runs from the floor to the ceiling. From the floor to the ceiling. Is that it? I ask. Yes, Amy says. I look to the floor and see an old metal track that runs along the frame. Let's move it, I say. Amy, Dennis, and I start pulling as hard as we can. Why is Dennis helping? Marcus should be helping. What a dick. Dennis should be sitting down. He's like on the brink of death. But it barely budges an inch. Behind us, that static noise rings out again. My heart seems to stutter, and Marcus lets out a little whine. What a whiny little bitch. We're running out of time. We need to go now, Marcus screams. Those things are getting closer every second. Help us, Marcus! If you would just get off your ass. Take the place of the guy who's, like, at last lost, like, half of his blood. That's what I say. Yeah, help us. Uh-huh. It won't make a difference, he says. We shut up and help then, and we'll find out, I shout. Reluctantly, Marcus walks over and grasps the door. We all groan as we strain to pull. It starts inching slowly and then begins to move steadily. Once we get it started, it slides easily. If only Marcus had started helping a minute ago. We would be so much farther along. I can't believe he's such a little baby bitch. I'm starting to dislike Marcus a lot. I could also just be getting eepy angy. You know what I mean? You have to go. A mini trivia? Okay. Well, I mean, I would always say that you should do that. I hope I don't. Can I scroll? I can. Okay, thank goodness. Trivia. Let's see. You've known me for about a month. That's about the time since I started streaming. I moved recently. Where did I move to, chess piece? What state in America did I move to? I've been very open about what state I live in. Tick tock, tick tock. There we go. Ding, ding, ding. You win. Good job. Mini trivia complete. It's very sunny and humid down here. It's nice. I feel like a new person. I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, when did I get so tan? Oh, chess piece. See, you have such an amazing memory. Very observant. I'm very proud of you. Thank you so. Oh, why would you go and do a thing like that? Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I think, you... I think that the fact that you have numbers in your name makes you less cool than people that don't have numbers in their name. Take that. No number gang up top, am I right? I'm so sorry. Where did I leave off? As we near the wall closing off the hallway behind us, I think I can see the merest glimpse of an odd illuminated shape in the darkness. It's cut off by the slight thump of the hydraulic door being pushed against the frame in the opposite wall. Amy turns a lock into place. Great. Now let's haul ass, Marcus says. We all turn and get moving again, still feeling unsure about our prospects. The fact that yet another shrill noise sounds out elsewhere in the facility is not calming. And then there are two of them. It's almost like they're calling out to one another. The doors to the hangar sit up ahead like the entrance to some enormous labyrinth. No! No, I did compliment you. I was talking about how you have a great memory and you're very observant, and I like having that kind of citizen with that sort of good head on their shoulders in my kingdom. Very good memory. Impressive. Wait, do I have to insult twice? Oh. No, I see what you mean. I love you so much, chess piece. I don't want to insult you. You do this to me. You do this to us. Look what you've turned me into. Look what we've become. No. Smooches for you. No crying. I'm so sad. Okay, bye. I love you. Bye. Thank you for hanging out. It's always a pleasure. You're very sweet. Don't make me insult you again, please. I don't wanna. I'm so serious. I'm half tempted to get rid of the insult redeem because I don't like doing it. Let's continue. More blood splatters. When we reach the hangar doors, I get a true sense of how impenetrable they are. A computer terminal is mounted on the wall nearby and has a blinking red light. Any idea what this means, I ask? It's an automatic lock, a failsafe from the lockdown, says Amy. Excuse me. I've never been down here before, Marcus says. If I had known the store was here, I would have opened it earlier. How? Amy asks. The fear in her voice is more present than ever. From the command center, he says. You need to override from there first, then use this terminal to open the hangar doors. Oh, shit. The command center on the second floor, I ask? Yeah. Amy shakes her head and lets out a nervous laugh. Are you kidding? We just pulled that hydraulic door and blocked off the hallway, remember? Fuck! Oh, no! If we want to get into the hangar, we have to get back to the command center, Marcus says. Isn't there another way? Ah, that sucks. Turning to Marcus, Amy replies, well, there is another elevator, but we'll need to go through biochem storage. I need to stay with Dennis so he can rest, I say. You two go ahead. You know your way around this place, and you know the controls, Marcus. Fine, Marcus says, but we'll need to be armed. Ooh. Who are we arming? I think... hear me out, okay? I think I should give the gun to Marcus. Amy? I don't think Amy has the guts to even aim it at anything, let alone know how to pull the trigger. Marcus at least, like, sort of knew what he was doing and got the gun in the first place. Marcus says that every room in here has a vault with a gun, so why hasn't Amy gotten a gun yet? If she could have this whole time. So I think I'm gonna give the gun to Marcus. I really, I want Amy to have the gun, but I feel like she wouldn't. Yeah, okay, I'm so glad you're on my side, Ash. Amy been eyeing it constantly, yeah. Marcus, I trust him more with the gun. Double agent working for the ghost. Oh my god, you're right. I hand Marcus the rifle and he turns to go. Amy gives me a concerned look, but follows along behind him. Once Amy and Marcus make a good distance down the hallway, Dennis lets out a nervous laugh. And then there were two, he says. Dennis looks much better, but he still needs to use the wall to stay standing. Didn't Amy say that there were guns and emergency kits in the maintenance room near the hangar doors, I ask? Yeah, I think so, Dennis says, looking exhausted. I look ahead and see a door to the right that reads maintenance. Might as well give that a try. I go to the door, try to open it, and find that it's locked. We should all have guns. If there's guns, if there's vaults with guns everywhere, we should all have at least 2 guns. You know what I mean? Why do we have to have this share a gun situation? Also, Amy said all of the things were on the 3rd floor, so if anything, we should be armed. They'll be fine up top. Everyone's making stupid decisions. I'm not going to kick it down because I remember that I have an injured knee, so I'm gonna push it with my shoulder and see if that does something. I give it a hard shove, but it doesn't budge. I'm about to try again, but that's when I hear the dry choking sound from just down the hallway. Ugh. It's barely audible, but it's not my imagination. My first thought is that it's one of those things, one of the monsters. But after calming my nerves and reassessing, it sounds more like a person. I think about how angry and on edge Amy was when she turned to leave, as well as how scared Marcus had looked. Alarm bells sound in my head, and before I know it, I'm headed back down the hall away from the hangar doors. Stay here, I'll be right back, I whisper over my shoulder to Dennis. If you can figure out how to get into that maintenance room. See if you can figure out how to get into that maintenance room. Where are you going, he asks. I don't bother answering him as I bound through the door where Amy and Marcus went. Did one of them attack the other already? They were basically coworkers. Out of 36 people here, they at least remembered each other's names. They can't be going betrayal already. Biochem. As I enter the biochem room and start walking between the massive silos, I wonder what classified chemicals could be inside of them. I'm fully expecting one of Amy's creatures to come flying out of the from the intersection of halls up ahead. I think I hear something, a skittering noise, like something moving quickly. I run ahead so fast that I almost trip over two people in a life or death struggle. My mind tries to process what I'm seeing, but it makes no sense, none at all. Marcus is on the floor with Amy pinned beneath him, hot. I didn't know she would be at the top. He has the rifle at her throat, pushing her down to the floor. Wait. Oh, Amy's beneath him. That's right. Okay, that makes more sense. He has the rifle at her throat, pushing her down on the floor and choking her with it. Her face is turning purple and her eyes look like they might pop out of her head. What the fuck, Marcus? Marcus sees me coming out of the hallway, but acts as if what he's doing is perfectly normal. What the hell are you doing? Stop him! Stop him! Oh, sorry, Dorothy D, I acted too fast. I start rushing towards him before I really know what I'm doing. I bring my fist down in a hard arc motion across the bridge out of his, I bring my fist down in a hard arc across the bridge of his nose and am rewarded with a sick cracking sound. Ew. He cries out as he falls to the ground, looking at me as if he doesn't understand why I punched him. On the floor, Amy clutches at her neck and gasps for breath. I start to fear that I was a moment too late just as I see the rifle has been thrown across the floor. Marcus seems to notice that this at the exact same moment as I do. Go for the rifle. Go for the rifle or hit Marcus. I want to go for the rifle, because I already hit Marcus. And I need him to be unarmed so I can question him. I wanna do the both of us die for the rifle at the same time. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Oh, you can. That's so weird. Wait a second. Now I'm hovering my mouse over the go for the rifle. But when I move my mouse up, for me, my mouse is over the word falls, but on the OBS, it's all the way down there. That's so weird. Okay, well, I'm going for the rifle. We both go for the rifle at once. He takes a single stumbling step towards it, wobbling a bit from my punch. I dive for it, and when I hit the floor, it feels like I'm a baseball player trying to steal third. Our hands both fall on it, but when I yank it away, he manages to kick me, knocking the rifle to the floor again. The kick catches me squarely in the ribs, knocking the breath out of me. What the hell are you doing? He yells at me. By killing her, I'm saving us. All of this is her fault. So he is just a crazy, stupid kid. All of this was her fault. Oh my god. I sense that he truly believes this, but if that's the case, then why not just shoot her rather than strangle her with the rifle? Exactly! The answer is simple. We would have heard the gunshot. And I, or those things, would have come running. He wanted to kill her quietly. He planned it. And then what? Would he have done the same to Dennis and me? Dennis and I, even? It seems fitting, really. When we first came upon Marcus, he held a gun on us. I'd just been so relieved to see another human being that I underestimated just how unhinged he was. Marcus and I both dive for the rifle, still laying on the floor, and start wrestling for possession, but I'm not confident I'll come away with it. As we struggle, he starts inching the muzzle of the gun towards my face, a position I do not want to be in. I start pushing back hard. But if this thing accidentally fires, I'm not sure where I'd prefer the bullet to go, especially in this room full of chemical tanks. Force the muzzle towards Marcus, force the muzzle towards tanks. Marcus knows how to open the room. Ah, Nathan, I'm happy to see you. Thank you for paying your taxes. Welcome in. Yeah, I agree. I think we should go towards the tanks. I don't know what chemicals are in there, and maybe this might make the way back even more treacherous, but we need Marcus to access the command center because only he knows the controls to get that door open. We're gonna force the muzzle towards the tanks. I grunt as I push the muzzle to face away from both of us, which ends up being towards the large tanks. In the struggle, the gun does go off, and after a flash, a bullet hole appears in the side of one of the tanks. A strange green liquid starts to leak out, and I hold my breath, hoping it's not explosive or harmful. It's not. As soon as it lands on the ground, some kind of thick, twisted moss starts to grow unnaturally fast. I have no idea what this is, or if it's safe for us to be rolling around on the ground just a few feet from it. Luckily, this strange growth distracts Marcus for an instant, and I grab the rifle tighter and push forward. The side of the rifle catches him directly in the chin. His head snaps back and his hands release the rifle. I get to my feet as quickly as I can, swinging the rifle back around him. For a moment, I think I've knocked him out, but his eyes flutter and he looks at me as if I've betrayed him. Her people, he says. It was them that did this. She deserves to die. She did this. I look to Amy and wish I could help her. I'm relieved to see that she is managing to draw in a few breaths. Her legs move as she tries to push herself into a sitting position. You wouldn't know, Marcus says. You didn't work here under their secrecy. You don't know what it was like to. Yeah, he has been complaining about his job this entire time. He's probably very... I wonder if they probably abused him, you know? Because he is also like an early 20-something. What kind of early 20-something gets to work as, an IT assistant in a secret government lab? They probably, like, traumatized him or something. Regardless, though, that doesn't give him an excuse to kill this lady. He surprises me by lunging towards me, leaping from the floor like a human projectile. I don't have time to aim carefully. I have to react fast. I can't shoot him. I need him to do the things. I need him to come to grips for a second so he can just chill the fuck out and open the door. Try to dodge. I'm gonna commit arson on the tax people. Oh no! His aim is poor and his strength is failing, so I dodge him easily. I don't want to have another gunshot go off and alert those creatures again. We've made enough noise already. True. I make a hard jab out of the butt of the rifle, striking him in his chest. Something crunches and he lets out a whoosh of air. Oh no! He crumbles for a moment and then goes to his knees. He roars in pain on the floor. Only after a few moments, I realize that they are not purely screams of pain. The bastard is calling for them, calling for those creatures to come for us. This place is evil along with everyone involved, he wails from the floor. If you are taking her side, then you deserve to die too. Wow, he is crazy! If you want to stop me, you'd better do it now, you coward. The rage in his eyes at Amy, as well as towards me for stopping him, makes me think that he'll deliver on his threat. I raise the rifle again, every urge in my body wanting to make sure he doesn't come back to bite us. But I am not a violent man. I could easily not kill him and just leave him behind. I think I need to kill him. I think it's time to kill Marcus. Oh, geez, you're just in time. We're about to kill Marcus. He's gone crazy and thinks that we all deserve to die. With the amount of bloodshed that you like, I'm sure you would love me to kill Marcus. I think I'm gonna kill him. I think... Because also, like, if I let him... Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, shoot him in the fucking eye. Okay, yeah. Because also, if I let him live, he could just as easily go back to Dennis, who was way too weak and hurt to fight off Marcus. And Marcus would just kill Dennis. And we all know that we need Dennis for our honeymoon later, so we're gonna fucking kill Marcus then, I guess. I hope Amy knows how to use the controls. Kill Dennis first, I don't know. I don't know, man, we busted that pretty face pretty violently earlier. That's true, I might have given him a concussion, I don't know. I aim for his head and start to squeeze the trigger, but I can't complete the motion while I'm looking at him. What a coward. I close my eyes tight and squeeze the trigger. The muzzle bursts and I hear Marcus crumple onto the floor. It's not for another 10 seconds or so that I realize I've been standing still, frozen, with my eyes closed and my teeth clenched. I try to avoid looking at Marcus's body and instead lean down to Amy. You okay, I ask? She nods slowly. Have to go, she says, her voice raspy. They'll be here any minute. Too much noise. I have to hold her arm so she can get to her feet. We start forward and then I think of Dennis. We should go back to the hangar doors, I say. I can't just leave Dennis there. There's no time, Amy says. You need to come with me to the command center, now. We'll be back for him soon. And if anything, he heard the gunshots, so he probably knows something happened, and who knows what his plan is. I stare at Marcus's dead body for a moment, trying to comprehend the fact that my own hands caused him to die. I mean, he kinda did it to himself, really. I mean, you know. It is a turning point in my life that I will never recover from. But there's no time to weigh it now. As I look at him, another high-pitched static sound rings out from elsewhere. It's louder, more ferocious. Amy takes off, presumably towards the other elevator she had mentioned moments ago. As we move out, I look back once more at Marcus's body, motionless. We start running, and after the first few strides, another noise sounds out. It sounds mechanical, but at the same time, it also reminds me of recordings I've heard of whale songs. A sound of metallic creaking and crashing echoes through the door I came in through. They've reached the hydraulic door we pulled, Amy says, confirming what I'm thinking. The sound grows louder as it's clear they're struggling with it, which is good. We have a bit more time. I speed up my step to follow Amy as she leads the way to the other elevator. She's panting furiously but pushes on. I can hear something rattling in her breath, likely the result of Marcus's attack. She makes me imagine how his cold, uncaring eyes must have looked, staring down at her as he tried to deliver her to death. How she is still forging on is beyond me. Well, I mean, she's probably still running on adrenaline and fear for her life of the big scary monsters. I'm sorry about Marcus, I say. It's not your fault, she interrupts. When you handed him the gun, you didn't know he would use it on me. Fucking Marcus. I just hope we can find a way to survive this mess. What the fuck? Outside the door, give me context now. Oh, my posture, thank you. Yes, I am uncrisscrossing my legs. Also, a little context, please, would go a long way, Nathan, just saying. TLDR, we are a 41-year-old man named Roger. We own a logging company, and we were logging in the forests of Kentucky when a random explosion went off underneath our base. Killed some of my crew. Most of my crew is missing. I explored the forest and found a bunker that we descended into to find the source of this noise and this explosion. And then we found the secret government facility underneath the forests of Kentucky where they were experimenting on teleportation. And they somehow opened a portal to let creatures into our dimension that are now killing everybody in this secret government facility. And I'm a logger. What was the monster? Was it bred on tumors? Probably. I didn't get a good look at it, Cheese. I'm sorry. I think... I'm not gonna say anything. What they look like, they don't look like. They look like something that's just out of focus because they're from a dimension that our physics can't comprehend. I'm not gonna say anything. We both keep our eyes fixed straight ahead. Better to stay focused. We finally come to the elevator at the end of the row of silos. The elevator doors slide open slowly. At the moment we hear something behind us, a strangled sort of whistling sound. We step inside and turn around to face the biochem room, thankful we've been given a few moments to spare. The elevator doors remain open for 3 seconds before they start to slide closed again. In those 3 seconds, I see a large shape floating towards us. A phosphorescent-like white glow outlines an impossible shape. Behind it, I see another shape that's also entered the biochem room, and another. The third one breaks away from the other two, taking a quick right. It moves with eerie speed. They are heading in the direction of Marcus's body. Honestly, the thought of them feasting on his corpse doesn't bother me in the slightest. Amy is pressing the button to close the elevator doors over and over, but they stay open for what seems like an eternity. I curse whoever designed these damn doors. Hide inside the elevator or stand in the doorway ready to shoot. Hide. Stealth has worked well for us every time so far, so I'm going to continue to be stealthy. It looks like they haven't found us yet. If they're feasting on Marcus's body, it'll give us some time. Things is why we have nukes, yeah. Let's hide. Amy and I slide ourselves up against the sides of the elevator, trying to avoid being seen, but I can't help peeking around the corner. You fool! I said hide! I hold the rifle steady, ready to fire. That's when I see them in a clear light for the first time. Here we go. This is the question you just asked. I can see their features, their shape, and their colors, but my mind can't quite process it all. Nothing about them makes sense. My eyes try to see a squid, but that's not what these things are. They are gray and white and seem to be nothing more than squirming light. Their appendages are neither legs nor tentacles, but somewhere in between. They don't walk on these appendages, but use them to glide. They move like ghosts and seem to jerk every few feet or so. But I am pretty sure that this jerking effect is not a result of their moving, but my mind's inability to understand how they are moving exactly. It's also more than their appearance that makes a mockery of reality. The light around them seems to bend inward, as if the space within the room has to reshape itself for their existence. That peculiar effect on the air makes their movements seem like something moving underwater, only faster. They screech in unison as they rush towards the elevator. They'll be inside here in another few seconds. Oh shit. I check the rifle to see that my ammo is diminishing. I have to start saving my shots. I'm going to have to be choosy. Shoot at the creatures, don't shoot, save ammo. Oh shit. I've got just a few seconds before they get here. If those elevator doors are still wide open, I feel like I should shoot. At least take a shot or two. You think I should save my ammo? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the elevator doors will slam shut right when I need them to. That would be nice. Shoot it in the balls. I don't think it has balls, Nathan. I don't think it has anything. It'll be here. They'll be inside here in another few seconds. I'm not gonna shoot. My ammo is diminishing. No, they're gonna be here. This is exactly why I have the gun. This is what I do in all video games. I have something and I never use it, and then I have to go for a collateral shot. Okay, that's 2 for shoot, 1 for save. I'm gonna shoot. We're gonna shoot. This is why I have the gun. Now about a foot remains between the sliding doors, and I find my muscles retracting instinctively again. I pull the trigger. The shot fills the elevator, and there's a thunder in my ears. I hit the thing in its center, and the reaction is not what I expected. The monster pauses and spasms for about 2 seconds. Its body of light flickers for a moment, similar to a light bulb on the brink of burning out. My finger keeps pulling the trigger. The throb of the rifle in my hands is comforting, and each screech from the creature is like music. But then I realize that this only seems to be slowing it down. Its tentacles seem to tighten and then loosen like a weird muscle reflex, but then it's on the move again, unharmed by the shots. Finally, the elevator doors close. The creatures wash against the other side of the door, making an electrical noise and crying out in anger. I think it was still a good thing. Even though I didn't hear it, I think it's still a good thing that I shot it because it slowed it down, and it gave us time to get the elevator doors shut. The tips of their spider-like appendages poke through the wall and elevator door, but for some reason they can't get all the way through. Amy screams at this and curls into a ball in the far corner of the elevator, crying. I say nothing to her, just cling to the rifle, hoping those creatures don't find Dennis as he waits by the hangar doors where I left him. For his sake and ours, we need to get them open now. End of chapter 3. We've got 2 more chapters. Toss a grenade. 360 no scope. Nice. I should have. Would have been nice. Ah, the blunt truth. You and 59% of players told Dennis he'd probably be fine. Slow them down. You and 35% of players sided with Amy on pulling the hydraulic door. Who to trust? You and 31% of players gave the gun to Marcus. I shouldn't have. Murder or mercy? 42% of players killed Marcus. An hour later, you and 32% of players used your ammo and took extra shots at the creatures. Oh my god, Yuri! Hi! Thank you for paying your taxes. Welcome in. I'm happy to see you. How you doing? Do a backflip and shoot those bitches. I wish I was that sick. It's Friday the 13th, Yuri, so I'm doing a little horror game. It's keeping me up much later than I thought, but we have 2 more chapters left. I might continue this later, actually, now that I think about it. I'm doing good. It's late for me. It's 10:40, or 10:40. It's 9:40, which means it's almost 10 o'clock, and I haven't had food yet, so I I should probably go get some food. Oh no, I did. I had food before stream. But that was also like 4 hours ago, so you know. I think... Oh, wait, no. I have to keep going because there's no pausing and no going back. That's right. This is like a one-shot kind of game. There's no... don't worry. I changed my mind. I'm not going anywhere. We're staying here. We're doing chapter 4. We're staying up late. It's gonna be a late stream tonight. Back in the elevator. Different elevator. We are getting so close. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. No eating for me. I did eat. I just forgot that I ate, and I'm silly. Okay. The ride up the elevator is tense. I take a series of deep breaths, doing everything I can to stay in control. Amy has gotten back to her feet, but her head is pressed against the elevator wall as she suppresses a series of sobs. I find myself trying to remember the way those creatures looked, but my mind seems to shudder at the effort. I have seen something that is an impossibility, a mockery of what I know it was real. This fills me with a terror that dwarfs anything I have felt since discovering the facility. I try to focus my mind on something else, but that's when I remember that I've just murdered Marcus. I killed Marcus, I say, the thought feeling like jumping into cold water. Had you ever killed anyone before? Amy asks. No. He was going to kill me, she says. I'm sure of it. Probably. Well, thank you, she says, but her tone is unsteady and her face is unreadable. Of course, you know, no problem. Oh, thanks for the mustache cheese. Yeah, it's no big deal, baby girl, I got you. I'm a big old macho man. I chop trees. I guess he deserved it, she says. Her comment hangs in the air for a moment as we wait for the elevator to stop. So, I say, how did you end up here? She gives a nervous chuckle and shrugs. I used to work with the Pentagon. It was some pretty upper echelon stuff that I still can't discuss. I assume this place is even more upper echelon, I said. This place isn't even on that scale, she answers. My other job was a cakewalk compared to this. Then why stay, I ask. Oh my god, they're so gonna fuck. Because the money is ridiculous. I have a 13-year-old daughter already talking about Harvard. You do the math. Okay, well, I imagine. Harvard, that's ambitious. Well, I mean, if mom works for the Pentagon and then a super secret facility, macho all the bravado, yes, exactly. Oh my god, hi friend! Hi personalities, how you doing? Welcome in. It's Friday the 13th, scary times, except right now I think I'm flirting. But you know, there's always a little bit of flirting in every horror movie, so we're on track for more scares. I did just murder somebody. Hi Vampy, welcome in. How you doing? I'm asking this lady if she has any other kids because I need to know what kind of relationship I'm getting myself into. No, just the one. Her dad split on us when she was 3. I never remarried, so no siblings for her. I may have only gotten one, but the one I got is amazing. Amy pauses before continuing softly. What if I never see? Her voice breaks off, the words too terrible to say. Her eyes fill with tears. The elevator comes to a stop, the slight ding of it interrupting the moment. Amy hastily wipes her eyes as we waste no time in getting back inside the command center. Go from one flirting streamer to another. I see. Where did you come from? I remember when I said the first place is mine. What do you mean? First place? What do you mean, personalities? What do you mean? If you're a logger, why didn't you bring an axe or at least a chainsaw? Oh my god. Well, Cheese, you missed it at the beginning though, but everything got kind of blowed up. So we're all like half dead and all of our equipment is done. I ready the right... I knew you were gonna do some personalities. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That's so incredibly sweet. Way to kick chess piece off the top of the board right as they go to bed. Oh no. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I wonder if I should change my notifications to get rid of the emojis, because that's a bit much every time that happens. Oh no, I'm losing the story. Thank you so much. That's crazy, 25 subs. That's very sweet of you. I'm very grateful. Oh no, the game. There it is. And you're just gonna do that and go to sleep? You crazy son of a gun. Thank you for being a citizen of mine and popping in here just to kick chess piece off the board. I can't wait for them to hear about that tomorrow. Oh, yay! Hell yeah. Well, thank you. Have a good night. Hopefully this game doesn't keep me up too late, but I thank you all for being here with me. Okay, I missed some stuff, and we're gonna have to deal with notifications while I read. Okay. Thank you so much, personalities. Top tier citizen, hell yeah. Hold on, my chair is off to the side now. I think I got all excited and moved myself at some point. Okay. I ready the rifle, suddenly certain that there are more of those creatures waiting for us in the hallway of the second level. Beware all those taller than me. I'm a rabbit in sweatshirt stealing mood. Oh, that's cute. Oh my goodness, these notifications. I love it. Haven't slept for 4 days. Go to sleep. That's an order from your queen. And make sure that you have a good meal and you take a shower and that your sheets are clean and that you get as comfy and cozy as you can. Get all the pillows, all right? Take care of yourself. You deserve some sleep. Rabbit. Thank you, Vampy. I don't know. I mean, you very well could be. Are you Shio-Gorath in disguise? Extreme personalities? Bye. Oh no, Nathan's in my walls. Thank you so much. Take care. Oh, okay. Are you like 3 dwarves in a trench coat, cheese? But the way is clear, allowing us to haul ass to the command center. Once again, I find myself staring at the screen that shows my ruined worksite. Aw. Okay, Amy says, typing commands rapidly. It can't be that hard. Man, fucking Marcus. I keep peeking over my shoulder, my senses feeling as if the monsters are sneaking up on us, mere inches away. I then think of Dennis and wonder how he is faring back on level 3. Is he safe? I look back to the screens and see that Amy has finally found what she's looking for. A prompt on the screen says, override of hangar doors and all level 3 locks requires clearance code. Shit, okay. Amy types in a number with shaking fingers and the screen goes black for a moment. The moment the words override confirmed come up on the screen, Amy jumps up from the chair and heads out of the room. Oh good, it worked. What if I wink at you for it? If you wink at me, I'll give you a smooch on the cheek. We have to be quick, she says. We have exactly 20 minutes to open those hangar doors. What happens in 20 minutes? Let's get moving. I imagine override only happens in 20 minutes. If 20 minutes pass and we don't get there and open the doors, they're just gonna relock themselves. So let's get the fuck out of here. What do you mean get out? Oh, smooches. Mwah. Mwah. I follow her out of the command center and bound back down the hallway towards the same elevator that brought us here. Amy punches the elevator button and the doors slide open. We're taking the same elevator back down to the biochem room, I ask. Those creatures are still down there. It's the only way back down, she says. The other way is blocked by those hydraulic doors we pulled. Hopefully the creatures left. Hopefully. I need to slow down. Neither of us say anything as we share a look of immense dread. We step back into the elevator and head back down to the biochem room on level 3. Hopefully they're out of here. Fingers crossed. Let's continue. No! Oh, it's still a terrible mess. As the elevator doors open, we peer out, looking to see if the creatures are still in the area. But it's all clear, save that strange green chemical leaking out of the tank I accidentally shot. The moss has started to expand and climb up the sides of some of the tanks. I'm distracted for a moment before realizing we need to move. Watch that be like the next zombie apocalypse. Marcus wasn't entirely wrong, Amy says as we start walking back towards the hangar doors. About what? I ask. About how I'm partially to blame for this. I mean, yeah, I also agree. She still took part. She knew exactly what was happening because she saw the reports of the experiments. To be honest, though, hear me out, those light creatures. I mean, it makes me think of Gale, the love scene with Gale in space from Baldur's Gate 3, that threw me off. I was playing, you know, blind, and I got to that section because I really wanted to romance Gale, and then suddenly we're just like two spectral beings making love in space, magic space, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I was just like, I don't know. It caught me off guard. Light to see, no. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, Amy, you are kind of partially to blame. You are 1/36th to blame for this mess. Marcus was just an IT guy who seems to not know what was going on. I think to myself, Amy had at least some knowledge. It's a highly advanced research facility, I say, doing amazing but risky stuff. So yeah, you're partially to blame by just working here. But I can understand the dedication. She closes her eyes and presses her temples as I say this. Now that we have a moment, I say, can you at least tell me a bit more about what it is that goes on here? Are you familiar with the Large Hadron Collider over in Switzerland? I've heard the phrase, but that's about it, I say. I haven't. It's a powerful particle accelerator, she explains. Right now, they're using it to try and create what's called dark matter. Ooh! It's theorized that this dark matter actually makes up the majority of the universe, with parts of the universe very different from ours. My guess is the people at the LHC will probably create their first dark matter particle in about 2018 or 2019. I forgot how old this game is. Many zeros. Here in this facility, we were able to create one almost 10 years ago. It was the key to our research. Oh, so they're out here done fucking with dark matter. You don't fuck with dark matter. This is how you get beings from alternate dimensions to come in here and teleport kill all of your colleagues. Yo, my god, you did chess piece, or chess piece, fuck, cheese, my bad. Sorry, both your names start with CHE, and I'm gonna get you guys confused. You did though, you did. Props to you. Shout out to fucking cheese, not chess piece, cheese, in the chat. Does this have something to do with those things, or what does this matter do? Obviously, it has something to do with those things. I'm assuming the dark matter is how they got to the alternate dimensions in the first place. But what exactly does this matter do? We use dark matter to assist with instantaneous transfer of a subject, but we have yet to perfect it or understand why it works. So you're saying it lets you gain access to different dimensions? I ask. That's the theory, she says. During the point-to-point transfer, the subjects are gone for about 3 to 6 seconds. There's no way to see or measure their presence, but they exist somewhere. From what we can tell, they exist in a kind of void. Oh my god, Hollow Knight reference. It's the void. We're playing Hollow Knight now. What is this place like, or have you done this with people? I think she said they only did it with rats like 6 months ago. So what is that place like? The abyss? We don't know. There may be an infinite number of voids or spaces. Some of them appear to just be nothingness, a vacuum, or exotic matter. We're talking about places that we can only measure with instruments. What does that mean, I ask? Do you know what these places look like? No, it means in order to describe it to you, you'd have to be a mathematician, and I'd have to walk you through reams of data and equations. So even though we can describe them, we're still a long way from figuring out what these places look like. Sorry I asked, I say, feeling my mind start to bend inward again. Aw. She's making him feel stupid. As we continue to walk between the silos, we walk past the area where we left Marcus's body. I barely even glance at his body, still unable to believe that I was responsible for killing him. He kinda did it to himself! I also don't want to look at the additional damage the monsters caused. A pool of blood and mangled clothes are all I see through the corner of my eye. Eesh. I realize that we are walking very close together between the silos, perhaps trying to create the illusion of safety. We reach the exit connecting the hangar doors where Dennis hopefully still is. My guts clench and my heart hammers in my chest as we open the doors and walk through. I lift the rifle, but first it seems that there is nothing waiting for us. And that's when I see the glowing, hulking shape to my left, closing in fast. Continue! Hi, Big Happy! That blue glow you'll not forget. Thanks, Cheese. Lore drop in the chat. The creature is about 10 feet away and coming in quickly, so I do the first thing that comes to mind. I drop to the ground, making myself a smaller target, and then raise the rifle. I'm not sure if I should just unload on the bastard or try to be choosy with my shots and weaken it, or at least slow it down. Shoot to weaken, because we don't know if we can kill these things, and what we saw before was shoot to weaken, and we also want to be choosy with our shots because we're low on ammo. Extra low on ammo because we did let out a few shots earlier. Let's shoot to weaken. My shot causes the entire milky white frame to jerk to the floor. It flounders, its ghost-like tentacles writhing with rage as it cries out at me. It seems to turn and jerk away, parts of it appearing and disappearing every few feet. It moves down the hall and out of sight. I look quickly around for others, but there is only Amy. She looks at where the monster went with wide eyes. Her face is pale, and I wonder if, like me, she's able to feel her mind trying to retreat. Come on, I say, let's find Dennis and get through these hangar doors. Amy glances at her watch and nods. We're already down to 6 minutes. Oh shit! That was a long elevator ride. We had 20 minutes, and now we have 6? We turn towards the hangar doors, and I'm a little disgusted with myself because the bloody scene that so shocked me before now seems mild. Well, I mean, that's how it is. Amy goes to work on the computer console and the side of the doors. She starts punching in keys before saying, "This is going to take some time. I hope less than 6 minutes." "I thought you already unlocked it," I ask. "I did," she says, "but for this door, there's still security permissions I need to hack. Marcus would have known how to do this." I shouldn't have fucking killed Marcus, but he was gonna get us killed. Ugh, Marcus. She trails off, and I decide to let her work. Suddenly, something slams into me. I feel my feet leave the floor, and I'm literally thrown across the concrete. I look up in time to see one of the creatures. It's apparently in no hurry to attack me again, focusing on Amy instead. She's not armed. I need to come up with a plan to get this thing away from her so she can focus on getting the door open. It raises one of its flickering appendages, making me certain that part of its makeup is pure light and energy. I could easily take a shot with my rifle, but my mind again goes to how much remaining ammo I have. The only other thing I can think of is to get it to chase me and lead it away from this room, somewhere else. Distract the monster and run, or shoot? Why not both? Why not shoot one shot to get it off of Amy, and then run after it looks at me all like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you just shot me, cute monster." Pure light and energy. They very well could be, Cheese. An amalgamation of the other things that seeps through from the other void dimensions. I think I shouldn't leave Amy alone, because we've established that there are multiple of these things, and if I distract this monster and run, it could very well just be replaced by another monster. I think I need to stay here with Amy. Do a barrel roll. I'm gonna shoot it. We're doing that. I lift the rifle groggily and fire as quickly as I can. Not having good footing and still reeling from the attack, the aim is off, but the noise of it distracts the monster from Amy. Well, fuck, I could have distracted it anyway. The monster turns to me, and I am again faced with something that has no business being in this world, in this reality. Its body gives off a sort of glow around the central part, a bulbous core that is branched off into 2 humps, very much like a spider. Again, I sense that this visual information is not accurate, but it's the best that I can do to make sense of this impossible creature. I pull the trigger again, this shot taking the monster directly in the center. It spasms backward and lets out a shriek of agony that makes my ears feel like they'll explode. From somewhere very close by, another creature cries out in response. "You okay?" I ask Amy. I can clearly see her battling for control of her faculties. Steel determination wins out, and she gives a grim nod. Hell yeah. We like Amy. She's scared shitless, but she gets it done. "Any sign of where Dennis went?" I ask, hoping she hasn't noticed his body somewhere. "No," she replies. It's then that I realize that I have no idea how many rounds I have remaining in the rifle. This isn't a model I'm familiar with. Outside of some deer hunting, I'm not much of an expert on firearms. Still, I'm able to locate the chamber easily and see that there were only 2 rounds left. I silently curse myself for being too trigger happy earlier. Damn it, okay. "How are we on time?" I ask her. 4 minutes. I'm going as fast as I can. Amy does her best to focus on the keyboard, but there's still no sign of Dennis. Before I have time to look around, a screeching sound erupts from the other end of the room. I bring the rifle up in a shooter's stance and turn around. With the hangar doors right behind me, no sign of Dennis, and a closing window of time, I have to be confident. Yet when two monsters come around the corner, my body wants to shut down. The appendages seem to jump in time and space, reaching for a split second, independent of the body, and then disappearing back to where they came from. It turns and screeches at me, its glowing tentacles snaking out of its body, and my knees tremble uncontrollably. Behind me, Amy shrieks. I feel myself losing control, my mind sliding into the abyss of insanity. I pull myself back from the brink. I've got to stay in control. Shoot them or turn away. I'm gonna turn away. I think they're fucking with my brain. And shooting them doesn't do enough to warrant shooting them right now. I could stand here and use my last 2 shots, but what good would that do? So instead I turn to face the hangar doors. How much longer before you can open these things? Not long, she says, furiously typing into the terminal as commands flood the screen. I doubt it, I think to myself. Can I do anything to help, I ask? She doesn't answer, deep in concentration. I turn back around and see a looming shape appear. The creature comes around the corner, screaming out that static-like sound. I step away from Amy and the hangar doors and towards the monster, ready to defend her. I ready my rifle, but the creature wastes no time. It makes that jerky motion towards me, and there's a sharp pain in my chest as it collides with me. Or through me? It's hard to tell. My instinct is to try to grapple or hold this thing down, but when I realize I don't even know... But then I realize I don't even know if that'll work. Try to get away or try to grab the creature. Ah... I feel like we should try to get away, because they have really weird reality warping powers, and if I try to... I don't know, Dwarfy D. I feel like if I try to grab, he's just gonna like warp my arms into impossible shapes like we've seen previous bodies be warped into. It might be... But then again, if I try to get away, he could just go for Amy. And they're fast. It stole your lungs. Oh no! Yeah, there is no point in trying to get away because it's so fast. You're right. Okay, I'll try to grab. Maybe I can distract it from Amy just long enough so she can get the doors open. I really hope Colonel Barksdale isn't dead. That would suck if we went through all this just to be like, oh no, we're not going anywhere. All right, we're gonna grab him. I try to grapple with the creature, but it feels very difficult from my struggle with Marcus earlier. It's not easily grabbed. My fingers slide through parts of it, some parts like a ghost, others like a jellyfish. Touching it burns my hands, but only slightly. When I realize I can't grip it, I quickly spring away and turn to face it, yeah. With a scream of defiance, I raise the rifle and put a round in its core. The shot lands dead center and the light inside of it flickers almost violently. It falls back against the wall, issuing a hiss of its telltale static noise. It then jerks away and retreats, at least for now. Another terror appears, as if out of nowhere, screaming at me with its high-pitched whine. It bounds forward, charging in its strange, spastic way. I aim the rifle, intending to take this one in the core too. I take several shots, but it's still coming at me. How many shots did I have? I thought I had 2. As it slams into me, I pull the trigger again and realize that my rifle is now empty. Okay. On contact, the wind is knocked out of my lungs and the back of my head strikes the floor. Ouch. But neither of these things is as alarming as the fact that the beast is on top of me, its exterior like a seashell that has been pounded on by the surf for so long that it has lost all edges and ridges. But the grip of it tries to capture me with its pure violence. I feel those light-soaked appendages start to wrap around me. I raise the rifle, knowing it is empty, but hoping to use it as a wedge to push the thing off me. The weight of the monster is erratic. One moment I feel weightless, another I feel like I'm going to be crushed. I push upwards with the rifle. The monster budges a bit, but almost seems to absorb it, warping it in its grip. I see the core of its body, a spider-like shape connected to the rest of it by thin white strings of tissue. I'll be dead within seconds unless I can fend it off or get help. I don't want to call Amy for help. If you wanna... Yeah, if I run it might warp my legs, it's true. I don't want to call Amy for help, because Amy needs to get that door open, and she's probably got like 2 minutes left at this point. I think I may have just spotted a weak point in its core, so I'm thinking if I release the rifle and punch it, maybe I can do some serious damage just with my hand, if I can reach its sensitive bits, you know? Amy needs to get that door open. Let's punch it! Punch it! Hell yeah! I do my best to give one last heave to push it off, but my hands melt through. I curse myself for wasting so many bullets earlier. Damn it. Two of its appendages wrap around my left shoulder and I feel a white-hot pain fill my body. The tentacles burn and I realize that some are actually going through my shoulder like a kid pulling apart the stitches of a doll. But then I see the creature extend its tentacles in aggravation while making that static screeching sound. The creature flickers, releasing me suddenly. With a shudder and a cry of desperation, I roll away from it and see a large hole has appeared in its luminous core. The creature disappears into thin air and reappears a few feet from me, retreating back towards the biochem room. Amy looks over at me from her terminal at the hangar doors, looking petrified. Dennis! Dennis! Dennis came clutch! Dennis came through for us! I always knew it was meant to be. My boy. Dennis stands several feet away holding a shotgun. Hell yeah! He walks slowly towards us and is clearly just as scared and out of sorts as we are. You okay, boss? He asks, but his eyes aren't on me. They're looking to the creature, trying to understand what exactly he's just seen. About 15 minutes ago, I heard the door to the maintenance room unlock, Dennis says, pointing to that room I'd tried to bust my way into earlier. Oh, that's right, Amy did that! Ah, Amy says. When I did the override up in the command center, it unlocked all the small doors down here, including that maintenance room. I went inside there and hid, Dennis continues, and while I was waiting for you two to come back, I found a massive trunk. There were a few guns in it, so I grabbed this one, he says, patting the shotgun. Hell yeah, Dennis! Oh, I'm so glad you're safe. I'm glad you found some weapons, but I'm so glad you're safe. And armed. Water time. This land is Dennis's land. It is not your land. He has a shotgun and you don't got one. This is true. Thanks, boss, he says. Me too. Great. Now, how is that door coming along, I ask Amy. She makes a few final key presses and says, done. The doors open with the noise of hydraulics and a whoosh of air. Dennis, Amy, and I climb up and head through the doors, moving on nothing more than adrenaline. I see her look longingly at the maintenance room Dennis took the shotgun from. You get into the hangar, Dennis says. I'll get some more firepower. Okay, cool. Thanks, Dennis. Satisfied with the plan, Amy heads through the door. We scramble inside, finally inside the hangar. Dennis approaches from behind, holding several guns and looking like a kid who grabbed an armful of Halloween candy. Hell yeah. We love Dennis. Amy reaches out for a 9mm with one hand. Dennis turns to me, holding a shotgun and a handgun for me to choose. Both look deadly. The shotgun looks more powerful, but the handgun will probably be more precise. Ooh. Oh, Ryan! Welcome in! yeah, surprise Friday the 13th stream! I hope you're having a good evening. What is up? Aw, Ash, wait. Well, thank you, Ash. Yeah, we go on long tonight. I'm only on chapter 4. There's still one more chapter after this. So yeah, we're gonna be Amy tomorrow. You know the weak points now? I don't know. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the shotgun. Oh, you're right, Vampy. The shotgun does more damage, but if I know their weak point, I could be more precise. How far away? Because I know a shotgun, like if I'm shooting across the room, it's still not going to be like a huge spray of bullets. It's still going to be pretty concentrated. Shotguns are like for a medium distance, not like super close. I don't know guns. Yeah, shotgun, you're right. Dwarfy D makes a good point. Shotgun. I'm going to take the shotgun and I'm going to kill those damn varmints. An angel with a shotgun? Yeah, you're right, Ash. You're such a bad influence on me. I take the shotgun, surprised at how heavy it feels, but also invigorated by its weight. There are more creatures coming, as many as a dozen. They are floating down the hall quickly, their tentacles slithering. The way their light seems to mingle together is almost beautiful. Close the door, I yell at Amy. She dashes to another terminal mounted on the inside of the hangar doors and tries to desperately close them. It's not working, she says with tears in her eyes. This terminal is disabled. Dennis looks through the open doors, readying himself to shoot the first monster nears us. Should we try to slow down a few or just run for it? He asks, his gun at the ready. We just got weapons. I really want to let loose. I feel like it would be smarter to run away, but also it's as many as a dozen. For the amount of weapons that we just got, we're not gonna have enough for a dozen, so we should probably just run. It would be so fun to fire away, but the smart thing to do would be run for it. I'm gonna run for it. A queen with a gun, hell yeah, except I'm not gonna use it. I still run away. That's what I do. Cause game logic, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's a secret JoJo technique. Okay, we're running for it. Good idea, says Amy. With that, we turn around and sprint out onto the hangar floor. And we continue. Interesting. The room is enormous, so large that to call it a room seems silly. A large concrete floor stretches out below an expansive lofted ceiling. The area is mostly empty except for one side, which has rows and rows of metal barrels. Back on the far wall is a lit area that seems to expose more rooms, labs, and machinery. Also, in the rear of the hangar, I can see some kind of chamber or control center. Dennis and I follow Amy across the hangar floor. Behind us, a series of rough, slithering sounds tells us that the creatures have made their way into the hangar. From somewhere up ahead, a loud buzzing noise sounds out. It reminds me of the slight buzzing noise I'd heard in the forest, the noise that got me into all this trouble in the first place. I look ahead and see that in the far back of the hangar, a bright red light is flashing. There's a small hatch or door below the light. That hatch is open, and I can see a shape inside. I can barely make out the figure of a man standing there holding an industrial microphone, and as soon as I see him, I hear his huge amplified voice. It blares down over an intercom system, and he sounds pissed. I don't know who the hell you are, he says, but this is a government facility on lockdown, and there are protocols to shit. I assume the curse coincides with the exact moment he sees the creatures, and they are making their way through the hangar doors. There are about 20 feet between us and the creatures. I act instinctively, squeezing off 2 shots with a shotgun. The first sprays low, hitting the floor and causing a shower of sparks, but the second shot causes one monster to jerk backwards. It's a good thing that a shotgun is quite forgiving. Amy and Dennis take the cue and start firing as well. The floor becomes littered with swirling white fluid from the wounded creatures' bodies, but they are not slowing down. Heck, they're tough. The alarm keeps shrieking behind us. When I turn to see if anything has changed back there, I trip over my feet. I fucking tripped. I hit the ground hard and in almost a comedic fashion slide several feet across the floor. That's funny. From the ground, I see that we have managed to turn back 4 of them. Oh, but I also see that my estimate of a dozen is off. Oh no. There are at least 20 of them. Their sick, dim light, sinister and gloomy. Their appendages seem to bind together as they come forward. My only hope of survival is that the man in the faraway door is somehow My only hope of survival is that the man in the far doorway has somehow shuts that hangar door. His voice comes blaring over the intercom again, broken by the booming noise of the gunfire that we are laying down. Run here, towards the isolation chamber! I'm not sure how much time we have. I realize that I can sprint ahead of Amy and Dennis, or I can hang back and give them cover. I'm gonna hang back and give them cover. I could run every man for himself style, but we've come this far. We gotta go. We gotta get going. Go run away and try to hide. Q Smash theme. And Ryan joins the battle. Hell yeah. And Vampy's stealing everyone's show. Oh, hi, Reki. No stealing my sweatshirts, though, Vampy. Okay. I'm gonna keep shooting to cover for the others, because I'm a good queen. I support my citizens, and they need help running, so I'm gonna give them cover. Hang back and shoot Dennis. No. No, Dennis is coming so clutch. Give them cover. Go inside where that guy is, I say. I'll make sure we don't have any of those things right on our tails. I'll hold him back for a while. I know it sounds macho, but it feels right. It feels like the right thing to do. I have to at least try to give some kind of chance for escape. So as Amy and Dennis run through the doors, I blast at the next thing that I see moving. All I get for my troubles is that static-like hiss and a high-pitched whistling noise. I'm able to beat them back a bit, forcing them to scatter. Each flickering light is a small victory. If nothing else, I'm buying Amy and Dennis time. When I'm certain there's nothing more I can do, I turn and run. I hustle, quickly catching up to Amy and Dennis, who stop and turn to provide me with cover fire. Sweet! There, Amy says, pointing to the small door where the man was standing earlier. The swarm is less than 15 feet away now. It's so furious that they are pushing through one another to get to us. I fire, still not quite used to the kick of the shotgun. I aim for the core of one, but the shot hits low. Fuck, I'm not good with a shotgun. I keep missing. Still, it knocks the bastard back, giving me time to readjust. We are in the middle of the hangar floor now, with the isolation chamber ahead and the monsters behind us. Beside me, Dennis also fires. The kick of the gun jolts him, probably a result of him being weakened from the blood loss. His shot lands true, though, causing a jerking stumble and a flickering of its light. We're almost in, Amy yells as we get closer to the door, and we hope will save us. Dash inside or tell Dennis and Amy to get in first. I'm gonna tell Dennis and Amy to get in first, because that's what I be doing. Nah, Dennis is winning out here. Give him the old-fashioned one, too. Ruffles up my arm sleeves. Dennis, Amy, get in there first. I'll cover you one more time. 2 rounds, we got this. Get inside, I tell Amy and Dennis, motioning them for moving with my gun. I open the door and give Dennis a push towards it. He resists, more eager to try taking down another one of the beasts before he makes it to safety, but he eventually gives in. What a dick! Get yourself to safety. I mean, not a dick. He's, you know, just get yourself to safety. I wait a beat to make sure Amy's inside too. I fire off a few more rounds on the creatures that are still headed for us, hoping to slow them down. When Amy and Dennis are clear the door, I nearly dash inside, but then feel something hot seep into my back. Roger, Dennis yells. The pain in my back is so immense that I barely notice the fact that I am being lifted from the floor. I look down and see that one of the creatures is using its flowing arms to grab me by my waist, its tentacles wrapping around me. I don't know what direction this is going in. It lifts me into the air as if presenting me as a trophy to its friends. I can't angle the shotgun to fire off a round, so I bring the stock of it down on the monster's translucent, smooth body. It's like striking at fog. My attack has very little effect. As it continues to hoist me up, screeching its approval, Dennis comes back out of the room and fires off a shot. The bullet catches the monster on the underside of its core, sending it backwards and causing it to freeze for a moment. It releases me, and I hit the ground, dropping my gun again, and again finding myself unable to breathe. I feel slightly dizzy, but that fades when I see Dennis is still standing outside the door. He's firing into the beasts like a madman and doesn't see the one to his left coming in along the edge of the wall. Oh no. Oh no. Do I tell him to look out, which will result in him probably not getting out in time because he's weak from blood loss? Or do I push him out of the way myself and risk dying myself? This is anime as fuck. Oh no! Dennis, my love, what do I do? What do we do for Dennis? Oh no! Push him out of the way. I'm leaning towards push him out of the way. I feel like if I call out to him, he's not gonna respond in time. Time to die, Dennis. No, yeah. No, okay. I'm getting more votes for push Dennis than yell out. Okay. Time to be a hero. I try to dash towards Dennis to push him out of the way, but there's not enough time! The creature jerks out of existence and then reappears right behind him. That's right, they're so fast. By the time Dennis turns to see the creature coming, it has already drawn several of its appendages back to strike. Dennis tries to raise his gun, but it's knocked away by one of the tentacles. A second tentacle strikes, and Dennis is spun around and thrown off balance by the attack. Dennis catches himself before falling, though. A third tentacle wraps around Dennis's forearm, and I can see it squeeze, tightening instantly. The tip of the appendage passes clean through his hand, its blood-soaked tip poking through his palm. Ugh! Dennis's face grimaces with pain as he tries to wrench his arm free, but the creature's tentacles has his hand speared like a nail through wood. In a moment of dark clarity, I realize that I can free him with a clean shot at the monster's tentacle. But it will likely mean blowing Dennis's hand off. Dennis, I yell over the creature's high-pitched static sound. Can you get free? I have a shot, maybe. No, Dennis grasps at the creature, tossing him around by his hand like a puppet. Don't shoot, I can get free. I can't tell if he's right, but the other monsters are starting to encircle him. I need to act fast. Oh my god, this is just like the scene from The Walking Dead, the Telltales The Walking Dead, where Omid needs to jump off the train or something, I don't know. And you're like, you either have to push him or tell him good luck and he'll jump, and either way he gets fucking hurt. I don't think I should shoot, but he said not to shoot. He said not to shoot. What if I miss? What if I miss and instead of shooting his hand, I shoot him in the face? Shoot off his arm, better unharmed than dead. Wait, oh no. Yeah, wait, don't shoot. I think respect his wishes. That's what I'm thinking. We are running out of time. We need to get inside the isolation chamber and close the doors. And these monsters have been doing nothing but advancing and advancing and advancing. I think I'm going to give him his Naruto moment. Believe it. Believe it! You're right. I'm gonna wait for Dennis to get away. Dennis is fighting hard, doing everything he can to bring the gun around with his good hand. He's screaming as he tries to tear his hand away, screaming in both fury and desperation. This only seems to anger the creature, which then swats Dennis with another of its tentacles, opening a deep gash across his cheek. His skin peels back and his eyes go wide with shock. The creature drops him to the ground as if playing with him, and then the floor and space around Dennis seems to warp. The bottom quarter of his body seems to disappear before I realize it's been merged with the floor. And at that moment I know it's over. 3 others swarm him, surrounding what remains of his fallen body. I don't even hear Dennis scream. There's just a frenzy of the crackling, sickening wail sound. After that, there's nothing left. Fury, sorrow and sadness. Insert Naruto theme song here. An absolute rage surged through my heart. I grab my gun as the remaining beasts come towards me. They'll kill me, but I don't care. This is a war, and as far as I'm concerned, this is... Amy grabs me from behind and pulls me hard inside. Thank goodness, someone has a sense of mind. I try fighting her off, but she's persistent, and part of my mind knows she's right. Don't be an idiot, she yells to me. She practically throws me through the doorway, and as I fall, I hear her fire off 2 more shots before slamming the door closed behind her. I watch blearily as she punches a few buttons on a control pad on the wall. This is followed by a mechanical click as the doors lock. We are safe in the chamber, but Dennis is gone. No, don't say that right after we lost Dennis. Technical Daddy. God damn it. Rest in peace, Dennis. Man. I was really looking forward to getting out of this with Dennis. He's been with me since this whole thing started. Sure, we had our high tension moments, but we were definitely gonna make out at the end of this. Sad. Let's continue. Floor Dennis! No. We are now inside a large reinforced chamber of sorts, almost like the inside of a submarine. Near us is the door, shut tight. Far away from us, along the back wall, are all sorts of controls and monitors. It seems clear that this metal door is impenetrable, at least to them. I'm fairly sure that they aren't getting in. Dennis, I say. I'm sorry, says Amy. And I'm sorry for pulling you back, but you were walking into your death out there. I know, I say, but that doesn't make it any easier. I couldn't quite see, but it looked like you may have had a shot. Why didn't you take it? Amy asked. He told me not to shoot. He told me not to shoot! He told me he could get free! I'm pretty sure we saw the body. He got his Itachi moment, oh no! Yeah, he did! Man, Itachi needs more recognition. I love that Naruto built a statue for him, I just wish it wasn't out in the middle of the woods, but I understand his wishes of wanting to remain the role that he took on. That's a whole can of worms, though. He told me not to shoot. Roger, Amy says. My God, I'm sorry. He's dead, I say, hoping that speaking the words will help me to understand what just happened. I came through all of this to try and save him, and he's dead. How did this happen? Why did I listen to him? It was Ash. Ash told me he was gonna have a Naruto moment. Out of nowhere, an image of Dennis pumping his fist into the air after winning a game of pool pops into my head, and I can't reconcile that happy image with what I just saw. I feel myself zoning out, dissociating, wanting to just give up, but I'm stubborn, and the fact that Dennis is dead is a cruel motivator. I have to get out of here, I say. What I don't say is that I have to get out of here so all of this trouble will have been worth something. We are interrupted by a man's voice booming behind us. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? The man roars. He's an older man who seems to exude power and authority, but he also looks tired and scared. I assume this is Barksdale. He walks over to us from the back recess of the chamber. We didn't have a choice, Amy responds. We had to. Did you override the locks in the hangar? I don't know why I gave him this accent. I think it's because he's a colonel. I can't. It's just how it is now. Do you override the locks in the hangar doors? Barksdale demands. Yes, I did, but we had to. Do you have any idea what you could have done? Amy doesn't answer right away. She is furious, but she is also scared and visibly exhausted. Fuck this guy. Who is this? I'm not staying quiet. No, I'm not cruel. No, I'm not. Don't say that. I'm so sorry, Ash. No. It's not your fault. It's my fault. I'm the one that clicked the button. I take the blame. I address my question to Amy, preferring to get my info from her rather than whoever this is. The man doesn't break eye contact with Amy. Colonel Barksdale. He runs the place, she says, annoyed. Look, Barksdale, she says, you can berate me and lecture me all you want when this mess is over. But right now, I have a wounded civilian here, and as you can see, several entities trying to get into this room. So if you could actually do something instead of sitting on your throne and yelling at me, that would be great. Hell yeah, Amy! Fucking tell them! All these fucking higher-ups, all they know how to do is sit on their throne and yell, but you gotta actually do something. Get us out of here. There's no time to yell. We've literally just escaped death. Death literally happened like 2 seconds ago. There's no time to yell about, do you know who I am? Blah, 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 blah. Just get us the fuck out of here. Barksdale. I am impressed by her guts and wonder if there's some sort of beef between the two of them. Ex-husband. Surely working in a place like this could cause some stress and tension between people. As we wait, I notice a small peephole in the door. I go to it and look out to the things. They're still looking for a way in, but finding no success. I wonder if they can sense or somehow see me through the door. Flip them the bird! I kinda wanna flip him a bird. I think flipping them the bird would make Dennis proud. And Ron. Yeah, Dennis is Floor Dennis now. He is. Rest in peace, Dennis. He has become Floor Dennis. Sadness, we lost our boy toy. We did. Yeah, I'm gonna flip him the bird for Dennis. I can't help myself. I hold up my middle finger to one and smile defiantly. I get a blast of high-pitched sound in response. You'll be reprimanded for speaking to me in such a way, Barksdale says to Amy. What a dick. Eat a cock. Reprimand me all you want. I'd like to survive this first. Hell yeah. Cover your ears, Barksdale shouts, walking away towards the far end of the room. Stay put until you hear back from me. Well, damn. Thank you, Amy says with fire in her voice, then turns to me and says, better do what the man says. Why? Why are we covering our ears? What if he's just doing that thing where he's like, okay, cover your ears, wait for me to come back, and then he never comes back. He just gets himself the fuck out of here and just leaves us here. I can totally see him doing something like that. But I trust Amy. I don't trust him, but I trust Amy, and she says to do what he says. And I should have trusted Amy before. Not giving Amy the gun is what got Marcus killed, and Amy almost killed, and blood on my hands. So I'm gonna do what she says, and do what he says. I clap my hands over my ears just in time to protect my hearing from a deafening blast. Nice! I can feel my blood rushing out and wonder if this is what Dennis felt like at the beginning of his end. Aww. Before the sorrow of losing Dennis can consume me, something slaps against the wall of the room with tremendous force. I assume this is just another of the monsters slithering along the wall, but when I turn back towards the door, I hear something surprising. More bursts of a loud, explosive noise start ringing out. I look through the peephole again. I see the core of one of the beasts explode. It vanishes in a puff of smoke and clear liquid. Looking to my left, I see Barksdale in a shooting stance at the far side of the room. He's firing through a small slit in the wall. He's using some high-powered weapon, like the which I've never seen before. The likes of which we've never seen before. I see a slight movement as the gun kicks, accompanied by a flicker of white light. Immediately, another monster is down, its tentacles flailing around aimlessly as most of its core is torn through. I instantly feel gratitude and immense satisfaction in knowing that they are being picked off in such a way. Continue watching or sit down and rest. I think it would be nice to get that gratitude and satisfaction from watching, but after all of that, we need to fucking sit down. We just need... Floor Dennis is now exploding with sound, and no. Excuse me. I'm gonna need some tea after this. I've done a lot of reading today. Oh my god, it's 10:30. Did we even start chapter 5? Oh no, I should have started this so much sooner than I did. Let's sit down and rest. I slide down against the door and simply wait, listening to the occasional patter of what I assume is their blood on the wall. I don't know how much time passes, maybe 5 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. And I don't care. It feels nice to lay down, even with the sensation of blood rushing from my hurt shoulder. When the firing is over, I barely even notice it. Soon after, Barksdale walks back to our side of the room. "They're all gone," Barksdale says, "and I have resealed the hangar doors." "How'd you kill them like that?" I ask. "Classified weapons that, quite frankly, you have no business being near." Amy gets to her feet and returns to the panel on the wall. "Thanks." How badly is the civilian hurt?" Barksdale asks Amy. As if I'm not good enough for him to speak to. "A nasty cut," Amy answers. "If he gets some quick attention, he'll be okay." "Okay, I'll have Strickland get a medkit." "Strickland survived?" Amy asks, sounding cheerful. "Yes, and until you and your friend showed up, I thought we were the only ones. Hang tight, she's on her way." Of course, he's happy that we survived, but also had to yell at us about it the whole bit. With that said, he retreats away to the back of the room as if he can't stand to be around us. What a dick. Amy approaches me and looks me over. "You're in good hands. Strickland will be able to fix you up." "Is she a doctor or something?" "Sort of. She's also a physicist." I can read. "But oddly enough, she spent time as a trauma nurse in the army." "Nice. Is Strickland a friend of yours?" I ask. Amy chuckles. "Yeah, we've known each other for a while. The only woman in a sea of overachieving men." "I feel you, Amy, I feel you." We in chapter 2 still? No, we're in chapter 4, I think. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I'll take a sip. Thank you. Barksdale sounds like a prick. Obviously, she's glad that Strickland survived, but Barksdale sounds like a prick. "That's because he is," Amy says. "But he runs this place, so he sort of has the right." "Yeah, Washington, or a facility buried under the woods of Kentucky. Gender roles stay the same," she says, rolling her eyes. Within a few seconds, the door behind us opens and a woman appears from back further in the chamber. She enters the room with what looks like a small suitcase. She is dressed in a very basic and drab military getup, complete with a holster sidearm. "My name is Connie Strickland," she says, getting straight to the point. "I can patch you up pretty good, but it's going to hurt." "Oh, I'm ready." I nod, honestly not caring how much it hurts. My god, I just want to get out of here, to get home. "Sit down and let's see if we can get your shirt off," Strickland says. Hot. Damn, getting straight to the point. I sit down slowly and start unbuttoning my shirt. "It's getting hot here." She asks to help me slip it off my shoulders, but we manage. "How bad is it?" I ask. "Bad," she says. "It almost looks like a burn, but I've seen much worse." Well, when you're a trauma nurse in the army, I imagine you've seen some shit. I might as well talk to Strickland, if only to distract from the pain. "You're a scientist too, or what's your story?" "What's your story? I need... No. What's your story, or you're a scientist too?" I kind of want to ask her what her story is, but I feel like she just won't give me that. I'll go with "you're a scientist too." Strickland rolls her eyes as she gathers up a needle and some thread. "I was always into fringe science." I know, right, Ash? We got to safety and we're already being taken care of. "I started in the labs where these eccentric Russian scientists were being funded by the US to work on combining DNA types. I sort of became obsessed with perfecting human physiology while I was a trauma nurse in the army." "You were a mad scientist then," I say? I get that a lot, but no, not compared to the other stuff we do here. "What kind of stuff? I want to know." "It's complicated. Komar masses, quantum gravity, crunching things down into their Schwarzschild radiuses. Fun stuff." "Yeah, a mad scientist," I say, trying to keep myself calm with dry humor. "There are lots of small labs working on the same stuff," she argues. "They just don't have our funding." "When you guys ran in here," she says, "I was horrified. Those barrels outside. I'm not sure if you saw them. Well, if you'd shot them, it could have been bad. Oh no! I knew it! We're starting the next zombie apocalypse. Why, I ask. The gray ones are filled with an experimental fuel that is highly flammable. The yellow ones contain liquid nitrogen. What? I ask, just laying around? Well, this area is the safest in the building, the most secure. Well, it used to be anyway. And take this, she says, handing me the 4 pills. Painkillers. They won't work immediately, but they'll dull you the worst of what you're feeling. That's good. Are these the best idea? I ask. Won't they make me dizzy or out of sorts or something? All I get in response is an annoying, determined look. Annoyed, determined look. Oh, do I take them or do I not? Because I am a civilian, and this is a very top secret government thing that they have going on here. She very well could have just given me some like sleepy pills to get me to be hush hush about this, you know what I mean? But also I was barely able to get my shirt off, which means that if I have to do more fighting in the next chapter, it's gonna suck. So I think I'm gonna take the painkillers. She told me to, I'm gonna take them. Amy told me to listen to them, so I'm gonna take them. Yes, yeah, Dwarfy D, we're taking them. I dry swallow the pills as she starts working on me. She slathers the wound with some sort of liquid that stings like crazy, and I gasp. Grin and bear it, I'm tough. Yeah, she's a nurse. Ready to stab me yet? Stricken asks. I'm fine, I hiss. I grit my teeth in pain and try to catch my breath. The anticipation is the worst part. I'm relieved to find it doesn't hurt as much as I feared. It's no picnic for sure, but compared to the fiery-like pain in my wound, it's bearable. So you and Barksdale are the only ones that survived? Amy asks. It seems that way. Those that didn't disappear into thin air were killed by those things, Strickland says, nodding to the secured door. How many were killed? I'm guessing 30 or so, Strickland says. I'm not sure how many were scheduled to come in today. I'm glad to see you. Where were you when it happened? Amy asks. I was in the micro lab on level 2, Strickland replies. Park and O'Brien were in there with me, and they just disappeared, I guess. Oh shit, so they really just like went all over the whole facility. It looked like they were being stretched, distorted. And then there was a ball of white light and they were gone. The ball of light just annihilated everything it touched. Oh, so my missing crewmates just disappeared. They literally don't exist anymore. Shit. Everyone's dead. Tony is dead, Dennis is dead, everyone else got disappeared. This isn't good at all. Would it leave a perfectly round hole, I asked, a light bulb turning on in my head. We saw some of those up at the logging site. That was probably the same phenomenon, Strickland replies. Amy looks like a child afraid to ask an adult for something. Finally, she asks, where did they go? We don't know, Strickland says. It could be an infinite number of different dimensions, or even some dimensions that merge and mix together. It could also be a place that exists between dimensions, Barksdale calls out from the void. I mean, it could also be a place that exists between dimensions. I'd call it dead. Yeah, I would call it dead. I'm not gonna ask how this is possible, because I feel like all the explaining in the world wouldn't make it comprehend in Roger's mind. I would just skip straight to, they're dead. Even if they're alive in a different dimension, they won't be alive for long. Oh, Vampy, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Sexy lady gave me pills and indulge on no ash. Thank you. I'm running out of water. What is the story called? I think I have my category set up correctly. It's Buried, an interactive story. Because we're buried under the forests of Kentucky. Anyway, they're all dead, so sorry. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey. No, she says, we keep tabs on the No, she says, we keep tabs on the heart rate, blood pressure, and breathing of all the rats and human test subjects. And human test subjects? There are human test subjects! This is SCP! Wherever they go for that time, they are still very much alive. Shit. I wince through the rest of Strickland's stitching, feeling the tug of my skin, but thankfully no more flowing blood. Finally, Strickland says, you're good to go. I slide my shirt back on, aware of the thick pad of gauze that Strickland applied to my shoulder. So you have... My brain is turning off, oh no! So have you and Barksdale been able to contain all those creatures, Amy asks? Strickland appears shocked, clearly not the reaction Amy was expecting. Contain? Are you nuts? Do you not know what's happened? Amy's eyes widen in a fearful confusion. What do you mean what's happened, other than the initial experiment failure? The anomalies are becoming more numerous and further from the source, Strickland says, the casual humor in her voice now gone. I'm going to assume that the anomalies are the same entities that we've been encountering this time, and I'm gonna go with further from the source, assuming the source is where they did the experiment, but it'll allow more explanation. From the location of the original experiment, she says, yeah. The experiment caused the first doorway to open, but it set off a chain reaction. They are gaining momentum along geodiscs emanating from the facility. It's these pockets of exotic matter and negative energy that are letting those things in. What the hell does that mean, I ask? It means, Amy chimes in, that those doorways and monsters are starting to appear all over the facility, maybe even the surface. Oh shit. Not yet, luckily, Strickland says, but the doorways will start appearing on the surface and it won't stop there. The anomalies' reach could extend infinitely. As far as we know, those entities will appear on the surface and in other states and other countries. Holy shit, I say. You mean the world is going to be overrun? The horror of the past few hours has made me ready to believe anything, but this is almost too much. Unfortunately, yes, Strickland says. My God, Amy says, stepping away. Isn't there anything we can do? There is a last resort, Strickland says, her eyes darting over to Barksdale at the back of the room. There's an emergency fail-safe switch. What? Amy says. I've never heard of that. Where? You weren't cleared for it, Strickland replies. And that switch, Amy says, is a way to stop this? Yes, Strickland says, seeming uneasy with the conversation. Bleh. Don't scratch the couch, please, Cleo. Sorry, my cat likes the couch. What does the switch do, or why haven't you hit the switch already? What does the switch do? Because that'll answer that question. The switch is our eraser, she says. It destroys the entire facility and terminates any systems or experiments that are being conducted. It's also an emergency shutdown for interdimensional travel. It puts an event horizon around the facility. Damn. What the hell is that? I ask, incredulous. It's the perimeter of a black hole, she replies, the boundary inside which nothing can escape, not even light. But there's two problems with hitting the switch. So the first problem is that we'd all be killed, sucked into a black hole before we'd have the time to evacuate. The second reason, Strickland whispers, suddenly quieter, is that Barksdale won't allow it. Oh, he doesn't want to die, what a coward! What? Amy gasps. Why not? He wants to allow those things to flood the surface? Thousands, millions will die. Strickland puts her hands up in silence, silencing Amy. They both peer over to the far side of the room where Barksdale has his back turned. I know. He said he doesn't care. He says he'll be happy to rid the oversight so he can continue his work. Oh shit, so he's obsessed. The oversight? Amy almost screams, regaining control of her voice when Strickland gives her another look of warning. You mean our government? I ask. He's aware this could disrupt, even topple our government, and he doesn't care? Strickland sighs. Barksdale is, well, he's off the range right now. He's gone rogue, and he's armed. Shit. This comment makes me look towards the shotgun I brought in with me. I'd nearly forgotten it in the last few moments. While Barksdale has his back turned to us, I take it in my hands and slide it behind me. Just in time, too, as Barksdale walks over from the back of the room to our side of the chamber. He gives Strickland a suspicious look before speaking to her. Is the civilian going to survive? He asks. Yes, he's stitched up and good to go, Strickland replies. That's great news, Barksdale says. I'm sitting right here, I say sarcastically. You can actually speak to me, you know. Amy, it's quite nice to see that you have survived, he says. Were there any others? What a dick! I hate this guy! The aloof way this asshole is talking to us is getting under my skin. A guy named Marcus that works on the first level from IT, says Amy. That's all I know for sure. Marcus Pabscott, Barksdale says. Where is he? Ooh. I think I should say that I killed him. If anything, to make this guy know that I'm not to be messed with. Open up a black hole on the planet sounds like a good idea. No, I don't vote hit the switch. Also, Barksdale's a dick. He's literally sacrificing probably the entire world and the entire universe just so he can sit down here and do his little experiments with him and one other person. What a dick. I killed Marcus. It was me. He put us in an impossible situation, I say. I was forced to kill him. Barksdale raises one of his eyebrows and lets out a smile. Finally, the first reaction that he's given us. Yes, we're often forced to do unspeakable things for survival. Tell me, have you ever killed before? No, I answer. But he lost his mind. He was violent and... Careful, Barksdale says. I forgot my accent. With something like dark humor in his voice. You've just admitted to killing a federal employee. Fuck you. Barksdale seems to think about something and then looks directly at me. You're in with the logging crew, aren't you? Remind me, how'd you get in here again? Through a building on the surface. Someone done fucked up. Ah, makes sense. The cloaks for the entrance shed are tied to a primary source, Barksdale says. And we lost the primary power just before the experiment failed. Cloak? I asked. Yes, Strickland says. The shed you entered is usually not visible to the naked eye. Oh, depending on the power sources that were damaged, Barksdale continues, it could have also shut down the locking systems that before backups kicked in. Everything is starting to make sense now. From the very start, it had seemed peculiar that we'd so easily been able to walk into a place like this. Yeah, exactly. So, where's the rest of our crew, or what caused the experiment to fail? I feel like I already know the answer to my crew. I feel like they probably just up and disappeared like everyone else that didn't get killed in this dimension. So I want to know what caused the experiment to fail. Fucking poor Dennis. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue, Ash. What caused the experiment to fail? Your crew hit one of our... Oh no, it was my fault! Oh shit! Your crew hit one of our main power lines. We aren't sure exactly how, but we know that's what did it. You're trying to blame all this on me? I roar. The timing was unfortunate, Barksdale says. So what now? That makes sense that the explosion did happen like right underneath where we were. So shit, they were doing some government experiments. We didn't know they were there. We hit one of their power lines and now the world is ending. This is great. Now it's time to continue our work, Barksdale says calmly, turning away to the instruments on the wall. Yeah, you're insane. I feel like as a citizen, I've stepped out of my royal role here and I'm in the mind of a civilian, a citizen. I feel like I can relinquish some decorum and snap a little bit at this chippy asshole. Hey, Dark Matter, what's up? Thanks. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Thank you for coming in. You're insane, Barksdale. I don't like you. You are kind of stupid. You want to keep your little toys to yourself, I say, my teeth clenched, and you're willing to unleash those monsters onto the world to do it? Indeed, Barksdale says. I want to continue my work. Other researchers will eventually discover what we have, sure, but I want it to be me. This is my laboratory. These are my experiments. The work I've led here will earn me my place in history. History is not going to matter if everyone's dead, you doofus. And quite frankly, I don't need to explain it to you. Up on the surface, they'll struggle to defend themselves since they won't know what they're dealing with. I have the necessary weapons. After a few months, who knows? Maybe I'll decide the world is ready for me to help them, and we'll go from there. Wow, he's planning to play God by allowing a disaster to happen. He's just power hungry. Strickland steps up directly beside me and whispers into my ear. I wouldn't push him, she says. He's usually very logical, but this whole thing has pushed him somewhere else. He's, well, off. He turns his back to us and, as he says this, walking to the far side of the chamber like we're some kind of distraction. Amy takes this opportunity to whisper to us. We need to hit that switch, she says. It's the only option. What he's saying is murder, treason, genocide. She looks over to Strickland for support, trailing off, but Strickland looks at the ground, clearly torn. She won't look anyone in the eye and makes an effort to not look at Barksdale. He seems distracted with whatever instruments he's studying on the far side of the room. The dreamlike quality I experienced earlier is wearing off. The painkillers seem to be losing their edge. Strickland finally whispers a response. Even if we decide that we want to hit that switch, Barksdale won't allow us. To hell with him! We can just there's, what, one of me, I'm slightly injured, and then two of them. I don't know how well Amy is in a fight, but Strickland has some military experience, so, like, the three of us versus one of him, I'm sure we can figure it out. Right? You're incredibly outstanding. Oh, good. Goody. I love that the higher-ups are like, throw the blame on the construction crew. I know! That totally doesn't always happen at all. It's just, everything is on the nail with this Ash. Fucking higher-ups. Anyway, we can figure something out, right? I'm hungry. Maybe you guys can make a break for it, Strickland whispers. Where is the switch located, Amy asks. There's an elevator out in the hangar, Strickland says. Take it to the basement. The switch is at the end of the long tunnel. But Strickland never finishes. Two things happen at once as she speaks, her mouth stopping mid-sentence. First, a loud booming noise rings out, and then at the top of her head seems to explode. Amy screams out in surprise, and I jump back in shock as Strickland's body collapses beside me. Behind her fallen body, Barksdale is holding his experimental rifle, and now he's pointing it at us. Fuck! Fuck this guy. Yeah, I knew we couldn't just stand around whispering to each other about him while he just went and fucked off. I was like, this is too easy. We're all standing in the same room, three of us in one corner whispering about the other guy in the other corner. Of course he's gonna think something's up. He's gotta be a smart man to get to where he is now, as much of an asshole as he is. Poor Amy, she's been through a lot. I wonder if Barksdale is even crazier than Marcus. He just shot a woman that worked for him to keep her quiet. Surely he won't have an issue with killing me. Now, Barksdale yells, no more whispering, no secrets, you two will stay in here, and get away from that door. If anyone whispers one more thing, I'll blow your heads off. My mind is racing to figure out a way to get through the secured door into the hangar. Beyond that, of course, there was the fail-safe switch. Oh, beyond that, of course, there's the fail-safe switch. Insult or make a distraction. I'm pissed off. I just want to yell at this guy. Yeah, we still have the shotgun, that's right, it's behind us. Thank you, Ryan. Barksdale might be smart, but can he outsmart a bullet? You're right. With no other ideas, I resort to something I know how to do well, be noisy. You moron, I say. For someone in such a position of power, you think like an idiot. Kill me, go ahead, but you better get someone out in these woods to move my equipment. You really want the police snooping around a wrecked logging site for missing loggers? If someone as dumb as me found my way into your little hideout... My rant is having its intended effect. Barksdale's teeth clench and rage fills his eyes. You're a fool, he shouts. You don't have the slightest idea of how difficult the work we do is. How advanced and how world-changing. Should I take the shot now or should I keep talking once more? I feel like I should keep talking once more and then take the shot. I feel like he's probably not riled up enough. This is what it's like to outsmart a bullet, Ron. I'm gonna keep him talking a little bit longer, just a little bit more time. That's what I think. Yeah, keep talking, once more. You scientists think you're so smart, I interrupt, but you have no common sense. All the knowledge in the world is useless if you have no moral compass. Exactly. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Barksdale is starting to lose control. His breathing intensifies. If you think for one moment that you could do as quickly as I can, I raise my gun and fire. I don't even take aim, I just fire in Barksdale's general direction. Well, you could have aimed, I guess. Barksdale takes off running as my shot misses wide. He runs for cover to the back of the room. That's all we need. Amy also fires a shot to keep him under cover as we head for the door. Amy pushes a button and the door swings open. Barksdale will be on us in a second, so we dash out into the hangar, ready to defend ourselves. All right, to the kill switch. Sacrifice ourselves to save the world. Rage blinds people. Oh my god, you're right, Ron. Amy and I run as fast as we can through the rows of barrels. Barksdale comes charging out of the chamber almost immediately. As he steps onto the hangar floor, he starts shooting. Each shot sends a jolt of fear through me as I wait for a bullet to end my life. We need to get to the elevator on the far side of the room, Amy tells me. It leads down below to the switch. I feel like we should fend off Barksdale. He is, in charge of this place. He's a military man. He probably has good aim. He's probably just missing because I pissed him off a little bit, but I feel we need to fend him off before we continue. I just hit my foot really hard, ow. We both lean from the cover of the barrels and take several shots at Barksdale. He steps back into the isolation chamber, which gives me a sense of victory. But then I realize he may have just been reloading whatever high-powered weapon he has. We need to move, I say. Agreed, Amy says. We both take off at a full sprint for the other side of the hangar. Somehow, I make it through the rows of barrels and get to the elevator's entrance. I turn back to allow Amy to enter first, but she isn't there. I look back at the barrels and see that she has fallen about halfway down the row. She doesn't appear to be hurt, but she is paralyzed with fear, sitting motionlessly as Barksdale peppers the area with gunfire. Well, shit. That's still giving her cover. Why would I run back to give her cover when I could just give her cover where I am right here? I'm gonna shoot here. Sacrifice the plum tree to save the peach tree? Wait, what? I haven't heard that saying before. I'm gonna shoot at the man. He sucks. I step back out and try to get a clean shot at Barksdale, but the angle is all wrong. Oh shit. I try my best to get off a shot, but it's not anywhere near him. Barksdale doesn't even flinch. I'll have to help Amy from here. I then remember the contents of the barrels. One color has highly flammable fuel, the other contains liquid nitrogen. I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure the liquid nitrogen is mostly harmless unless you have direct contact. If one of those barrels gets shot and the liquid nitrogen spills out, I'm fairly positive it will simply evaporate. Yeah, I think so. That could create a cover of sorts for Amy. Hold on, I need a sip. That could create a cover of sorts for Amy, like a smoke cloud. Ah, hell, but which of the barrels holds the liquid nitrogen? Strickland told us, but I can't remember. I have to remember quickly or Barksdale is going to get careless with his shooting and we could all die. Shoot the gray barrels or the yellow barrels? Oh, I want to shoot the gray barrels. I think Strickland said it was the gray barrels. What do you guys think? Yellow? Was it yellow? Also, ads are starting in about 10 seconds. Are we sure it was yellow? Has nitrogen. Dorothy D, I feel like I trust you. You've been with me through a lot recently. You've been here like this whole thing. I trust your judgment. Gray has fuel. Thank you. All right, we're doing yellow barrels. I trust you. It's okay, Ryan. We got Dorothy D here. Shoot the yellow barrels. Why not both? The yellow barrels, I'm fairly certain those have the liquid nitrogen in them. Without giving myself a single moment to second guess myself, I aim at one and pull the trigger. There's a pinging noise, followed by a hiss. A stream of liquid nitrogen spills out and begins to evaporate immensely. Awesome! Dorothy D! MVP! In the chat! Thank you! Amy looks around for a moment, clearly baffled, but then figures out what I've done. She hits the ground right away, and for a moment, I lose sight of her in that cloud of mist. Behind us, Barksdale starts to fire, apparently not caring if he happens to hit one of the barrels with fuel in it, which is bad because explodey. Moments later, I see Amy's shape emerge from the mist. There's a terrifying second where she's out of the mist, and in the exposed space between the barrels and the protection offered by the elevator's interior. Barksdale gets off 2 shots, but the nitrogen mist has obscured his vision too much for him to get a proper aim. However, one of them nicks Amy's leg, sending her tumbling just before she reaches the entrance to the elevator. I dash out, lift her up, and we both hobble over to the elevator behind the cover of mist. Thanks. Thank God you remembered which barrel was which, she said. Yeah, thank you, Dorothy D. I reached out to press the call button to the elevator. We both step inside and close the doors. It's a service elevator made of wood and metal, like something from a coal mine. We step inside and the doors close. The motors on the elevator sound like dying dogs. As the elevator slides down, the light from the flames gives way to complete blackness. Interesting. We continue. What was like an hour ago, it feels like. Oh, the Frosty Tools thing? Oh no! Wibbly wobbly timey-wimey! I lose track of how long the elevator descends. It's hard to tell due to the lack of lighting. but it must go another 500 feet underground. Damn. The elevator comes to a stop with a shuddering clang, and I waste no time exiting. A tunnel stretches out with sparse white bulbs lighting the way. Most of the wall is made of raw earth and rock, but there are boards and concrete slathered against areas used to reinforce the tunnel. My brain is turning off. Oh no! I see a warning sign then, posted on the wall. I want to read it, but there's not much time. I feel like you should always stop and read the warning signs. There's not much time, but also if there's only the one elevator, we have a little bit of time before the elevator can go all the way up to Barksdale and then all the way back down to us, you know? Slap for effect. Oh no, wait. Okay, let me read this. Sometimes these are funny. Now, a verse from our collective tale. In Queen Glowstone's realm of fright, chat's a mix of dark and light. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, they say. Hit the switch, let chaos play. Black holes and corpses, a slap for effect. Blame games and construction's neglect. Shotguns ready, bullets in sight. Sacrifices made and the peach trees fight. Join Discord, support on Ko-Fi's night, and the spooky tale of buried night. Yes. Yeah, I'm team read the notice. Always read the warning signs, wherever you go. Warning, authorized personnel only beyond this point. Trespassers will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Absolutely no exceptions. Well, glad we got that out of the way. Now everyone is dead. Fuck. Worth it. Okay. Suddenly, I feel the effects of the painkillers again. My head feels like a balloon and my balance is off kilter. I look up, and when I see that the tunnel's ceiling is less than 6 inches over my head, claustrophobia freezes me for a moment. The ceiling is not high at all, and there's barely enough room for Amy and I to walk side by side. Which is for the best, because her leg is clearly causing her a great deal of pain. She's soaked in blood and hobbling along. I don't think I can go any further, she says, wincing, but trying to keep her composure. Sit down, I tell her. I'll be back. There is no sense in chancing further injury to your leg. She nods, and I help her down. She shudders in pain as she eases into a sitting position on the floor. Thanks, she says. According to Strickland, the switch should be at the end of this hall. I look up, and when I see that the tunnel's ceiling is less than 6 inches over my head, claustrophobia freezes me for a moment. Did it? Give me that sentence twice. Still, it's much better than facing the monsters above me. I wonder, then, walking through the darkness, where they came from. Is this portal still open? I hold the gun in one hand and feel my way along the wall with the other. The other wall under my palm anchors me to reality, to sanity. I'm not in some boundless abyss, but still in the real world. Just for a little while longer, at least. I recognize that I'm marching to my end, and as I march, I wish I weren't. It's not surprising. From the moment I saw what those creatures could do to time and space, at least a part of me knew that death was inevitable. Before I have time to wonder whether my family will really miss me, that's so sad, I see a light ahead. It's nothing more than a speck of blue, but in the darkness of the tunnel, it's like a lighthouse on a stormy sea. I slog forward, my eyes straining to focus on that little light ahead. From somewhere ahead, I start to hear something that sounds like water. It is trickling lightly like a leaky faucet. And behind that, there's something that sounds like wind, a light breeze through an open field, and a voice. Anywhere else, the sound would have been pleasant, but here in the blackness of the tunnel, they're menacing. I'm staying quiet. We know this. Never read. Reading is lore. We don't. No, Ash, reading is so good for you. Or you could just watch the 2-hour video on YouTube. You should read more. I've been reading for, God, I started at like 6. Oh my God, I've been reading for 5 hours and I'm probably gonna keep going. No wonder my throat hurts so much. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna stay quiet. I don't make a sound, instead trying to make sense of what's going on around me. I cock my head trying to concentrate and then realize that I can see the tunnel walls now. This is odd, as I wasn't able to see them a few seconds ago. This is different from the blue light at the end of the tunnel. It's then that I see the slight shimmering in the air. It looks like a foggy mirror, steamed over after a shower, and it's moving, dancing in the air like some abstract firefly. It's not menacing like the creatures, so that threat is null, but it's peaceful, serene. I watch as the shimmer branches out and becomes 2, then 3, then 4. They snake out in different directions, tracing the tunnel walls. Are these shimmers the doors to another dimension that Strickland was talking about? Suddenly, I'm surrounded by light, above and below me, and I realize there's no avoiding it. The question is, how am I going through? Head first or feet first? That's fair, Ash. No, I know you like to read books. You were telling me about that one book that you were reading recently, or was it a manga? Same thing. I know you read. I wouldn't have an illiterate butler on my hands. I have standards. I feel like feet first. No. Maybe head first? Feet first, don't risk breaking your neck. Yeah, but then also, you're right. I'm leaning towards feet first. Feet first. I said feet, but then I clicked head. I'm so sorry. You can tell that it's late for me. I stick my head through and feel a tingling sensation, almost pleasant. I reach out slowly, my hands stretching out to one of those shimmers of what I can only assume are some kind of light. They're hypnotizing, so much so that I don't realize that the tunnel walls are vanishing. I feel something like wind and a brief electrical pulse pass through me as the lights take me. Then there's a very gentle pushing sensation, and somehow I know that I'm being expelled. I've passed through something. Maybe the lights? Maybe the tunnel walls? I don't know. But the shimmering lights fade a bit, and still dancing in the air but no longer large and branching out. And as my eyes adjust, I see right away that I am no longer standing in that dark tunnel far beneath the hangar. I have no idea where I am. I'm just somewhere else, and I'm terrified. Am I being teleported? What's going on? Oh, push-ups and squats, Ash. Okay, maybe that'll wake me up a little bit more. I think I've just been teleported. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm tired. Okay, let's see. Push-ups first. Okay. Oh no, I can't. Oh no, I'm just laying on the floor and it's so comfy down here. I want to move anymore. Sleep stream, anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I did it. I have been seated long enough. Okay, squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I'm also EP, but I at least want to finish this chapter. Oh, my knee hurts. It is late for me, and chapter 1 and 2 and sort of chapter 3 were all kind of short, but chapter 4 keeps going. I didn't think it was going to be this long. Okay, and I am terrified. I know! Someone had to take Chess Piece's place on the leaderboard, Ryan. We love personalities. Chess Piece doesn't know because they did it after Chess Piece left for the day. Oh my god, I'm in Oblivion! The ground I land on looks like hot coals. There are dips and many cliffs breaking the landscape ahead of me. There's a wash of orange and blue overhead and a sky that makes no sense. It is both beautiful and terrifying at once. A scattering of stars hang overhead, and they all seem to be breathing, pulsing with a gentle energy as if alive. I can't tell if there are clouds in the sky because everything about it, from the colors to the trembling horizon line, seems to be amorphous. I'm a little out of breath from the push-ups. Hold on. I gotta do the thing. Oh shit, I do. Okay, I'll do that later. Hello, numerous Twofer. Twofer, what's up? I mean, it is. I am a human, snow leopard. So close enough. I'm missing out on dialogue. It's not gonna stop. I don't think I can. I don't think there is no saving. There's no stopping. I have to stay up. Yeah, that's right. I have to stay up and do this. There is no saves. I should have started earlier, but here I am now. And we're gonna finish it, even if I stay up late and hate myself in the morning. Thanks for the taxes, Twofer. Okay, I can't tell if there are clouds in the sky, because everything about it, from the colors to the trembling horizon line, seems to be amorphous. Everything is knitted together, living. I stare a moment longer and can swear I feel the sky breathing. Far off to my right, I see what looks like to be a plume of fire, small yet bright, with no source of fuel. It looks as if the ground itself is creating the flame. Several more of these flames dot the landscape further out. The air is thick and muggy. Then I realize something horrible. I don't know if what I'm breathing here resembles air at all. In a place like this, one of the impossible beauty, but also very stark horror, my mind doesn't know what to do. A wave of nausea comes over me, and I think I might be sick. I'm not sure if it would be better to fight it or to give in. The white light that brought me here is nowhere to be found. Is anyone else even here? Is there a way to escape? Well, I'm gonna just probably look around. I don't want to yell and give away my location. That would be really bad. That's okay, Ryan. Thank you for hanging out. You should just put me on your phone and then lurk while you sleep. That way you can listen to me read you scary stories to bed. You have 999 taxes, bro? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I want to look around too. I want to look. I'm not going to yell. I'm going to look out. I continue to look out at this nightmarish landscape and see a few other unexplainable oddities. There are billowing flames in the distance, not like a volcano or explosions, just some kind of slow heat crawling upwards that defies reality. This analogy seems even more fitting when I see the thin vein-like roots of the fire twisting into the ground and then darting back out in all directions. I get that sick feeling again in my gut and realize my mind just needs something to focus on. It's then that I hear a voice. It is faint, distant. I turn and hear it coming out of one of the massive crevices along the ground. Inside of that crack, about 10 feet down, a very pale man lies on a ledge. He is human, but he looks close to death. He is in the center of a large pool of blood, and his left leg has been twisted and torn in an unnatural way. Holy shit, they're alive! As I walk to the ledge, he looks up and sees me. "Help me, please," says the man. His eyes are wide, although everything about him speaks of weakness. He is close to death or insanity or both. Who are you? Who are you, or what is this place? I feel like I want to go with who are you? Because I feel like this is just gonna be one of the endless dimensions that is everywhere. And maybe he'll give me more answers if I get a little bit more personal, yeah. Who are you? I'm Dr. Kana. Dr. Kana. He strains to get it out. I work in the facility. Please, help. I want to know more, but it seems cruel to steal what looks like his last breaths just to answer my questions. I'd love to, I respond, but I don't know where the hell I am or how to get back home. The light, he says. It's a doorway. It might take you back to the facility. Might? I suppose it could take me anywhere. It's Derek. What do you mean? Who's Derek? What? Introductions first. Gotta be cordial. You're right. Where did it go? They come and go. They'll be back. Now please, help me. I desperately want to help, but there's no way I can reach him. His ledge is too far away above the pools of fire. I don't think I can get to you, I say. No, that's not what I mean, he replies. His eyes are on the shotgun that I almost forgot I'm still holding. I realize what he wants, and I shake my head. I can't, I say. I can't do that. Please, he pleads. Those things. They have the others that came here with me. I got dropped along the way. Oh, they're taking them somewhere. Ooh. They'll be back. They'll be back and they'll kill me. That, he says, again indicating the gun, will be quicker, less painful. I can't, I repeat. You coward, do it! Please, look at my damn leg. I'm dead anyway. I'm about to refuse him again when I hear an all too familiar static sound from another crevice behind him. I hear another of those shrill noises and then watch as one of the monsters materializes up out of the neighboring crevice. 2 more come out after it, then a third, then 5, then 10. Soon I lose count, as what was just a few turns into a flood. I suddenly understand the man's reasoning. A bullet would be mercy. I check the gun and see that I only have 1 round left. I can use it on this guy, but I may need it for myself later. From beside me, the man pleads again. My God, he says, a waver of lunacy in his voice. Please. Unfortunately, Mr. Man, doctor, you know, I'm gonna save it for myself because you are clearly dead either way, and I could use this bullet for myself in the future. I don't know. Also, you wouldn't be here if you weren't doing this stupid, scary secret government stuff, fucking with teleporting and dimensions and whatnot. So I'm gonna look out for me and not shoot you, not because I have morals, because I totally would if I had the ammo. I'd totally use my last shot on you. But I also just want to make sure that I survive. So, do I see what the booba pudding rewards or do I not? Well, I mean, if you want to redeem it, you can figure it out if you want. No, sorry, what, Dr. Kana? I'm not gonna shoot you. I'm so sorry, I say, I can't. What I don't tell him is that I'm in a situation where I have to keep this 1 bullet. I can't waste it on him. Exactly! Also, those things are coming, so it could give away my position. He whimpers a bit, but I look away, unable to see that misery on his face. Behind me, I hear him give a mix between a scream mixed with the high-pitched noises of the army of creatures. Their volume rises as he lets out cry after cry. I clench my teeth as the torture continues. Then suddenly, his voice is silenced, and only the sick static sounds remained. And that's when I see the shimmers wavering to my right, in the direction I originally came from. I look back to the monsters and see that they have now noticed me. Some of them begin floating up the walls of the crevice. There are less than 10 feet separating us. The shimmers of white light are within arm's reach, its movements reminding me of a fish in an aquarium. I reach out and feel myself accepted by them again. I feel the sensation of wind and wait for the feeling of being pushed out, back into the tunnel of the facility. But it doesn't come this time. This time I feel something else. I feel a tugging sensation that seems to want to drag me in all directions at once. As the world goes dark, I realize that I'm somewhere else, and it's not the darkness of the tunnel. This is the darkness of total void. Hollow Knight reference? Thanks for the booba pudding, Ash. Where am I? What's going on? I've been mugged. Sorry for missing that. Ooh. There is darkness around me everywhere. Nothingness. I feel nothing under my feet, nothing to my sides. I can't touch or sense anything at all. I don't even know which way is up or down. It's as though I am all that exists. And as I remain there, I just hear silence, not even the sound of my heartbeat. The blackness is so deep that I feel I can't distinguish between my thoughts and what is real. I hear screaming, but I can't tell if it's someone else or my mind screaming to fill this void. Cry out or try to move? I think I want to try to move. It always gives me the option to yell or cry or anything, but I always choose the stealthy option. I'm gonna try to move. I try to kick and move my arms. It's not working. But it's not clear in what way it's not working. Are my limbs not moving, or have they gone numb? It's impossible to tell. My body has just become absent of all sensation. I assume this is the place that Strickland referred to, the place between dimensions. This darkness could consume me if it wanted to. I try to will myself out of it, to have those shimmering lights spit me out, but it isn't happening. At this point, my mind starts to hallucinate, or at least I think it does. Are they visions? My mind playing tricks on me? I can't tell. All I can do is watch. I see the logging site. There's an image of Tony's lifeless body after I pulled it from under the dozer. I see myself talking to Dennis, and he looks distraught as I tell him that Tony is gone. Then the scene rearranges itself, and I'm standing between Dennis and Marcus's gun. It changes again, and the shape of Marcus's body appears in front of me, half devoured, a bullet through his head. In my mind, I'm sobbing as I watch Dennis get torn apart by those monsters all over again, and I just stood by and watched. And I am calmed a bit as I watch myself shoot the right barrel and help Amy to safety. Shout out to Dorpy D. And just when I feel I can't take any more of this, I see the man in that strange world begging for death. As I watch as he's distorted and torn by those beasts. All of these things are flooding my mind, and it feels like my brain is vomiting. Yet, in the midst of it all, I see what's really important, the switch. In my mind's eye, I see that glowing light at the tunnel, the one far ahead, small and distant. Try to focus on it. And did the painkillers finally kick in? Oh no. I focus my mind on the tunnel and the image of that flickering light. With a mental effort so strong that it is nearly physical motion, I make myself envision that little light in the tunnel as if it were right there in front of me. With that, I feel the wind again, a light breeze that seems to come from everywhere. And then, with a relief that I can only imagine feels like death, I move forward. Ah, we're back! Well, that was a nice little side quest. I hated that. I'm ejected from the void and am suddenly standing in the tunnel again. I let out a wail of triumph that turns into a bout of weeping. The weeping only intensifies when I see that light up ahead, flickering blue light. Somewhere behind me, I hear crackling noise. I think of Amy down that way, by the elevator. Have they reached her? There's no way I can find out. For now, I have to keep on with my plan. Besides, if it works, we're all gone anyway. I feel like I can listen to get a better read on where they are, or I can just make a break for it. Man, I just want to make a break for it. There's nowhere to go in this tunnel. Regardless, we're gonna have to go anyway, so let's just fucking go. Pardon my language, I'm eepy. I don't even bother looking back, there's no time. Instead, I run with all of my might and straight ahead, my focus on that little blue light ahead of me. As I run, I see a different light, a white one, flickering in my peripheral vision. It's another one of those shimmers that goes to the other worlds. It seems like they're appearing and disappearing with more frequency now. Strickland was right. These things could reach the surface soon, unleashing more monsters. This thought makes me refocus the blue light, the man-made light, the switch. The blue light gets closer as it does, and as it does, I can make out a square shape around it. This has to be it. The familiar static scream of the monsters is much closer now. I have to be quick. I grip the gun tightly, knowing I only have one bullet remaining, the bullet that the man in the other world had wanted me to use to end his life. I run ahead into the darkness, my eyes locked on the switch that I assume is going to kill not only the creatures, but myself as well. As I approach, I see the lever. It's covered by a glass box that I will need to break. The blue light is directly beneath this, highlighting the series of tubes and wires that snake into the inner workings of the device. In the middle is blackness. Not like a darkly colored part of the machine, but just a hole in reality. It looks like some sort of illusion. All the while, I can hear the static of the creatures coming dangerously close now. I have no idea how much time I have left. Smash the glass. I draw back the stock of the gun and smash through the glass box that houses the lever. The glass shattering is like music to my ears. I reach for the lever, my hand grasping it. Without warning, I feel immense pain course through my body. It feels like fire racing down my back, causing me to fall to one knee in agony. I hope it's my good knee. There's only one of them that I can see. It blasts horrible static noise at me as I ready my gun. One bullet left. I'm very glad I didn't put that poor man in the other place out of his misery. I take fire and aim, my accuracy rewarded with a spew of white gas from the creature's core. It backs away, in defense or annoyance, I'm not sure. I start to turn back to the switch when I hear the second creature come gliding up behind me. Its tentacles melt into me and I scream. I can't help it. I sound like a wild animal. I can try to keep fending them off, or I can go for the broke. I go for the broke and just focus on the lever. Creatures be damned. Creatures be damned. Spring for the lever. There's no fight. There's literally no fighting them. They warp reality. They're gonna turn me into Floor Roger. I'm not ready to join Dennis in Floor Dennis land. I'm gonna spring for the lever. I put all of my strength into my legs. The moment the monsters in front of me draws back its eel-like arms to grab me, I pivot backwards. Yeah, Dorothy D! My back strikes the machine, sending agony rocketing through my body. I'm so thankful I broke the glass before this moment, before the coming violence. I make the decisions. I stretch out and grab the lever. With one last desperate scream that shreds my voice, I jam it down. The tunnel is suddenly filled with a flash of intense darkness. It expands from the switch, swallowing the matter all around it. At first, I'm sure this is the end of me. I expect the darkness to consume me, followed by death. But then another shimmer of dancing light appears next to me. There are more of those streams of light, rips in space like the ones that previously sent me to that other ungodly world and void. With nothing else to do but die, I try to escape into the shimmer. When that stream of light envelops me, the expanding darkness of the switch is gone, and I feel a huge push. Are we gonna spend this last chapter dimension hopping? Ooh, space is so cool, so cool. My computer can't handle the rendering. I know the words. My body feels stretched, collapsing, like I'm falling in all directions at once. The world goes white, and then there are pinpoints of stars everywhere. One of them breezes directly by my right, and I see something that looks like a spiral galaxy distorted in its folds. To my right, I see an endless stretch of stars and gas clouds forming some galactic architecture. But beyond the immeasurable beauty, I notice something. I am seeing the same star patterns over and over. They are repeating like reflections in an endless mirror. Are these different versions of the same galaxies? The same realities? To my left, I see a calm blue world that can barely make out trees. Familiar Kentucky trees that I might have been around for the last few weeks. To my right, I see a copy, an orange world, and there are trees there as well, but something is strange, disturbing. As I zoom by, I'm not sure how much control I have in this unusual place, but if I can direct myself, it's worth trying. Try to head to the blue world or try to head to the orange world? Well, obviously, I would like to... Birthing part 2, goddammit, Ash! Poor Floor Dennis, he'll be missed. Oh no. Oh my goodness, Lorcan. Also, hi Lorcan, welcome in. I'm happy to see you. Oh goodness. I want to try to head towards the blue world because obviously it's less disturbing and it looks more familiar. Why would I want to head towards the orange world if I'm just looking for alternate endings and story stuff? Nah, let's go to the blue world. Take me home. Whoa. I try to focus my mind on heading towards the blue world, not knowing what to expect. My breath escapes me for a moment. Everything is dark and peaceful, and nothing hurts. Ah, we're back here! On the surface. There should be a black hole popping up any moment now, though, so we're probably gonna die. With breath back inside my body, I gasp and open my eyes. I'm back at the logging site. How? I'm not sure. Did the shimmers react with the implosion of the switch? Some other accident? I have no idea. I sit upright and become instantly dizzy. Amy, I say. There's no reason to think that she survived whatever happened in that tunnel, but there's some sort of certainty that gets me to my feet. I wonder if I am somehow back in time before we found the facility, but what happens next makes me realize that can't be true. As I start walking forward, I feel a tremor in the ground. Somewhere off in the distance, I hear a metallic groan. The buried facility, it's being ripped apart under the ground by an activation of a switch. By the activation of the switch. The trees are splintering and falling into the east, and I can see them toppling just like dominoes. There's no way Barksdale survived. Good riddance. Also, rest in peace, Amy. I start to walk away in the opposite direction of the falling trees, but I hear a scream, a woman's scream. I turn back and see a stumbling figure come out of the forest. It's Amy, and she looks like a ghost. How is she here? Did she fall into one of the shimmers as well? I decide I don't care and run to her. I throw an arm under her armpit and she looks to me as we head to the logging site. You okay? I ask. Amy can only nod through her tears. I look to the area where the facility tore the woods apart and see a large plume of smoke rising up into the air. We've made it out of the facility alive, and that, I suppose, is the most important thing. It's just that it's then that I look up and notice the sky. Are we not on home? It's blue. That's normal, right? The sky is beautiful and familiar, unobstructed by the trees that had been standing several minutes ago. I take my trusty hard hat off my head and exhale, letting my body relax. It's finally over. I wouldn't say that until you're home cozy in bed with a meal in your belly. I'm not sure how long it will take me to get back to some semblance of a life, but I know one thing for sure. Any day above ground is going to be a good day. Oh my god, that's the end? Oh my god, we got the good ending! We did it! We got the girl! We got the girl, we saved the day, we got out with our lives, holy shit, oh my god, that's the end! Well, okay. Yes, pine trees, no! Oh my god, thank you all for being here. That's awesome. The end. We saved the day, and we got our lives. Holy shit, that was really fun. Tough it out. You and 36% of players decided to take the painkillers. Great. Who survives? You and 62% of players shot the right barrel, keeping Amy alive. Great. Mercy. You and 70% of players did not kill the man who asked for help. Smart. Going home. You and 83% of players headed towards the blue world and went home. Sweet! I wonder what happened if we went towards the orange world. It's probably just a bad ending. Yeah, we got, oh my god, we did, Ash. Hell yeah. The end. That was great. That was a lovely horror game. Good Friday the 13th chill stream. That was nice. My throat hurts. I'm gonna go make some tea. Ah, that's lovely. I don't want to restart. I want to get out, actually. Interesting, that there's no, okay, there it goes. There's no, bring back the vibes. Vibes, here we go. Vibes, lovely. Okay. Interesting that there's, no save spots, but I kind of like that. It adds an extra bit of, like, the real Golar trout. Thank you for joining the Kingdom of Eloria. You're now a proud citizen of mine, and I promise to be a good queen for you. Let me see. I gotta move some things around. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh, okay. Well, that was fun. I can't wait for October. Have no fear, the trout is here. Hell yeah! I like your slogan. I know, Platinum Palpoo, you joined right at the end. It's okay though. If you're interested in the story that we just went through, I'll be putting the VOD on YouTube as well. Probably tomorrow or something. In the meantime, oh my goodness, let's see who to raid. Freedom. That was fun though. It was worth staying up late. It's only 11:30 for me. It's not too bad. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you. Oh, I'm hearing myself. Okay. Yes, Ash? The regular trout? The regular trout. Oh, thanks. I can't read. It's late, Ash. I can't read anymore. I just did reading for like, what, 5.5 hours? A streamer to raid into? Maybe. Maybe. Who do you want to recommend? Who are we talking about? Give me something, Twofer. What did I say before? I don't even know anymore. Oh, I probably said there. That's okay. Brain tired, brain eepy. Oh my god, Jax Films is live. I'm not reading him though. Ooh, Repo? Okay. I played Repo the other day, so I'll raid into Repo. Why not? Besides, it's still a horror game, technically, right? So it makes sense. I have been reading forever. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. All right, well, we're gonna move our little interactive story over to some chaotic repo time. Let me see here. Hold on. All right, we're gonna get the raid going. In the meantime, I don't have plans to stream until Sunday, right? Yeah, Sunday. But I haven't made my schedule for next week, so I'll be posting that in Discord or on my socials or whatever. That way we can get that out of the way and have some sort of semblance of a plan for next week. In the meantime, have a good sleep, everybody. Thank you for being here on this spooky Friday the 13th. 5.5 hours. Yeah, usually I go for 4, so my throat hurts. Anyway, I'll see you guys all next time. Thank you for hanging out. Bye. Love you, smooshes.